Chapter 11. Destination. Going there may be most of the fun, but only if you get there in the end. Dezhnev, Sr. 45. Immediately Morrison felt the enveloping warmth and gasped. As Konev had said, the temperature was 37 degrees Celsius. It was the heat of a sweltering summer day, and there was no escape, no shade, no breeze. He looked around, getting his bearings. Clearly, Voronova had miniaturized the ship further, while he had clumsily clambered into the suit. The tiled wall of the capillary was farther away. He could see only a bit of it, for between himself and the wall was a huge, cloudy object. A red corpuscle, of course. Then a platelet went slipping between the red corpuscle and the wall, but very slowly. All of them, red corpuscle, platelet, himself, the ship, were moving along with a small, creeping current within the capillary, if one judged by the slow, drifting motion of the tilings in the wall. Morrison wondered why he felt the Brownian motion as little as he did. There was indeed the sensation of movement, and the other objects in sight appeared to tremble. Even the tile marks of the capillary walls seemed to shift somehow in a rather peculiar manner. But there was no time to be keenly analytical. He had to get things done and get back within the ship. He was a meter or so from the ship. A meter? Purely subjective. How many micrometers, how many millionths of a meter was he separated from the ship in real measurements? He didn't pause to try to work out an answer to the question. He twiddled his flippers to get back to the ship. The plasma was distinctly more viscous than seawater, unpleasantly so. The heat continued, of course. It would never stop while the body he was in remained alive. Morrison's forehead was getting moist. Come, he had to get started. His hand reached out to the place where he had left the ship, but it touched nothing. It was almost as though it were pushing into a soft, rubbery cushion of air, although his eyes told him there was nothing between that portion of the hull of the ship and his suited hand except, at best, a film of fluid. A moment of thought, and he saw what was happening. The outer skin of his suit carried a negative electric charge. So did that portion of the hull he was touching. It was repelling him. There were other portions of the hull, however. Morrison slid his hands along until he was aware of touching the plastic. That was not in itself enough, however, for his hands moved along the area as though it were infinitely slippery. And then, almost with a click, his left hand froze. It had passed a region of positive charge and remained in place. He tried to pull free, first by a gentle backward push, and then more frantically. He might as well have been riveted to the spot. He felt farther along with his right hand. Anchor that, and he might be able to pull his left hand free. Click. Anchored now by his right hand, he pulled at his left. Nothing happened. He clung to the hull, crucified there. Drops of perspiration rolled down his forehead and collected in his armpits. He shouted uselessly, wiggling his legs in an ecstasy of effort. They were looking at him, but how could he gesture to his trapped hands? The red corpuscle that had been companion to the ship since he had emerged from it drifted closer and nudged him against the hull. His chest, however, did not cling. Luckily, it was not up against a positively charged region. Kalinin was looking toward him. Her lips were moving, but he could not lip-read, not Russian, at any rate. She did something with her computer, and his left arm pulled free. Presumably, she had weakened the intensity of the charge. He nodded his head in what he hoped would be interpreted as a gesture of thanks. Now it would only be necessary to work his way back, positively charged area by positively charged area, until he reached the rear of the ship. He began the motion and found himself more or less pinned, but not so much this time by the harsh pull of the electromagnetic interaction as by the soft, pillowy push of the red corpuscle. "Get back!" shouted Morrison, but the red corpuscle knew nothing of shouts. Its role was purely passive. Morrison thrust at it with his hands and used his leg flippers to push harder. The elastic surface film of the red cell gave and bellied inward, but resisted more strongly, the more it gave, until finally Morrison was pushing uselessly and, as he tired, was forced back against the ship. He paused to catch his breath, which was difficult, hot and sweat-drenched as he was. He wondered whether he would be disabled first by dehydration or by the fever which would surely come over him if he could not get rid of the heat his own body was producing, and all the more so because of the effort he was making to free himself of the red corpuscle. He lifted his arm again and brought it down, the plastic flipper held edgewise. It sliced through the pellicle of the corpuscle, puncturing it like a balloon. The surface tension of the film pulled the opening wider and wider. Matter exuded, a thin cloud of granules, and the red corpuscle began to shrink. Morrison felt as though he had killed an inoffensive living creature and experienced a pang of guilt, then decided that there were trillions of others in the circulatory system, and that a red corpuscle only had 120 days of functioning anyhow. Now he could pull back toward the rear. No fog collected on the inner surface of his suit. Why should it? The surface was as warm as he was, and nothing would cling to the plastic anyway. What would have been fog was probably collecting as little pools of sweat in this corner and that of the suit, rolling around as he did. He was back at the rear now, back where the ship's streamlining failed because the jets of each of the 3 microfusion engines broke the smooth lines. Here he was, as far from the center of gravity of the ship as possible. With luck, the other 4 would move as close to the front of the ship as they could. He wished he had thought to make that explicit before getting into the suit. What he had to do was to find positively charged areas that would hold his hands back, and then push. He was feeling a little dizzy. Physical? Psychological? The effect was the same either way. He took another deep breath and blinked his eyes as perspiration leaked into them. There was no way he could brush it away, and again he felt a spasm of fury against the fools who had designed a suit only microscopically better than none at all. He found the handholds against the hull and paddled his feet. Would this work? The mass he was trying to turn was only micrograms in quantity, but he had at his disposal, what, micro-ergs? He knew that the square-cube law gave him a tremendous advantage, but how much efficiency could he put into his push? But the ship moved. He could tell that by the motions of the tiling on the capillary wall. He could now reach that wall with his feet, so the ship must be lying across the capillary. He had turned it 90 degrees. When his feet touched the capillary wall, he pushed with perhaps injudicious savagery. If he were to punch a hole in the wall, the results might be incalculably bad. But he was aware he had little time left, and he could not think beyond that. Fortunately, his feet rebounded as though they had sunk into spongy rubber, and the ship turned a bit faster. Then stuck. Morrison looked up blearily, squinting and willing himself to see. He was almost past the ability to breathe in the squalid, damp heat of the suit's interior. It was another red corpuscle. Surely it was another red corpuscle. They were as closely spaced in capillaries as cars on a busy city street. This time he did not wait. The flipper on his right hand came down at once, carving open a vast swath, and this time he did not spend a microsecond of worry over the murder of an innocent object. His legs worked again, and the ship moved. He hoped it was shifting in the same direction as before. What if he had managed to twist himself upside down in his mad attack on the red corpuscle, and he was simply pushing the ship back into the wrong direction? He was almost beyond caring. The ship was now parallel to the long axis of the capillary. Gasping, he tried to study the tiles. If they were moving forward toward the prow of the ship, then the ship was moving backward with the current, and it was facing the junction of the arteriole. He decided it was. No, he didn't care. Right way, wrong way, he had to get back into the ship. He was not ready to sell his life for success. Where? Where? His hands were sliding along the walls of the ship, sticking here, sticking there. Vaguely he saw the dim figures on the other side of the wall. Motioning, he tried to follow the gestures. They were fading out. Up? Signaling up? How could he clamber up? He had no strength. His last truly sane thought for a while was that he needed no strength. Up meant no more than down for a weightless, massless body. He wriggled upward, forgetting why, and a fog of darkness came down upon him. 46. The first thing Morrison sensed was cold. A wave of cold. Then a touch of cold. Then light. He was staring at a face. For an interval of time he did not grasp the fact that it was a face. It was just a pattern of light and shade at first. Then a face. Then the face of Sophia Kalinin. She said softly, "Do you know me?" Slowly, creakily, Morrison nodded. "Say my name." "Sophia," he croaked. "And to your left?" His eyes turned, and difficulty focusing. Then he turned his head. "Natalia," he said. "How do you feel?" "Headache." His voice sounded small and far away. "It will go away." Morrison closed his eyes and surrendered to the peace of non-struggle. Just to do nothing was the highest good. To feel nothing. Then he felt a cool stroke over his groin, and his eyes opened again. He discovered that the suit had been removed and he was naked. He felt arms holding him down and heard a voice say, "Don't worry, we can't give you a shower. There's no water for that. But we can use a damp towel. You need to be cooled and cleaned." "Undignified," he managed, struggling over the syllables. "Foolish. We'll dry you now. A little deodorant, then back into your one-piece." Morrison tried to relax. It was only when he felt cotton against his body that he spoke again. He asked, "Did I turn the ship properly?" "Yes," said Kalinin, nodding her head vigorously, "and fought off 2 red corpuscles most savagely. You were heroic." Morrison said hoarsely, "Help me up." He pushed down with his elbows against his seat and, of course, drifted into the air. He was brought down. "I forgot," he muttered. "Well, strap me in. Let me sit and recover." He fought down the dizzy feeling, then said, "That plastic suit is worthless. A suit for use in the bloodstream of a warm-blooded animal must be cooled." "We know," said Dezhnev from his seat at the controls. "The next one will be." "The next one," spat Morrison bitterly. "At least," said Dezhnev, "you did what was necessary, and the suit made that possible." "At a cost," said Morrison, who then slipped into English in order to express his feelings more accurately. "I understood that," said Konyev. "I lived in the United States, you know. If it will make you feel better, I'll teach you how to say every one of those words in Russian." "Thanks," said Morrison, "but they taste better in English." He licked his dry lips with a dry tongue and said, "Water would taste still better. I'm thirsty." "Of course," said Kalinin. She held a bottle to his lips. "Suck at it gently. It won't pour when it has no mass to speak of. Slowly, slowly. Don't waterlog yourself." Morrison drew his head away from the bottle. "Do we have enough water?" "You must replace what you lost. We'll have enough." Morrison drank more, then sighed. "That's much better. There was something I thought of when I was out on the capillary. Just a flash. I wasn't sufficiently myself to understand my own thought." He bent his head and covered his eyes with his hands. "I'm not sufficiently myself to remember it now. Let me think." There was silence in the ship. And then Morrison said with a sigh and a rather massive clearing of his throat, "Yes, I remember it." Voronova sighed also. "Good, then you have your memory." "Of course I have," said Morrison pettishly. "What did you think?" Konyev said coldly, "That a loss of memory might be an early sign of brain damage." Morrison's teeth clicked as his mouth snapped shut. Then he said, feeling a chill in the pit of his stomach, "Is that what you thought?" "It was possible," said Konyev, "as in Shapirov's case." "Never mind," said Kalinin insinuatingly. "It didn't happen. What was your thought, Albert? You still remember?" It was half-confident statement, half-hopeful question. "Yes, I do remember. We're pushing upstream now, aren't we? So to speak?" "Yes," said Dezhnev. "I'm using the motors, expending energy." "When you reach the arteriole, you'll still be heading upstream, and you can't turn. You'll be heading back the way you came. The ship will have to be turned again from outside. It can't be me, do you understand? It can't be me." Kalinin put her arm around his shoulder. "Shh! It's all right. It won't be you." "It won't be anyone, Albert, my friend," said Dezhnev jovially. "Look ahead, we're coming to the arteriole now." Morrison looked up and felt a twinge of pain. He must have grimaced, for Kalinin put a cool hand on his forehead and said, "How is your headache?" "Getting better," said Morrison, shaking her hand off rather querulously. He was peering forward and relieved to find that his vision seemed normal. The cylindrical tunnel up ahead was widening somewhat, and beyond an elliptical lip he could see a distant wall in which the tiling was much less pronounced. Morrison said, "The capillary comes off the arteriole like the branch of a tree at an oblique angle. We go through that opening up ahead, and we'll be pointed 3/4 of the way upstream, and once we nudge the far wall, we'll bounce off and be moving fully upstream." Dezhnev chuckled. My old father used to say, half an imagination is worse than none at all. Watch, little Albert. See, I will wait until we are almost to the opening, and I will throttle down the motor so that we make our way up the current very slowly. Now our ship sticks its snout out of the capillary. A little more, a little more, and now the main stream of arterial blood catches us and pushes against the nose and turns us. And I push out a little more, and it turns us a bit more, and I come out the whole way. And behold, I've been turned. I am heading downstream once more, and I cut the motors. He grinned triumphantly. Wasn't that well done? Well done, said Voronova, but impossible without what Albert had done first. True enough, said Dezhnev, waving his hand. I give him full credit, and the Order of Lenin, if he will take it. Morrison felt infinite relief. He would not have to go out again. He said, "Thank you, Arkady." Then, rather bashfully, he added, "You know, Sophia, I'm still thirsty." At once she handed him the bottle, but he hesitated. "Are you sure I'm not drinking more than my share, Sophia?" "Of course you are, Albert," said Karenin. "But more than your share is your share. Come, water is easily recycled. Besides, we have a small additional supply. You did not fit into the airlock neatly. An elbow stuck well out, and we had to crack the inner layer and pull it in, which meant the entry of some plasma. Not much, thanks to its viscosity. It's been miniaturized, of course, and is being recycled now." "Once miniaturized, it can't amount to more than a droplet." "That's all it does amount to," said Karenin, smiling. "But even a droplet is an extra supply, and since you brought it in, you deserve an extra supply. Logic is logic." Morrison laughed and sucked up additional water greedily, squeezing it out of the flexible container astronaut style. He was beginning to feel comparatively normal. More than that, he was feeling the kind of dreamy contentment that comes from being freed from the intolerable. He tried to concentrate, to gain some sense of reality. He was still in the ship. He was still the size of a bacterium, more or less. He was still in the bloodstream of a man in a coma. His chance of living another few hours was still problematical. And yet, even as he told himself all this, he nevertheless couldn't flog himself out of the feeling that the mere absence of unbearable heat, the mere being with others, the mere existence of a woman's care was in itself a touch of heaven. He said, "I thank not only Arkady, but all of you for pulling me in and caring for me." "Don't bother," said Konyev indifferently. "We need you and your computer program. If we had left you out there, the project would be a failure, even if we found the right cell." "That may be so, Yuri," said Voronova, clearly indignant. "But at the time we were bringing Albert in, I did not think of that, but only of saving his life. I cannot believe that even you were cold-blooded enough to feel no anxiety for a human being who was risking his life to help us, except in so far as we needed him." "Obviously," muttered Konyev. "Plain reason is not wanted." Plain reason was certainly what Morrison wanted. Since the mention of brain damage, he had been testing himself, thinking, trying to come to conclusions. He said, "Arkady, when the microfusion engines are working, you are converting miniaturized hydrogen into miniaturized helium, and some of the helium escapes along with miniaturized water vapor or other materials designed to produce thrust." "Yes," said Arkady, warily. "And if that is so, what follows?" "And the miniaturized particles, atoms and less, simply escape through Shapirov and through the grotto and through the earth and end in outer space, as you told me." "Again, what follows?" "Surely," said Morrison, "they do not stay miniaturized. We are not initiating a process, are we, in which the universe will gradually be filled with miniaturized particles as humanity proceeds to make use of miniaturization more and more? If we did, what harm? All human activity for billions of years could not add a significant quantity of miniaturized particles to the universe. But it is not so. Miniaturization is a metastable condition, which means that there is always a chance that a miniaturized particle will snap out spontaneously to true stability. That is, to the unminiaturized state. Out of the corner of his eye, Morrison saw Voronova raise a warning hand, but Dezhnev was always hard to stop when an oral flood. Naturally, he went on, there is no predicting when a particular miniaturized particle will snap out of it, but it is a good wager that almost all will be beyond the moon when it happens. As for the few, there are always a few, who snap out of miniaturization almost at once. Shapirov's body can absorb them. He then seemed to see Voronova's gesture, which had grown peremptory, and he said, "But I'm boring you. As my old father said on his deathbed, my proverbs may have bored you, but now you can look forward to hearing them no more, so that you will mourn me less and therefore suffer less." The old man would have been surprised, and disappointed perhaps, to know how much we children mourned him even so. But I think I won't risk it with my companions in this ship. "Exactly," snapped Konyev. "So please stop, especially since we are now approaching the capillary that we should be entering. Albert, lean over and study the cerebrograph. Do you agree?" Kalinin, carefully addressing Voronova, said, "Albert is in no condition to be badgered with cerebrographs." "Let me try," said Morrison, struggling with the seat-belt. "No," said Voronova with authority. "Yuri can make this decision his own responsibility." "Then I shall make it," said Konyev, looking sullen. "Arkady, can you get near the wall on our right and catch the current that turns into the capillary?" Arkady said, "I have been racing the red corpuscles, and I have caught one that is drifting toward the right wall. It will push us, or the small eddy that is pushing it will also push us. Ah, you see, it is taking place, just as it did in the previous cases where we had to branch off. Each time I managed to use the natural current correctly." A broad grin creased his happy face as he said, "Applause, everybody! Say, 'Well done, Arkady.'" Morrison obligingly said, "Well done, Arkady," and into the capillary the ship went. 47. Morrison had recovered sufficiently to be tired of invalidism. Outside the transparent hull of the ship, the wall of the capillary was strongly tiled and seemed fairly close on all sides. It looked very much like the other capillary, the one in which he had turned the ship around. He said, "I want to see the cerebrograph." He flung open his seat-belt, the first really decisive movement he had made since returning to the ship, and stared rebelliously at the perturbed Kalinin as he did so. He pushed himself gently upward into a float, holding himself in position to look over Konyev's shoulders by repeated corrections, first up, then down. He said, "How do you know you are in the right one, Yuri?" Konyev looked up and said, "Counting and dead reckoning. See here. If we cut down the scale of the cerebrograph, this is the arteriole we've been following off the carotid. We took this branch and that one, and then it's a matter of counting the capillaries as they branch off on the right. We had our run-in with the white cell right here, and in the time the white cell had at its disposal, this capillary was the only one it could reasonably have reached. Once we were turned around and got back to the arteriole, we followed its narrowing structure and matched what we saw against the cerebrograph. The pattern of branch points outside matched almost exactly the pattern described by the cerebrograph, and that alone assures me we were following the right path. Now we have gone into this capillary." Morrison's left hand slipped off the smooth texture of the back of Konyev's seat, and his attempt to make up for that twisted him into a comic handstand on the outspread fingers of his right hand. He labored to right himself even as he thought savagely that another improvement that must be introduced in later versions of the ship would be handholds on the seats and in other strategic areas. He said, panting, "And where will this capillary take us?" Konyev said, "Directly to one of the centers which you believe to be a crossroad for the processes of abstract thought. Let's cut down the scale of the cerebrograph again. Right here." Morrison nodded. "Please remember that I've located them in human beings only indirectly, judging from my findings in animal brains. Still, if I'm correct, that should be the superior external skeptic node." Konyev said, "According to you, there should be 8 such nodes, 4 on each side. This one, however, is the largest and most intricate on the left side, and therefore stands the best chance of giving us the data we need. Am I right?" "I think so," said Morrison cautiously. "But please remember that my reasoning has not been accepted by the scientific community." And do you begin to doubt it now, too, Albert? Caution is a reasonable scientific attitude, Yuri. My concept of the skeptic node makes sense in the light of my observations, but I have never been able to test the matter directly, that's all. And I do not wish it said later that I misled you. Dezhnev snickered. Skeptic node! No wonder your countrymen are skeptical of the whole notion, Albert. My father used to say, people are ready enough to laugh at you. Don't make funny faces in order to encourage them. Why didn't you call it thought node in simple Russian? It would have sounded much better. Or thought node in simple English, said Morrison patiently. But science is international, and one uses Greek or Latin when possible. The Greek word for thought is skeptis. It has given us skeptical both in English and in Russian to indicate a habitual doubting attitude. That's because the very act of doubt implies thought. Surely you all know that the most efficient way of accepting the foolish dogmas foisted on us by social orthodoxy is to refrain from thinking. There was an uncomfortable silence at that, whereupon Morrison, having left it there for just long enough out of a faint malice, he owed them that much, said, as human beings in all nations know. The atmosphere lightened perceptibly at once, and Dezhnev said, In that case, we will see how skeptical we need be of the skeptic node when we reach it. I hope, said Konyev with a scowl, that you don't think this is something to joke about, you clown. That node is where we can hope to detect Pyotr Shapirov's thoughts. Without that, this venture will come to nothing. Dezhnev said, To each his own job. I will take you there with my expert handling of the ship. Once there, you will get the thoughts, or Albert will, if you cannot. And if you do as well with the thoughts as I do with the ship, you will have nothing to be unhappy about. My father used to say, Your father is better off where he is, said Konyev. Don't dig him up again. Yuri, said Voronova sharply, that was an unbearably rude remark to make. You must apologize. That's all right, said Dezhnev. My father used to say the time for offence is when a man, once he has cooled down, repeats an insult he has offered in his rage. I am not sure that I can always follow that advice, but in honour of my father I will pass over Yuri's stupid remark this time. He bent over his controls, his face grim. Morrison had listened to the altercation, just Konyev being nasty, obviously because he was under a great strain, with only half an ear. His mind slipped back to something else, to Dezhnev's carefree chatter and Voronova's warning hand. He lowered himself into his seat, clasping himself in for stability, and turned his head toward Voronova. Natalia, a question? Yes, Albert. Those miniaturized particles released into the normal, unminiaturized universe. Yes, Albert. Eventually they deminiaturize. Voronova hesitated. As Arkady told you, they do. When? She shrugged. Unpredictably, like the radioactive breakdown of a single atom. How do you know? Because it's so. I mean, what experiments have been conducted? Nothing has ever been miniaturized to the extent that we are now miniaturized, so surely you can't know what happens to such miniaturized particles by direct observation. Voronova said, We've observed events at miniaturizations we have reached, and in that way determined what seem to be the laws of behavior of miniaturized objects. We extrapolate. Extrapolations aren't always trustworthy when they go well outside the realm of direct study. Granted. You compared spontaneous deminiaturization to radioactive breakdown. Is there a half-life of deminiaturization? Even if you can't tell when a particular miniaturized particle will deminiaturize, can you tell when half of a particular large quantity of them will? We have half-life figures, and we think they are expressions of first-order kinetics, as radioactive half-lives are. Morrison said, Can you generalize from one type of particle to another? Voronova pursed her lips, and for a moment seemed lost in thought. Then she said, It would seem that the half-life of a miniaturized object varies inversely with the intensity of miniaturization, and also with the normal mass of the object. So that as we are miniaturized to smaller and smaller sizes, the less time we are likely to remain miniaturized, and the smaller we are to begin with, the less time we are likely to remain miniaturized. "That's right," replied Voronova stiffly. Morrison looked at her gravely. "I admire your integrity, Natalia. You're not anxious to tell me things. You don't volunteer information. Still, you draw the line at misinforming me." Voronova said, "I am a human being, and I tell lies on occasion out of necessity, or out of defects in my emotions or personality. But I am also a scientist, and I would not twist scientific fact for any but the most compelling reasons." "Then what it amounts to is this. Even this ship, although it is much more massive than a helium nucleus, has a half-life." "A very long one," put in Voronova quickly. "But the fact that we are so intensely miniaturized has curtailed this very long half-life." "Still leaving it long." "And what about the individual components of the ship? The molecules of water that we drink, the molecules of air we breathe, the individual atoms that make up our body? They must have, very short—" "No," said Voronova forcefully, seeming to find relief in being able to deny something. "The miniaturization field overlaps where it deals with particles sufficiently close together, and that are at rest, or nearly at rest, relative to each other. An extended body, such as the ship and everything it contains, is treated as a large but single particle, and has a half-life of deminiaturization to match. There, miniaturization differs from radioactivity." "Ah," said Morrison. "But when I was out of the ship and out of contact with it, could it be that I was then a separate particle with a much smaller mass than the ship and its contents, and that I had a miniaturization half-life much smaller than we have now?" "I'm not sure," said Voronova, "whether the distance between yourself and the ship was great enough to make you a separate body. Possibly it did, for the time you were not in contact." "And I then had a shorter half-life, much shorter?" "Possibly, but then you were out of contact only a matter of minutes." "Well then, what is the half-life of this ship at the present level of miniaturization?" "We can't really speak of the half-life of a single object." "Yes, because half-lives are statistical. For any particle, deminiaturization can come spontaneously at any time, even after a very short time, and even though the half-life of a large number of similar particles would be quite long. For spontaneous deminiaturization to come after a very short time, when the statistical half-life is long, is extremely improbable. But not impossible, is it?" "No," said Voronova. "It is not impossible." "So we can suddenly deminiaturize in 5 minutes, or even in 1 minute, or even as I take my next breath?" "In theory." "Did you all know?" His eyes darted around the ship. "Of course you all knew. Why was I not told?" Voronova said, "We are volunteers, Albert, working for science and for our nation. We know all the dangers and accept them. You have been forced into this, and you don't have the motives that drive us. It seemed possible that if you knew all the dangers you would have refused to enter the ship voluntarily under any persuasion, or that, being brought on board ship by force, you would be altogether useless to us out of sheer—" She paused. "Out of sheer fright, you were going to say," said Morrison. "Surely I have a right to be afraid? There is reason for fear." Kalinin interrupted, her voice a little shrill. "It is time to stop harping on Albert's fear, Natalia. It is he who left the ship in an inadequate suit. It is he who turned the ship around at the risk of his life. Where was his fear then? If he felt it, he bottled it inside, and didn't let it prevent him from doing what had to be done." Dezhnev said, "And yet it was you who did not hesitate to say, in the past, that Americans were all cowardly?" "Then I was wrong. I was speaking unfairly, and I ask Albert's pardon." It was at this point that Morrison caught Konyev's eye. The man was twisting around in his seat and glowering at him. Morrison did not pretend to be a master at reading facial expressions, but felt that he could, at a glance, tell what was ailing Konyev. The man was jealous. Furiously and quite impressively jealous. 48. The ship continued its slow way along the capillary toward the destination Konyev had marked out. The skeptic knowed. It was not depending on the current now, which was slow indeed. The engines were going, as Morrison could tell, in 2 different ways. First, it steadied the ship to have it move along actively, rather than drift passively, and it further deadened the already surprisingly small effect of Brownian motion. Second, the ship was overtaking one red corpuscle after another. In most cases, these were nudged to one side, and the red corpuscles then rolled backward between the ship and the wall. Occasionally, a red corpuscle would be met too near dead center, and it would then be pushed forward for a while, until it burst. The debris would flow backward, leaving the ship's hull unmarked. With at least 5 million corpuscles in every cubic millimeter of blood, it didn't matter how many were disrupted, and Morrison had become hardened to the carnage. Morrison deliberately thought of the red cells, rather than of the chance of spontaneous deminiaturization. He knew there was no appreciable chance of exploding outward in the next few moments, and even if it happened, it would simply mean blackout. Death by fried brain would take place so quickly that there would be no conceivable way of sensing it. Not long before, he had been heating much more slowly in the bloodstream itself. He had felt himself dying. After that, instantaneous death had no terrors. But he preferred to think of other things just the same. Konyev's look. What was seething within him and tearing him apart? He had abandoned Sophia with the utmost cruelty. Did he really think the child was not his? People needed no reason to come to an emotional conclusion, and the suspicion of being wrong just bolted the conclusion defensively and immovably in place. Pathological. Think of Leontes and The Winter's Tale. Shakespeare always got these things right. Konyev would push her away and hate her for the wrong he had done her. He would push her into another man's arms and hate her for being pushed, and be jealous in addition. And she? Did she know of the jealousy and play upon it? Would she deliberately turn to Morrison, an American, to tear Konyev into strips? Tenderly patting the American with a wet towel, defending him at every step, with Konyev, of course, a witness to everything. Morrison's lips tightened. He didn't like to be a tennis ball, batted from one to another in order to produce maximum pain. It was none of his business, after all, and he shouldn't take sides. But how was he going to not take sides? Sophia Kalinin was an attractive woman who reacted with silent sorrow. Yuri Konyev was a frowning, nasty man who reacted with a compressed boiling of anger. He could neither help liking Sophia nor help disliking Yuri. He then noted Voronova staring at him gravely and wondered if she were misinterpreting his thoughtfulness and silence. Did she feel he was brooding about the possibility of death by miniaturization, which he was manfully trying not to do? It seemed so, when Voronova suddenly said, "Albert, none of us are reckless. I have a husband. I have a son. I want to go back to them alive, and I intend to get us all back alive. I want you to understand that." "I'm sure your intentions are good," said Morrison. "But what can you do against a possibility of deminiaturization that is spontaneous, unpredictable, unstoppable?" "Spontaneous and unpredictable, I agree. But who said unstoppable?" "Can you stop it, then?" "I can try. We each have our jobs here. Arkady maneuvers the ship. Yuri directs it to the destination. Sophia gives the ship its electric pattern. You will study the brainwaves. As for me, I sit back here and make decisions. My major decision up to now was a mistake, I admit that. And I watch the heat flow." "The heat flow?" "Yes. Before the deminiaturization takes place, there is a small evolution of heat, characteristic in pattern. It is that emission that is destabilizing. It is what tips the delicate balance, and after a small delay starts the process of deminiaturization. When that happens, if I am fast enough, I can intensify the miniaturization field in such a way as to reabsorb the heat and reestablish the metastability." Morrison said dubiously, "And has that ever been done? Actually been done under field conditions? Or is it simply theory?" "It has been done, under much smaller intensities of miniaturization, of course. Still, I have trained at this, and my reflexes are sharpened. I hope not to be caught short." "Was it spontaneous deminiaturization that put Shapirov into a coma, Natalia?" Voronova hesitated. We don't really know whether it was an unfortunate encounter with the laws of nature or human error, or both. It may have been a slightly greater wobble from the metastable point of equilibrium than usual, and nothing more than that. It is not something I can analyze in detail with you, for you don't have the needed background in the physics and mathematics of miniaturization, nor would I be permitted to give you that background. I understand classified material. Of course. Deshnev broke in. Natasha, we have reached the skeptic node, or so Yuri says. Then come to a halt, ordered Voronova. 49. Coming to a halt took a while. Morrison noted with some mild surprise that Deshnev did not seem concerned in the process. He was checking his instruments, but was making no effort to control the motion of the ship. It was Kalinin who was deeply involved now. Morrison looked to his left, studying her as she bent over her instrument, her hair falling forward but not long enough to get in her way, her eyes intent, her slim fingers caressing the keys of her computer. The graphic patterns on the screen she was watching made no sense to Morrison, of course. "Arkady," she said, "move forward just a little." The feeble current in the capillaries barely stirred the ship. Deshnev supplied a small burst of power. Morrison felt his almost massless body move slightly backward, since there wasn't sufficient inertia to give it a real jerk. The nearest red corpuscles between the ship and the farther wall of the capillary drifted backward. "Stop, stop," said Kalinin. "Enough." "I can't stop," said Deshnev. "I can only cut the motors, and that I've done." "It's all right," said Kalinin. "I have it now," then added the all but inevitable saving afterthought of, "I think." Then, "Yes, I do have it." Morrison felt himself sway forward very slightly. Then he noted the nearby red corpuscles, together with an occasional platelet, drift forward and pass by lazily. In addition, he became aware of a total cessation of the Brownian motion. That faint tremble he had grown so used to that he was able to ignore it, until it stopped. Now its absence was noticeable, and it produced the same sensation within Morrison as the sudden cessation of a continuous low hum would have. He stirred uneasily. It was as though his heart had stopped, even though intellectually he knew it had not. He asked, "What's happened to the Brownian motion, Sophia?" She replied, "We're affixed to the wall of the capillary, Albert." Morrison nodded. If the ship was one piece with the capillary wall, so to speak, the bombarding water molecules that produced the Brownian motion would lose their effect. Their impacts would work toward moving an entire section of comparatively inert wall, instead of a tiny ship the size of a blood platelet. Naturally, the trembling would cease. "How did you manage to affix the ship, Sophia?" he asked. "The usual electrical forces. The capillary wall is partly protein, partly phospholipid in character. There are positively and negatively charged groups here and there. I had to detect a pattern sufficiently compact, and then produce a complementary pattern on the ship, negative where the wall is positive and vice versa. The trouble is that the ship is moving with the current, so that I have to detect it a little ahead and produce the complementary pattern before we pass it. I missed 3 such occasions, and then we hit a region where there were no suitable patterns at all, so I had to get Arkady to move us ahead a bit into a better region. But I made it." "If the ship had a reverse gear," said Morrison, "there would have been no problem, would there?" "True," said Kalinin, "and the next ship will have one. But for now we have only what we have." "Quite so," put in Deshnev. "As my father used to say, on tomorrow's feast we can starve today." "On the other hand," said Kalinin, "if we had a motor that could do all we would want it to do, we would have a strong impulse to use it lavishly, and that might not be so good for poor Shapirov. And it would be expensive besides. As it is, we used an electric field which is more sparing of energy than a motor would be, and the price is only a little more work for me. And what of that?" Morrison was quite certain she wasn't talking for his benefit. He said, "Are you always so philosophical?" For a moment her eyes widened and her nostrils tightened, but only for a moment. Then she relaxed and said with a small smile, "No, who could be? But I try." Voronova interjected impatiently, "Enough chat, Sophia. Arkady, you are clearly in touch with the grotto. What's the delay?" Arkady held up a large hand, half twisting in his seat to present its palm toward Voronova. "Patience, my captain. They want us to stay exactly where we are for 2 reasons. First, I'm sending out a carrier wave in 3 directions. They are locating each and using them to locate us in order to see if the location they determine jibes with what Yuri says it is by dead reckoning." "How long will that take?" "Who can say? A few minutes at any rate. But then my carrier waves are not very intense, and the location must be precise, so they may have to repeat the measurement several times, and take a mean, and calculate limits of error. After all, they have to be correct, for as my father used to say, almost right is no better than wrong." "Yes, yes, Arkady, but that depends on the nature of the problem. What is the second reason we are waiting?" "They're going through some observations on Pyotr Shapirov. His heartbeat has become slightly irregular." Konyev looked up, his mouth falling open slightly and his thin cheeks looking gaunt under his high cheekbones. "What? Do they say it's anything we're doing?" "No," said Dezhnev. "Do not become a tragedian. They say nothing of the sort. And what can we be doing to Shapirov that is of any importance? We are merely a red corpuscle among red corpuscles in his bloodstream, one among trillions." "Well, then, what's wrong?" "Do I know?" said Dezhnev, clearly irritated. "Do they tell me? Am I a physician? I just maneuver this vessel, and they pay me no mind except as a pair of hands on the controls." Kalinyin said with a touch of sadness, "Academician Shapirov clings but weakly to life in any case. It is a wonder that he has remained in stable condition so long." Voronova nodded. "You are right, Sophia." Konyev said savagely, "But he must continue to remain so. He can't let go now, not now. We haven't made our measurements yet." "We will make them," said Voronova. "An irregular heartbeat is not the end of the world, even for a man in a coma." Konyev pounded the arm of his seat with a clenched fist. "I will not lose a moment. Albert, let's begin." Morrison was startled. He said, "What can be done here in the bloodstream? A neural effect may be felt immediately outside the nerve cell." "Surely not. Why would the neurons have axons and dendrites to channel the impulse if it was going to spread and weaken into space beyond? Locomotives move along rails, telephone messages along wires. Neural impulses don't argue the case, Albert. Let's not accept failure by some fine process of reasoning. Let's test the matter. See if you can detect brain waves and if you can analyze them in the proper fashion." Morrison said, "I'll try, but don't order me around in that bullying tone." "I'm sorry," said Konyev, not sounding sorry at all. "I want to watch what you do." He unclasped himself, turned in his seat, holding on tightly, muttering, "We must have more room the next time." "An ocean liner, certainly," said Dezhnev. "Next time." "What we have to do first," said Morrison, "is to discover whether we can detect anything at all. The trouble is we are surrounded by electromagnetic fields. The muscles are rich in them, and each molecule almost has the origin point of a—" "Take all that as known," said Konyev. "I am only filling in the time while I carry my device through some necessary steps. The neural field is characteristic in several ways, and by adjusting the computer to eliminate fields without those characteristics, I leave only what the neurons produce. We blank out all microfields like so, and we deflect the muscle fields in this manner." "In what manner?" demanded Konyev. "I describe it in my papers." "But I didn't see what you did." Wordlessly, Morrison repeated the maneuver slowly. "Oh," said Konyev. "And by now we should be detecting only neural waves, if any are present here to detect." And there aren't. Konyev's right fist clenched. "Are you sure?" "The screen shows a horizontal line, nothing else." "It's quivering." "Noise. Possibly from the ship's own electric field, which is complex and not entirely like any of the natural fields of the body. I've never had to adjust a computer to filter out an artificial field." "Well, then we have to move on. Arkady, tell them we can wait no longer." "I can't do that, Yuri, unless Natasha tells me to. She's the captain. Or had you forgotten?" "Thank you, Arkady," said Voronova coldly. "You, at least, have not. We'll forgive Konyev his lapse and put it down to overzealousness in pursuit of his work. My orders are not to move until the grotto gives us the word. If this mission fails because of anything that goes wrong with Shapirov, there must be no opportunity for anyone to say it was because we did not follow orders." What if some disaster happens because we did follow orders? That can happen too, you know. Konyev's voice rose to near hysteria. Voronova replied, "The fault will then lie with those who gave the orders." "I can find no satisfaction in apportioning blame, whether to myself or to anyone else. It is results that count," said Konyev. "I agree," said Voronova, "if we are dealing with fine-spun theory. But if you expect to continue working on this project past the time of a possible catastrophe, you will find that the manner of allotting blame is all-important." "Well, then," said Konyev, stuttering slightly in his passion, "urge them to let us move as soon as possible, and then we'll— "Yes," said Voronova. "And then we'll enter the cell. We must." Chapter 12. Intercellular. In life, unlike chess, the game continues after checkmate. Dezhnev Sr. 50. A heavy silence fell upon the 5 shipmates. Konyev's silence was the least quiet. He was quivering with unrest, and his hands would not keep still. Morrison felt a dim sympathy. To have reached the destination, to have done just as planned, through difficulties, to imagine one's self at the point of snatching success, and to have to fear that it will be moved away from the eagerly grasping fingers even now. He knew the feeling. No longer quite as sharply, perhaps, as once, now that he was ground down and dulled by frustration, but he remembered the early occasions, experiments that raised hope, but were somehow never quite conclusive, colleagues who smiled and nodded, but were never convinced. He leaned forward and said, "Look, Yuri, just watch the red corpuscles. They're creeping ahead, one after the other, steadily, and that means the heart is beating and is doing so fairly normally. As long as the red corpuscles move steadily ahead, we're safe." Dezhnev said, "There's the blood temperature, too. I've got it monitored at all times, and it will have to start dropping slowly, but with determination, if Shapirov lets go. Actually, the temperature is at the upper edge of normal." Konyev grunted, as though scorning consolation, and pushing it to one side, but it seemed to Morrison that he was noticeably quieter after that. Morrison sank back in his seat and let his eyes close. He wondered if he was experiencing hunger, and decided that he was not. He also wondered if there was a distinct sensation of bladder pressure. There wasn't, but that did not relieve him much. One could always postpone eating for a considerable length of time, but the necessity of urination did not lend itself to quite the same flexibility of choice. He was suddenly aware that Kalinin had addressed him, but he had not been listening. "Pardon me, what did you say?" he asked, turning toward her. Kalinin looked surprised. She said softly, "I ask your pardon. I interrupted your thoughts." "They were worth interrupting, Sophia. I ask your pardon for being inattentive." "In that case, I asked what it is you do in your analysis of brainwaves. I mean, what is it you do that is different from what others do? Why was it necessary for us—" She paused, clearly uncertain as to how to proceed. Morrison finished her thought without difficulty. "Why was it necessary for me to be abstracted forcibly from my country?" "Have I made you angry?" "No. I presume you did not advise the action." "Of course not. I knew nothing of it. In fact, that is why I am asking you my question. I know nothing about your field except that there are electroneural waves, that electroencephalography has become an intricate study and an important one." "Then if you ask me what is special about my own views, I'm afraid I can't tell you." "Is it secret, then? I thought it might be." "No, it is not secret," said Morrison, frowning. "There are no secrets in science, or there should be none, except that there are struggles for priority, so that scientists are sometimes cautious about what they say, and I am guilty of that too, sometimes. In this case, though, I mean it literally. I can't tell you because you lack the basis for understanding." Kalinin considered, her lips compressed as though an aid to thought. "Could you explain a bit of it?" "I can try, if you're willing to hear simple assertions. I can't very well describe the entire field. What we call brainwaves are a conglomeration of all sorts of neuronic activity, sense perceptions of various kinds, stimuli of various muscles and glands, arousal mechanisms, coordinations, and so on. Lost among all these are those waves that control or result from constructive and creative thought. Isolating those skeptic waves, as I call them, from all the rest is an enormous problem. The body does it without any difficulty, but we poor scientists are, for the most part, at a total loss.
"I'm having no difficulty understanding this," said Kalinin, smiling and looking pleased.
"She is remarkably pretty," thought Morrison, when she manages to get rid of her air of melancholy. "I haven't gotten to the hard part yet," he said.
"Please do, then."
"About 20 years ago it was demonstrated that there was what seemed a random component in the waves that no one had ever picked up, because the instruments that had been used until then did not pick up what we now call the twinkle. It's a very rapid oscillation of irregular amplitude and intensity. That's not a discovery I made, you understand."
Kalinin smiled again. "I imagine that 20 years ago you would have been too young to make the discovery."
"I was an undergraduate then, making the discovery that young women were not entirely unapproachable, which is by no means an unimportant thing to find out. In fact, each person may have to rediscover it now and then, I think. But never mind that." A number of people speculated that the twinkle might represent thought processes in the mind, but no one managed to isolate it properly. It would come and go, be detectable at times and not at others, and the general feeling was that it was artifactitious, a matter of working with instruments that were too delicate for the thing they were measuring, so that one picked up what was essentially noise. I thought not. In time I developed a computer program that made it possible for me to isolate the twinkle and to demonstrate it was always present in the human brain. For that I got some credit, though few people were able to duplicate my work. I used animals for types of experimentation that were too dangerous to perform on human beings, and used the results to further sharpen my program of analysis. But the sharper I made the analysis and the more significant I thought the results, the less others were able to duplicate them, and the more they insisted that I was misled by my animal experimentation. But even isolating the twinkle was a long way from demonstrating that it was a representation of abstract thought. I have amplified it, intensified it, modified my program over and over, and have convinced myself that I am studying thought, the skeptic waves themselves. Still, no one can duplicate the crucial points of my work. I have, on several occasions, allowed someone to use my program and my computer, the sort of thing I'm using now, and they invariably fail."
Kalinin was listening gravely. She said, "Can you imagine why no one can duplicate your work?"
"The easiest explanation is that there is something wrong with me, that I am a crank, if not a madman. I believe that some of my colleagues suspect that to be the answer."
"Do you think you're a madman?"
"No, I don't, Sophia, but even I waver sometimes. You see, after you isolate the skeptic waves and amplify them, it is conceivable that the human brain itself might become a receiving instrument. The waves may transfer the thoughts from the thinker you are studying directly to you. The brain would certainly be an extraordinarily delicate receiver, but it would also be an extraordinarily individual one. If I improved my program so that I could sense the thoughts better, that would mean I improved it to suit my own individual brain. Other brains might not be affected, and, in fact, might be less affected, the closer I adjusted it to mine. It would be like a painting. The closer a painting is made to look like me, the less it looks like anyone else. The more I can make my program produce sensible, self-consistent results, the less anyone else can."
"Have you actually sensed thought?"
"I'm not sure. There are times I have thought I did, but I'm never quite convinced it's not my imagination. Certainly no one else, with my program or any other, has sensed anything. I have used the twinkle to track down the skeptic nodes in the brains of chimpanzees, and from that reasoned out where they would be in human brains. But that is not accepted either. It is considered the over-enthusiasm of a scientist oversold on his own unlikely theory. And even using leads into the skeptic nodes, on animals, of course, I couldn't be sure."
"With animals it would be difficult. Have you published these sensations of yours?"
"I haven't dared," said Morrison, shaking his head. "No one would accept such subjective findings. I've mentioned it in passing to several people, foolish of me, And the news spread and merely convinced my colleagues all the more firmly that I am, shall we say, unstable. It was only last Sunday that Natalia told me that Shapirov took me seriously, but he is considered, at least in my country, to be unstable too.
"He is not," said Kalinin firmly, "or was not."
It would be nice to think he wasn't, obviously. Konyev, from in front of Morrison, said suddenly, without turning around, "It was your sensations of thought that impressed Shapirov. I know. He discussed it with me. He said on a number of occasions that your program was a relay station, and he would like to try it himself. If you were inside a neuron, a key neuron of the skeptic node, things would be different. You would sense thoughts unmistakably. Shapirov thought so, and I think so. Shapirov thought it possible you might even have sensed thoughts unmistakably as it was, but were not ready to let the world know. Is that so?" How they hopped on secrecy, all of them, thought Morrison. Then he caught the look on Kalinin's face. Her mouth was partly open, her eyebrows drawn together, her finger hovering near her lips. It was as though she wanted to ask him to be quiet with a kind of agonizing intensity, without quite daring to do so openly. But then he was distracted by Dezhnev's voice, joyfully loud. "Enough babble, my children! The grotto has located us, and we are, to their enormous astonishment, exactly where we say we are." Konyev threw up both hands, and his voice sounded almost boyish. "Exactly where I say we are." Dezhnev said, "Let us have communal responsibility where we say we are." "No," said Voronova. "I ordered Konyev to make the decision on his own responsibility. The credit is therefore his." Konyev was not mollified. He said, "You would not have so quickly demanded communal responsibility, Arkady Vissarionovitch." He used the patronymic in a style long out of fashion in the Soviet Union, as though to emphasize the fact that Dezhnev was the son of a peasant, among whom only the style remained in fashion, "had we proved to be in the wrong capillary." Dezhnev's smile became an uncomfortable one, and his somewhat yellow upper incisors caught at his lower lip. Voronova said in her masterful contralto, cutting off any retort Dezhnev might have made, "And Shapirov, what of him?" "That," said Dezhnev, "has passed. An injection of some sort steadied the heartbeat." Konyev said, "Well then, are we ready to go?" "Yes," said Voronova. "In that case, out of the bloodstream at last." 51. Voronova and Kalinin were bent over their instruments. Morrison watched them for a few moments, but of course knew nothing of what was going on. He turned to Dezhnev, who sat in a relaxed position, unlike Konyev, whose body was tense, almost ridged with muscle, and said, "What will be done, Arkady? We can't very well just blast our way out of a blood vessel in the brain." "We'll sneak out once we're small enough. We're miniaturizing again. Look around you." Startled, Morrison did. He realized that every time the outside world seemed to stabilize, he quickly learned to take it for granted and to pay no attention to it. The current had picked up speed, or rather it hadn't, but the ship had shrunk in size once more, and objects moving by took correspondingly less time to pass, so that the mind, insisting on considering the ship's size unchanged, interpreted what was seen as a faster current. A red cell passed by, moving as it had, or seeming to move as it had, in the carotid artery, but despite its speed, it billowed past for a long time like a quivering whale passing a rowboat. It had grown faint indeed. It was almost transparent now, and its edge was fuzzy with Brownian motion. There was a grayish dimness about it, so that it looked like an angry thundercloud spreading its way over the heavens. It had lost most of its oxygen by this time, of course, giving it up to the avid brain cells which, without motion or visible signs of life, consumed 1/4 of all the oxygen carried by the blood to the various organs of the body. For all that the brain seemed to simply sit there, sense perception, response, and thought, all of it coordinated with a complexity that no human computer could come within an astronomical distance of duplication, might never duplicate, did not come cheap. To make up for the spreading of the red cells, the platelets, and the comparatively rare white cells that had grown into monsters that were now too large to grasp, the blood plasma was becoming far less featurelessly liquid. It had started to turn grainy, and now the grains were slowly expanding as they shot past with gradually increasing speed. Morrison knew he was looking at protein molecules, and after a while it seemed to him that through their whirling and flexing he could make out the helical arrangements of their atoms in a fuzzy manner. Some had a miniature forest of lipid molecules partially encasing them. He was becoming aware also of movement, not the tremble of Brownian motion, but a lurching that was becoming more pronounced. He turned his head to look out the other side of the capillary wall to which they were attached. The tiling was gone, or at least one tile, or cell, as he might as well think of it now, had expanded to the point where it was the only one to be seen. Slipping off behind was the bulge of the nucleus of the cell, large and thick and growing larger and thicker. The ship lurched as part of it slid away from the wall, and then lurched again as it slid back. "What's happening?" said Morrison, looking at Kalinin, who shook her head impatiently. She was totally absorbed in her work. Dezhnev said, "Sophia is trying to neutralize the ship's electric charge here and there so that it lets go before the tension damages the wall, and she has to find new areas of attachment to keep from losing the wall altogether. It's not easy, having to miniaturize and, at the same time, staying attached to the wall." Morrison said, alarmed, "How far will we miniaturize?" His words were overborne by Kalinin's shrill command. "Arkady, move it forward, gently. Just put forward pressure on the ship." "Yes, Sophia, but tell me when to stop." To Morrison he added, "My father used to say, between not enough and too much is a hair's breadth." "More, said Kalinin. "All right. Now we'll try." The ship seemed to stick and strain, and then it suddenly slid forward, and Morrison felt himself thrust gently back against his seat. "Good," said Kalinin. "Just a little less now." The cell came to an end. Beyond it was another cell. Thin cells, as cells went, a mere film of cells, fitted together to make a tiny tube, with the ship and its crew of 5 clinging to the inner surface by minute attractions of electric charge. The space between the adjoining cells seemed ropey, with cables stretching from inside one cell to the other. They were not all intact, and there were stumps visible like the remains of a felled forest. It seemed to Morrison that there were narrow gaps in that felled forest, but he couldn't see clearly from the angle at which he viewed them. He said again, "How far will we miniaturize, Arkady?" "Eventually to the size of a small organic molecule. But what would the chances be of spontaneous deminiaturization at that size?" "Appreciable," said Dezhnev. "Much more than it was when we were the size of a red corpuscle, or even of a blood platelet." "Still not enough to worry about," said Voronova. "I assure you." "Exactly," said Dezhnev, and raised his hand slightly with the first 2 fingers crossed, so that Morrison could just see it, and Voronova, farther back, could not. That American gesture had become universal, and Morrison, knowing exactly what it meant, felt himself growing cold inside. Dezhnev was looking straight ahead, but he might have sensed Morrison's grimace or heard his soft grunt. He said, "Don't worry about it, young Albert. It is always wise to have but one worry at a time, and right now let us worry about squeezing out of the blood vessel." "Sophia, my loved one." "Yes, Arkady," she said. "Weaken the field in the rear of the ship, and when I move, grope for one ahead." "I will do so, Arkady. Didn't your father once say, 'There is no point in trying to teach a thief to steal'?" "Yes, he did." "Steal, then, little thief, steal." Morrison wondered whether Dezhnev and Kalinin were deliberately being light-hearted in the face of the possibility of sudden death as a way of cheering him up, or were they showing contempt for his cowardice. He chose the former. Surely, when an action might equally well be interpreted as friendly or hostile, one might as well choose the friendly. Perhaps Dezhnev's father would have agreed. With that thought he felt cheered. The ship's rear seemed to be hanging loosely, and to remain several centimeters, several picometers in real measure, from the wall of the capillary. Morrison studied it closely and could see the serried ranks of protein and lipid molecules that made up that wall. He thought, "What are we doing ignoring this? Here is our opportunity to study tissues with greater precision than the best scanning electron microscope can, and to study them while alive, to see not only position but living change and motion. We have passed through the bloodstream and narrowed in on a capillary wall without looking at anything in any real scientific sense. We are only passing through with no more interest than we would show if we were in a subway barreling through an underground tunnel, all to study oscillations that might be produced by thought, and might not. The ship was inching along, an old word, thought Morrison suddenly, antedating the metric system, but he had never heard anyone say centimetering along, as though it were somehow feeling its way. Perhaps between Dezhnev's motors and Kalinyan's flickering electric fields, that was precisely what it was doing. "We're approaching the junction, little Sophia," said Dezhnev in a curiously tight voice. "Make sure your hold is firm in front while I move forward another meter or so." "I suspect from the appearance and electrical behavior," said Kalinyan, "that we have a clump of arginines toward the junction. That represents a strong region of positive charge, and I can handle that as smoothly as sour cream." But Voronova said sternly, "No overconfidence, Sophia. Keep a firm watch. If you miss and the ship tears loose, there will be much to do over." "Yes, Natalia," said Sophia, "but with all respect, the warning is not really needed." Dezhnev said, "Sophia, do exactly what I say. Keep only the prow of the ship attached to the wall, but strongly. Release everything else." "Done," said Sophia faintly. Morrison found himself holding his breath. The rear of the ship had spun away from the wall, but it held in front. The bloodstream caught the detached rear end and pushed the ship into a position at right angles to the current, while the capillary wall, where the ship still held, moved outward like a pimple. Morrison said tightly, "Watch out! We'll pull a section out of the wall." "Quiet, all!" thundered Dezhnev. Then, in an ordinary voice, "Sophia, I shall increase the engine push slowly. Get yourself in position to break all remaining attraction. The ship is to be entirely neutral, but not until I say so." Sophia cast a quick look toward Voronova, who said in her quiet way, "Do exactly as you're told, Sophia. For this, Arkady's word is absolute." Morrison imagined he felt the ship straining forward. The section of the capillary wall to which it was attached stretched farther and farther. Sophia said urgently, "Arkady, either the field will snap or the wall will." "Another moment, dear one, another moment. Now!" The wall snapped back, and the ship bounded forward in a great leap that rocked Morrison gently backward. The forward end of the ship buried itself in the cement stuff between the two cells of the capillary wall. 52. For the first time Morrison was aware of the laboring of the microfusion engines. There was a subliminal throbbing as the ship worked its way through the joint with what seemed increasing difficulty. There was nothing to see up ahead. The thickness of the capillary wall, very thin though it was in normal terms, was far thicker than the length of the ship. The ship was now totally immersed in the joint, and Dezhnev, beads of sweat on his forehead, turned his head and spoke to Voronova. "We're using up energy faster than we should," Voronova said. "Then stop the ship and let's consider." Dezhnev said, "If I do that, there is a chance that the natural elasticity of this material will pump us out of the joint and back into the bloodstream." "Slow the engines down, then. Choose a level that will be enough to keep us in place." The throbbing came to an end. Dezhnev said, "The joint is exerting considerable pressure on the ship." "Enough to crush us, Arkady?" "Not now, but who can say for the future if the pressure continues?" Morrison burst out, "This is ridiculous. Didn't someone say we're the size of a small organic molecule?" "We're the size of a glucose molecule," said Voronova, "which is made up of 24 atoms altogether." "Thank you," said Morrison freezingly, "but I know how many atoms there are in a glucose molecule. As it happens, small molecules drift through the capillary walls constantly by diffusion. Diffusion! That's the way the body works. Why aren't we diffusing through?" Voronova said, "Diffusion is a statistical proposition. There are 24 billion trillion glucose molecules in the bloodstream at any given time. They move around randomly, and some manage to hit in such places, and in such ways as to move through a joint, or to move into the membrane of a capillary wall cell, into the cell, and out the other side. A very small percentage succeed at any given second, but that is enough to ensure proper tissue functioning. However, by chance, a particular glucose molecule may remain in the bloodstream for a month without diffusing. Can we wait a month for a chance to do its work?" "That's no argument, Natalia," said Morrison impatiently. "Why don't we simply do deliberately what a real glucose molecule would do by chance, especially now, when we're part-way through the joint? Why are we stuck in position?" Konyev said, "I'm on Albert's side. Diffusion probably isn't a passive leakage. There's some sort of interaction between the diffusing object and the barrier through which the diffusion takes place. except that no one knows what the interaction might be exactly, especially here where we face the blood-brain barrier."
"We're here at the barrier," said Dezhnev. "You're the brain expert. Can you look around and tell us how this diffusion works?"
"No, I can't. But glucose is one molecule that gets through the blood-brain barrier easily. It must be because it is the brain's sole fuel for energy. The trouble is that while the ship is as small as a glucose molecule, it isn't a glucose molecule."
"Are you getting at something, Yuri?" said Voronova. "Or is this a lecture?"
"I'm getting at something. We had the ship become uncharged in order to lunge into the joint. But why leave it uncharged now? Can it be given the charge pattern of a glucose molecule? If so, it will be a glucose molecule as far as Shapirov's body is concerned. I suggest you order it done, Natalia."
Kalinin did not wait for the order. She said, "It is done, Natalia."
They each addressed Voronova, Morrison noted. Each still maintained the fiction of the other's non-existence. Dezhnev said, "And the joint's pressure decreases at once. It recognizes a friend, so it bows politely and steps aside. My father's mother, long may I keep her memory, would have cried out black magic, and at once would have hidden beneath the bed."
"Arkady," said Voronova, "increase the power of the engines and pass through before the joint notices that underneath the glucose pattern is something that is not glucose."
"Yes, Natalia," said Dezhnev.
Morrison said, "This one is yours, Yuri. Your suggestion was just right. In hindsight, I see that I should have thought of that too, but the fact is I didn't."
Konyev said gruffly, as though finding praise something he couldn't handle, "It was nothing. Since the brain lives on glucose, we got down to glucose size. Eventually, we would have had to have a glucose pattern, and as soon as you asked the question why we weren't diffusing when we should have been, I realized we needed the pattern already."
Dezhnev said, "Members of the expedition, we are through the joint. We are out of the bloodstream. We are in the brain."
53.
In the brain, thought Morrison, but not in a brain cell. So far they had only passed from the intercellular space between the cells of the capillary wall into the intercellular spaces of the brain, where the support structures existed that maintained the form and interrelationships of the nerve cells, or neurons. Remove them, and the cells would squash into amorphous masses, pulled together by gravity and unable to maintain any sensible function. It was a jungle, made up of thick, viny threads of collagen. This was the nearly universal animal connective protein that fulfilled the function of cellulose in plants, less cheaply, since it was protein rather than carbohydrate, but far more flexibly. Through the eye of ultra-miniaturization, these collagen threads, totally invisible without an electron microscope, looked like tree trunks leaning this way and that in a world in which gravity was of little importance. There were finer and still finer threads. Morrison knew that some of them might be elastin, and that the collagen itself might come in subtly different varieties. If he could see the whole in a wider view, from a less miniaturized standpoint, he would have been able to detect order and structure. At this level, however, it was chaotic. One couldn't even see far in any direction. The overlapping fibers blocked vision. Morrison became aware that the ship was moving very slowly. The four others were each staring around in wonder. Either they had not expected this, Morrison hadn't, for he had been too interested in the electrical properties of the brain to think much concerning its microanatomy, or if they had nevertheless failed to visualize it. Morrison said, "How do you expect to find your way to a neuron? Does anybody know?" Dezhnev was the first to answer. "The ship can only move straight ahead, so we move straight ahead until we get to a cell." "How do we move straight ahead through this jungle? If we can't steer the ship, how do we move around obstacles?" Dezhnev rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "We don't move around, we push around. The ship will move past one of those objects, and there will be more friction on the contact side than on the other, so our path bends like a comet rounding the sun." He smiled. "Cosmonauts do that when they use gravity to skim around a satellite or planet. We'll do it to skim around those things." Konyev said morosely, "Those things are collagen fibers." Morrison said, "Some of them are pretty thick. You won't always pass by. You'll hit one head-on and stay there, and if you can only move forward, what will you do?"
This ship was designed only for the bloodstream. We're helpless out of it, with nothing to carry us along."
Voronova interposed. "Arkady, you have 3 microfusion engines, and the jets, I know, are arranged at the rear at the apices of an equilateral triangle. Can you fire only one of them?"
"No. One contact controls all 3.
"Yes, Arkady, that is how it is now. But you designed the ship, and you know the details of its controls. Is there anything you can do to modify them so that you can fire them one at a time?"
Dezhnev took a deep breath. "Everyone told me over and over again that I must cut corners, that I must save the budget, that I must do nothing to irritate the bureaucrats.
Aside from that, Arkady, is there anything you can do?"
"Let me think. It means jury-rigging. It means finding something to make switches out of, an extra wire, and who knows if it will work or how long it will work if it does, and if we won't end up worse than we are. I see what you mean, though. If I can fire only one of the engines, it will set up an unbalanced thrust."
"You'll be able to steer, then, depending on which you fire."
"I'll try, Natalia." Morrison said angrily, "Why didn't you think of this when we were in the wrong capillary? It might have saved me the small trouble of nearly dying trying to turn the ship by hand." Dezhnev said, "If you hadn't so promptly suggested turning the ship by hand, we might have thought of it. But it wouldn't have been a good idea. Why not? We were in the current of the bloodstream. The ship is carefully streamlined to take advantage of it, and its surface is designed to allow water to flow past it without turbulence, which makes it all the harder to turn out of the current. It would have taken much longer than turning by hand, and very much more energy. The narrow confines of the capillary must be remembered, too. Here there is no current, and because we've been so miniaturized, there is a great deal of room."
"Enough," said Voronova. "Get to work, Arkady."
Dezhnev did so, rummaging through a tool chest, removing a cover plate, and studying the control details within, maintaining through it all a kind of incoherent muttering. Konyev, his hands clasped behind his neck, said, without turning, "Albert, tell us about those sensations you receive." "Sensations?" "You were telling us about them just before we got the news from the grotto that we were located in the correct capillary. I'm talking about the sensations you experienced when you were trying to analyze the thought waves."
"Ah," said Morrison, and caught Kalinyan's eye. Very slightly she shook her head. Very tentatively a warning finger crossed her lips.
Morrison said, "Nothing to tell. I had vague sensations I couldn't describe in any objective way. It could well have been my imagination. Certainly those whom I tried to tell about it were convinced it was." "And you never published anything about them?" "Never. I merely mentioned it in passing at conventions, and that was bad enough. If Shapirov and you heard of it, it was through word of mouth only. If I had published, that would have come as near to scientific suicide as I would ever want to be." "Too bad."
Morrison looked briefly toward Kalinyan. She had nodded very slightly, but said nothing. Clearly she couldn't say anything without being overheard by the entire ship. Morrison looked around carelessly. Dezhnev was lost in his work, clucking to himself. Konyev stared straight ahead, lost in whatever tortuous thoughts he happened to have. Voronova, behind Kalinyan, was studying the screen of her computer carefully and was making notes. Morrison did not try to read them. He could read English upside down, but he hadn't come to that pitch of ease with Russian. Only Kalinyan, to his left, was looking at him. Morrison pressed his lips together and then shifted his computer into a word-processing mode. It did not have a Cyrillic adjunct, but he spelled out the Russian words in phonetic Roman lettering. "What is wrong?" She hesitated, probably not very much at home in Roman. Then her own fingers flashed, and the neat Cyrillic on her screen read, "Don't trust him. Say nothing." It was erased at once. Morrison wrote, "Why?" Kalinyan said, "Not evil, but priority. Credit. Will do anything, anything, anything." The words were gone, and she looked away firmly. Morrison considered her thoughtfully. Was it only the vengefulness of a woman betrayed? It didn't matter in any case, for he had no intention of talking about anything that he hadn't already given away, either in a paper or by word of mouth. He himself was not evil, But where priority and credit were concerned, he might not do anything, but he would do a great deal. Still, there was nothing to be done at that moment. Or one thing, perhaps, which was completely aside from the point, but which was just beginning to occupy his mind to the exclusion of other things. He turned to Voronova, who was still staring at her instrument and tapping her fingers softly against the arm of her seat in thoughtful concentration. "Natalia?" "Yes, Albert." She did not look up. "I hate to introduce a note of ugly realism, but—" his voice lowered to near soundlessness. "I'm thinking of urinating." She looked up at him, a corner of her lips twitching very slightly, but avoiding the smile. She did not lower her voice. "Why think of it, Albert? Do it." Morrison felt like a little boy raising his hand for permission to leave the room. Unreasonably so, he knew. "I don't like to be the first." Voronova frowned, almost as though she were the teacher in the case. "That is quite silly, and in any case you are not. I have already taken care of such a need in myself." Then, with a faint shrug, "Tension tends to increase urgency, I have frequently found." Morrison had frequently found that, too. He whispered, "It's all very well for you. You're there in the back seat alone." And he nodded slightly in the direction of Sophia. "So?" Voronova shook her head. "Surely you don't wish me to improvise a curtain for you? Shall I place my hand over her eyes?" Kalinin looked in their direction in surprise. "She will ignore you, I'm sure, out of decency and out of a feeling that in short order she will wish you to ignore her." Morrison was keenly embarrassed, for Kalinin was now looking at him with obvious understanding. She said, "Come, Albert, I held you naked in my lap. What room need one make for modesty now?" Morrison smiled weakly and made a little thank-you gesture. He tried to remember how to manage the waist lid on his seat, but once he remembered, he found that it slid open with a small but definite click. Those irritating Soviets, backward always in small ways. It might easily have been designed to open noiselessly. He also managed to loosen the electrostatic seam along his crotch, and then found himself worrying whether he would manage to close it unobtrusively afterward. Morrison felt the current of air the moment the waist lid opened, and it felt uncomfortably cold against his bare skin. He sighed with a tremendous relief when he was done. Then he managed to close the seal along the crotch and sat there, panting. He realized that he must have been holding his breath. "Here," said Voronova brusquely. He stared for a moment at what she was holding, then recognized it as a small, sealed towel. He tore open the seal, found the towel within moistened and scented, and rubbed his hands with it. The Soviets were learning small elegances, obviously, or decadences, depending on whether finickiness or impatience won the battle for domination within you. And then Dezhnev's throaty voice sounded loudly, very loudly, in Morrison's ear after all the whispering he had been engaged in. "That's done now." "What's done?" asked Morrison angrily, automatically assuming the reference was to his bodily functions. "The individual firing of the motors," said Dezhnev, making a there-you-are gesture with both hands in the directions of the ship's controls. "I can fire any one, or two, or all three if I wish. Absolutely certain, I think." "Which is it, Arkady?" said Voronova waspishly. "Is it quite certain, or is it a matter of opinion?" "Both," said Dezhnev. "It is my opinion that I am absolutely certain. The trouble is that my opinion isn't always right. My father used to say—" "I think we ought to try it out," said Konyev, cutting off Dezhnev's father, perhaps in the full realization he was doing so. "Of course," said Dezhnev. "That goes without saying, but as my father used to say—" He raised his voice as though determined not to be again subverted. "The sure thing about anything that goes without saying is that someone is bound to say it. And you might as well know—" He paused momentarily, and Voronova said, "What might we as well know?" "Several things, Natasha," said Dezhnev. "In the first place, steering will take a lot of energy. I've done my best, but the ship is not designed for this. For another, well, I can't communicate with the grotto now." "Can't communicate?" said Kalinin, her voice rising to a near squeak in what was either surprise or indignation. Voronova's voice marked her as definitely indignant. "What do you mean we can't communicate?" "Come, Natasha, I can't wire up the motors separately without wires, can I? The best engineer in the world can't make wires out of nothing, and can't manufacture silicon chips out of nothing either. Something had to be dismantled, and the one thing I could dismantle without disabling the ship was communications.
I told them that out in the grotto, and there was a lot of shrieking and complaining, but how could they stop me? So, now we can steer, I think, and we can't communicate. I know. 54. There was silence as the ship began to move. The surroundings were utterly different now. In the bloodstream there had been a heaving medley of objects, some crawling ahead of the ship, some slowly drifting behind, depending on eddies and streamlining, Morrison supposed. There was the feeling of movement, if only because the markings on the walls, fatty plaques in the arteries, tiling in the capillaries, slipped steadily backward. Here, in intercellular space, however, there was stasis. No motion, no feeling of life. The tangle of collagen fibers seemed a forest primeval, built up of trunks only, without leaves, without color, without sound, without motion. Once the ship pushed forward through the viscous intercellular fluid, however, everything began to move backward. The ship slipped toward and through a V-shaped meeting of fibers, and as they passed through, Morrison had the plain impression of a loose spiral making its way upward along each collagen fiber, the spiral being more marked on the thinner of the two. Up ahead was a thicker fiber still, a monarch of the collagen jungle. "You'll have to turn, Arkady," said Konyev. "Now's the time to test it." "All right, but I'll have to lean over. I don't have the controls neatly at my fingertips. There's a limit to improvisation." He leaned forward, groping at a level about that of his calves. "I do not relish the thought of having to do this constantly. It is hard on a man of portly habit." "You mean a man who is fat," said Konyev, ill-naturedly. "You have let yourself go flabby, Arkady. You should lose weight." Dezhnev straightened up. "Very well. I will stop right now, go home, and begin to lose weight." "Is this a time you're going to lecture me?" "It is not a time for you to get emotional either, Arkady," said Voronova. "Steer." Dezhnev bent over, suppressing a grunt. Slowly the ship turned rightward in a gentle arc, or, to judge more literally by appearance, the thick collagen fiber drifted leftward as it approached, as did everything else. "You will hit it," said Konyev. "Turn more sharply." "It won't turn more sharply," said Dezhnev. "Each motor is only so far off-center, and I can't change that." "Well, then we will hit it," said Konyev, an edge of anxiety in his voice. "Then let us hit," said Voronova angrily. "Yuri, do not go into panic over inconsequentials. The ship is tough plastic. That fiber is undoubtedly rubbery." And as she spoke, the prow of the ship began to pass the collagen fiber, with little room to spare. Watching through the port side of the ship, it was clear that the broadening beam of the ship would make contact. When the fiber was nearly level with Kalinyan's seat, it happened. There was no scraping sound, only a very soft hiss could be detected. Not only was the fiber rubbery, as Voronova had said, so that it compressed slightly under the force of the collision, then rebounded, pushing the ship a trifle away, but the slimy intercellular fluid served as a cushion and a friction reducer. The ship continued to move and turned leftward in the direction of the fiber. Dezhnev said, "I shut off the motor as soon as I saw we were about to make contact. This leftward turn we're going through now is a friction turn." "Yes," said Konyev, "but what if you had wanted to turn in the other direction?" "Then I would have used the motor. Or considerably earlier in our progress I would have made a turn toward a graze with a fiber to the right. That fiber would have turned us rightward. The main thing in any case is to use the motors as little as possible and the fibers as much as possible. In the first place, we don't want to consume our supply of energy too rapidly. In the second place, the rapid output of energy increases the chances of spontaneous deminiaturization." "What?" cried Morrison. He turned to Voronova. "Is that true?" "It's not an important effect," said Voronova, "but it's true. The chances go up a bit. I should say that conservation is the more important of the two reasons for saving energy." But Morrison could not repress his anger. "Don't you see how ridiculous, no, criminal, this whole situation is? We're in a ship that simply isn't up to the task, and everything we do makes it worse." Voronova shook her head. "Albert, please. You know we have no choice." "Besides," said Dezhnev, grinning, "if we manage to do the job in this unsuitable ship, think how much more remarkable that will make us. We will be heroes, authentic heroes. We will surely get the Order of Lenin, each one of us. It will be a foregone conclusion. and if we fail it is comforting to think that we will be able to explain it as the ship's fault." "Yes, Soviet heroes, win or lose, all of you," said Morrison. "And what will I be?" Voronova said, "Remember, Albert, you will not be neglected if we succeed. The Order of Lenin has been given to foreigners on a number of occasions, including many Americans. Even if you should not want the honor for some reason, the success of your theories will be established, and you may receive a Nobel Prize before any of us do." "We're in no position to count our chickens," said Morrison. "I shall refrain from composing my Nobel acceptance speech for just a while, thank you."
"Actually," said Kalinin, "I wonder if we're in a position to reach a neuron."
"What's the difficulty?" asked Dezhnev. "We can move and steer, and we're outside the capillary and in the brain. Just out there is a neuron, any number of them, billions of them."
"Just out where?" Kalinin asked. "I don't see any neurons, just collagen fibers."
Dezhnev said, "How much of this intercellular fluid do you think there is?"
"A microscopic thickness," said Kalinin, "if we were normal in size. However, we're the size of a glucose molecule, and relative to ourselves, there may be a kilometer's distance or more to the nearest neuron."
"Well, then," said Dezhnev, "we'll move our ship a kilometer. It may take a little time, but it can be done."
"Yes, if we could move in a straight line, but we're in the middle of a dense jungle. We have to turn and twist around this fiber and that, and in the end we may travel 50 kilometers by our own measurement and find ourselves back at our starting point. We're just going to be blundering through a maze, and we won't reach a neuron except by sheerest accident."
"Yuri has a map," said Dezhnev, sounding a little nonplussed. "Yuri's cerebro-whatever." Konev, frowning, shook his head. "My cerebrograph shows me the circulatory network of the brain and the cell pattern, but I can't expand it to the point where it will indicate our position in the intercellular fluid, between cells. We don't know that sort of fine detail, and we can't get out of cerebrography any more than we can put into it." Morrison looked through the wall of the ship. In all directions the collagen fibers could be made out, overlapping and blocking them in. In no direction could the eyes see through them very far, and in no direction was there any sign of anything but fiber upon fiber. No nerve cells, no neurons. Chapter 13. Cell. The wall that says, "Welcome, stranger," has never been built. Dezhnev, Sr. 55. Voronova's nostrils flared slightly, and her dark eyebrows hunched together, but her voice remained calm. "Arkady," she said, "you will travel forward in as straight a line as possible. Curve to a minimum extent, and if you can, curve left and right alternately. And since we're in a three-dimensional situation, up and down alternately." "It would get confusing, Natasha," said Dezhnev.
"Of course it will, but perhaps it won't get completely confusing. We may not be able to travel ruler straight, but maybe we won't go in circles, spirals, or helices either, and sooner or later we should reach a cell."
"Perhaps," said Dezhnev, "if you deminiaturize the ship a little bit."
"No," said Voronova.
"Wait, Natasha, think about it. If we deminiaturize a bit, then there will be less space to travel. We grow larger, the space between blood vessel and neuron grows smaller." He made eloquent gestures with his hands. "You understand?"
"I understand, but the larger we get, Arkady, the more difficult it will be to pass between the fibers. The neurons of the brain are well protected. The brain is the only organ to be completely encased in bone, and the neurons themselves, which are the most irregular in the body, are well packed with intercellular material. Look for yourself. It's only if we're down to the size of a glucose molecule that we can make our way through and around the collagen without, perhaps, doing drastic damage to the brain." At this point Konev committed the unusual act of turning in his seat, looking upward as he turned to his left, so that his glance passed over Kalinin before meeting Voronova's eyes. He said, "I don't think we have to travel onward completely blind, completely at random." "How otherwise, Yuri?" asked Voronova. "Surely the neurons give themselves away. Each has nerve impulses running its length periodically and at very short intervals. That might be detected." Morrison frowned. "The neurons are insulated. The axons are, not the cell bodies." "But it is the axons where the nerve impulse is strongest." "No, it is the synapses where the nerve impulse may be strongest, and they are not insulated either."
The synapses ought to be sparking all the time, and you ought to be able to detect it." Morrison said, "We couldn't in the capillary. We were on the wrong side of the capillary wall at the time. Look, Albert, why are you arguing the matter? I'm asking you to try to detect brain waves. That's why you're here, isn't it?" "I was kidnapped," said Morrison violently. "That's why I'm here."
Voronova leaned forward. "Albert, whatever the reason, you're here, and Yuri's suggestion is a reasonable one. And, Yuri, must you always be confrontational?" Morrison found himself shaking with anger, and for a moment he wasn't sure why. Konyev's suggestion was indeed reasonable. Then it occurred to him that he was being asked to put his theories to the test under conditions which would allow him no escape. He was on the very border of a brain cell that was magnified with respect to himself to mountainous proportions. He might be asked next to make his test inside, actually inside, such a cell. And if he did, and if he failed, under what blanket of argument and excuse could he hide from the fact that his work was wrong, and had always been wrong? He was angry, surely, at being thrust into this uncomfortable corner by circumstance, and not at Konyev particularly. He was aware of Voronova waiting for him to say something, and of Konyev maintaining his incandescent stare. Morrison said, "If I detect signals, I will detect them from all sides. Except for the capillary we have just left, we're surrounded by uncounted numbers of neurons." "But some are closer than others," said Konyev, "and one or two would be closest of all. Can't you detect the direction from which the signals will be the strongest? We can home in on that signal." "My receiving device isn't equipped to determine directional signals." "Ah, then Americans, too, make use of devices that are equipped for specific purposes and do not prepare for emergency needs. It is not merely the ignorant Soviets who—" "Yuri," said Voronova sternly. Konyev swallowed. "I suppose you'll tell me I'm confrontational again. In that case, Natalia, you tell him to think of a way of devising something that will tell him the direction from which the strongest signals are coming." "Please, Albert, make the attempt," said Voronova. "If you fail, we shall just have to blunder our way through this collagen jungle and hope we come upon something before too long." "We're blundering onward even as we speak," put in Dezhnev almost cheerfully. "But I still see nothing." Still angry, Morrison activated his computer and put it into the brainwave reception mode. The screen flickered, but it was only noise, though the noise was more prominent than it had been within the capillary. Until now he had always used leads that involved micro-positioning inside a nerve. Where was he to put the leads now? He had no nerve to put them into, or rather he was already inside the brain, which made the whole matter of positioning anomalous. Perhaps, though, if he let the leads, made as stiff as possible, rise in the air and spread apart like a pair of antennae, they might play the part. At their present size the spread would be tiny and could scarcely be useful, but he doubled and redoubled the leads, and they stood up in long loops, looking very much like the insect antennae that had first given them their names. He then focused and sharpened reception as well as he could, and the flickering on the screen suddenly broke into deep, narrow waves, but only for a moment. Involuntarily he let out a cry. "What happened?" said Voronova, startled. "I received something. Just a flash. But it's gone. Try again." Morrison looked up. "Listen, all of you. Quiet. Working this thing is difficult, and I manage best when I can concentrate entirely. Understood? No noise, nothing." "What was it you received?" said Konyev softly. "What?" "Like a flash. You received something like a flash. May we know what it was?" "No, I don't know what I received. I want to listen again." He looked behind him to the left. "Natalia, I'm in no position to give orders, but you are. I am not to be disturbed by anyone, particularly by Yuri." "We will all be quiet," said Voronova. "Proceed, Albert. Yuri, not one word." Morrison looked sharply to his left, for there had been a soft touch on his hand. Kalinyin was looking at him keenly, and there was a small smile on her face. She mouthed words in an exaggerated fashion, and he managed to catch the Russian. "Pay no attention to him. Show him. Show him." Her eyes seemed to glitter. Morrison could not help but smile warmly in response. She might be motivated entirely by a desire for vengeance against the man who had abandoned her, but he enjoyed the look of assurance and faith that was present in her eyes. How long ago had it been since a woman had looked at him with pride and with trust in his abilities? How many years ago had it been since Brenda had lost hers? A spasm of self-pity shook him, and he had to wait for a moment. Back to the device. He tried to shut out the world, shut out his condition, think only of his computer, only of the tiny fluctuations in the electromagnetic field produced by the interchange of sodium and potassium ions across the neuronic membrane. The screen flashed again, steadied, and resolved into a pattern of low peaks and valleys. Carefully, barely daring to touch the keys, Morrison threw in an expansion directive. The peaks and valleys spread out, the edges sliding off the screen. On the single peak and valley left remaining, there was a fuzzy, smaller wiggle. "It's recording the waves," he thought, afraid to say so, afraid even to think it with any intensity, lest the slightest physical or mental effect suffice to blank it out. The minor wiggle, the skeptic waves, as he called them, went out of focus and back in, never quite sharpening. Morrison wasn't surprised. He might be detecting the fields of a number of cells that didn't quite duplicate each other. There was also the insulating effect of the plastic wall of the ship. There was the eternal shaking of Brownian motion. There might even be the interfering charge of atom groupings outside the miniaturization field. The wonder was that he had gotten waves at all. Slowly he made hand contact with the antennae, slid his fingers up and down, first one hand, then the other, then both in unison, then both in opposite directions. Then he bent the antennae gently, this way and that. There was sharpening and fuzzing of the skeptic waves, but he didn't know for certain exactly what he was doing that resulted in the sharpening. And then, at a certain point, the tiny waves sharpened acutely. A little to one direction and another they fuzzed, but in one particular direction they were sharp. He tried to keep his hands from trembling. "Arkady?" he said. "Yes, my American magician," said Dezhnev. "Curve left and a little upward. I don't want to talk too much." "I'll have to curve around the fibers." "Curve slowly. Too fast and I'll lose the focus." Morrison fought to keep his eyes from flickering leftward toward Kalinin. Just one look at her face and one inevitable thought of her prettiness would be distraction enough to fuzz out the screen. Even the thought of distraction was itself distracting enough for the thought wave to flicker. Dezhnev was curving the ship in the gentle arc that was all that the offset motors would manage, and slowly Morrison shifted the antennae to suit. Occasionally he muttered a brief, whispered direction. Up and right. Down. A little left. Finally he gasped, "Straight ahead." It should get easier, he thought, as they got closer, but he couldn't relax until a neuron was actually in sight. And through the obscuring collagen thicket, that was not likely to be until they were nearly on top of it. Concentrating on only one subject was as tiring as clenching a muscle and leaving it clenched. He had to introduce just a bit of quick variation. He had to think of something else, but something neutral, something that would, for a while, leave his mind unclenched. So he thought of his broken family because he had thought of them so often that the image had faded and lost effect somehow. It was a photograph that was growing bent and gray, and he could snap out of it quickly and return to the single-minded contemplation of the skeptic waves. Then, without warning and overwhelmingly, another thought invaded his mind. It was a sharp mental picture of Sofia Kalinin, looking younger, prettier, and happier than she had ever seemed to him in the short time he had known her. And with that picture came a tumbling of love and frustration and jealousy that left him weak. He had not been consciously aware of any of these feelings, but who knew what unconscious thoughts and emotions might be hidden there in his own brain cells? Kalinin? Did he feel that way about her? So quickly? Or was it the abnormal tensions of this fantastic voyage into the brain that had brought about fantastic responses? It was only then that he noticed the screen had fuzzed out completely. He was about to shout a warning to Dezhnev to stop the motors while he concentrated and tried to recapture the waves, when Dezhnev's voice boomed out. "There it is, Albert! You guided us to the cell like a bloodhound! Congratulations!" "Also," said Voronova, gazing at Konyev's lowering countenance,
Congratulations to Yuri for coming up with the idea and persuading Albert to make the effort.
Konyev's face relaxed, and Dezhnev said, "But now, how do we get inside?"
56.
Morrison stared at the vista ahead with interest. What he saw was a vast, ridged wall stretching up and down, right and left, as far as the ship's light made it possible to see. The ridges were themselves broken up into domes, so that on closer inspection the wall seemed to be a checkerboard with each square bulging outward. There were ragged extensions jutting outward between the bulges, like thick, short and branching ropes that gave the wall an appearance of being tattered. Morrison, with some effort, allowed for his own miniaturization, and grasped the fact that the bulges were the ends of molecules, of phospholipids, he assumed, that made up the cell membrane. He realized with some dismay just what it meant for the ship to be the size of a glucose molecule. The cell was an enormous object. By present ship measure, it must be many kilometers across. Konyev had been staring at the cell membrane also, but emerged from his thoughtful contemplation sooner than Morrison did.
"I am not sure," said Konyev, "that this is a brain cell, or at least a neuron."
"What else can it be?" said Dezhnev. "We're in the brain, and that's a cell."
Konyev made no visible attempt to smother the disgust in his expression as he said, "There is more than one kind of brain cell. The neuron is the important cell, the chief agent of the mind. There are 10 billion of them in the human brain. There are also some 10 times as many glial cells of several kinds which serve supporting and subsidiary functions. They are considerably smaller than the neurons. On the basis of chance, then, it is 10 to 1 that this is a glia. The thought waves are in the neurons."
Voronova said, "We can't be guided simply by chance, Yuri. Can you tell in some definitive way whether this is glia or a neuron without involving statistics?"
"Not just by looking at it now. From this size, all I see is a small section of a cell membrane, and in such a case one cell looks like another. We'll have to become larger and get a more panoramic view. I presume we can become larger now, Natalia. After all, we're through what you call the collagen jungle."
"We can deminiaturize, if necessary," said Voronova, "but increasing size is more tedious and risky than decreasing it. An increase means the generation of heat and must be done slowly. Is there any alternative?"
Konyev said tartly, "We might try Albert's instrument again. Albert, can you tell us if the skeptic waves you can detect are coming from straight ahead or from a slightly different direction?"
Morrison hesitated. Before his instrument had fuzzed out at a time just before the cell had been sighted, there had been the Kalinian vision, and he didn't want it back. It was too embarrassing, too upsetting. Surely, if his mind hid and suppressed emotions, it was because they were better hidden and suppressed. He said uncertainly, "I'm not sure." "Try it," said Konyev, and all 4 Soviets were now looking at Morrison earnestly. With an inward shrug, Morrison put his computer into action. After some consideration, he said, "I get the waves, Yuri, but not as strongly as I did on the way here." "Do they get stronger in another direction?" "Slightly, from a more upward direction, but I must warn you again that the directional abilities of my device are very primitive." "Yes, like this ship you complain about. Here is what it seems to me has happened, Natalia. Coming here, we were able to detect a neuron directly above the top of a glia that lay before it. When he saw the glia, Arkady naturally steered for it, and its bulk now masks the neuron, and we get the thought waves more dimly." "In that case," said Voronova, "we must go over the glia to the neuron." "And in that case," said Konyev, "I say again that we must deminiaturize. At our present glucose size, the distance we must pass in moving over the glia may well prove to be 100 or 150 kilometers. If we increase in length 10 times, say to the size and mass of a small protein molecule, we would reduce the apparent distance to merely 10 or 15 kilometers. Kalinin said in an abstracted voice, as though what she had to say bore no relationship to what had just been said, "We will have to be our present size to get into the neuron, Natalia."
And after a short pause, as though disengaging himself from the possibility of directly answering the remark, Konyev said, "Of course, once we reach the neuron, we readjust our size to whatever seems best."
Voronova sighed and seemed lost in her own thought. Konyev said with unaccustomed gentleness,
Natalia, we'll have to change size eventually. We can't stay glucose size forever.
I hate to deminiaturize oftener than I must, said Voronova.
But we must in this case, Natalia. We cannot spend hours cruising along a cell membrane, and deminiaturizing tenfold at this stage involved a very low absolute energy change.
Morrison said, Is it that starting the deminiaturizing process might initiate an uncontrolled and explosive continuation? Voronova said, There's nothing wrong with your intuition, Albert. Without knowing anything about miniaturization theory, you manage to grasp the point. Once started, it is safest to allow the deminiaturization to continue. Stopping it involves a certain risk.
So does remaining at glucose size for hours longer than we need, said Konyev.
True, said Voronova, nodding her head.
Dezhnev said, Shall we put it to a vote and come to a people's democratic decision?
At this, Voronova's head snapped up, and her dark eyes seemed to flash. Her heavy jaws set firmly, and she said, No, Arkady, it is my responsibility to make the decision, and I will increase the size of the ship. Then, abandoning the air of majesty, she said, Of course, you can wish me well.
Dezhnev said, And why not? It would be the same as wishing all of ourselves well.
Voronova bent over her controls, and Morrison grew quickly tired of trying to watch. He couldn't actually see what she was doing, wouldn't understand that she was doing if he did see it. And there was the mundane fact that his neck was beginning to ache with the effort to keep it turned. He looked forward and found Konyev peering at him over his shoulder.
About the skeptic wave detection, said Konyev.
What about the skeptic wave detection? Said Morrison.
When we were making our way to this cell through the collagen jungle?
Yes, what about it?
Did you get any images?
Morrison remembered that tearing vision of Sofia Kalinin. Nothing like it existed in his mind now. Even when he thought of it as it had then been, it now roused no response. Whatever it was in his mind, it seemed to have been reached only under the intense stimulation of concentrated skeptic waves, and whatever it was, he was not going to describe it to Konyev, or to anyone else for that matter. He temporized.
Why should I have sensed any images? Because you did on occasion when you analyzed skeptic waves at normal-size intensities?
You're assuming that analysis during miniaturization would produce greater intensities or possess greater image-producing powers.
It's a reasonable assumption. But did you or didn't you? The question doesn't involve theorizing. I'm asking about an observation. Did you get any images?
And Morrison sighed inwardly and said, No.
Konyev continued his sidewise peering, under which Morrison felt himself grow a little restless, and rather more than a little irate, then said softly, I did.
You did? Morrison's eyes widened in honest surprise. Then, more cautiously,
What did you sense? Not much, but I thought you might have gotten it more clearly. You are actually holding and manipulating your detector, and it is probably more adapted to your brain than mine.
Just what was it you got? Can you describe it at all?
A kind of flicker that moved into and out of awareness. It seemed to me that I saw 3 human figures, one larger than the others.
And what did you make of that?
Well, Shapirov had a daughter whom he adored, and she had 2 children whom he also adored. I imagine that in his coma he may have been thinking of them, or remembering them, or being under the delusion that he was seeing them. Who knows what goes on in a coma?
Do you know his daughter and his grandchildren? Did you recognize them?
I was seeing them, as it were, through translucent glass in the twilight. It was all I could do to sense 3 figures.
He sounded disappointed.
I had hoped you would see it more clearly.
Morrison, thinking hard, said,
I neither saw nor sensed anything like that.
Konyev said,
Of course, things should be sharper once we are inside a neuron. It is not images we must sense in any case. We want to hear words.
I've never heard words, said Morrison, shaking his head.
Of course not, said Konyev, since you worked with animals who don't use words.
True, said Morrison. Just the same, I once managed to run some tests on a human being, though I never reported it. I sensed no words then, or images either.
Konev shrugged it off. Morrison said, "You know, under the circumstances, it might be natural for Shapirov's mind to be full of family, if we accept your interpretation of what you thought you sensed. What would the chances be that he would be thinking of some esoteric extension of miniaturization mathematics? He was a physicist. Even his family came second to that. If we can sense words out of those skeptic waves, they'll be words dealing with physics. You think that, do you? I am positive." The two fell quiet, and for a few minutes there was no sound in the ship. Then Voronova said, "I've deminiaturized the ship to protein size, and I have brought the process to a halt." A moment passed, and then Dezhnev, with an unaccustomed tightness to his throaty voice, said, "Are things all right, Natasha?" Voronova said, "The mere fact that you can ask the question, Arkady, is an answer in the positive. Deminiaturization has stopped without incident." She smiled, but there was a definite trace of perspiration glistening at her hairline. 57. The surface of the glial cell still stretched out as far as the eye could see into the dimness beyond the reach of the ship's light, but it had changed in character. The domes and ridges had faded out into a fine texture. The ropes that had extended from between the domes had become threads nearly impossible to see as the ship sped along the surface. Morrison's attention was, for the most part, on his computer as he watched to see that the skeptic waves did not decline in intensity, but periodically he could not help but drift away from that and gaze at the panorama outside. Occasionally there would emerge from the surface of the cell the typical dendritic processes of a nerve cell, even one that was merely a subsidiary glial cell. They branched and sub-branched like a tree in winter, growing out of the cell membrane. Even at the new and larger size of the ship, the dendrites were large when they emerged from the cell. They were like tree trunks, which, however, narrowed rapidly and were clearly flexible. Lacking the rigidity of the cartilage fibers, they swayed in the eddies set up by the ship's progress through the extracellular fluid. They swayed, indeed, at the ship's approach, and Dezhnev rarely had to do anything to avoid them. They would bend out of line, and the ship would pass them safely. Collagen fibers were fewer in the immediate neighborhood of the cell, and thanks to the larger size of the ship, were much thinner and more fragile. On one occasion, Dezhnev either did not see one looming directly ahead of the ship or did not care that it was. The ship brushed past it in a way that brought it just outside Morrison's seat. He flinched at the grating collision, but the ship was in no way damaged. It was the collagen fiber that bent, then snapped and dangled free. Morrison's head turned, and his eyes followed the broken fiber for the second or so that it remained in view before floating away. Voronova must have seen it too, and watched Morrison's reaction, for she said, "There's no reason for concern. There are trillions of those fibers scattered through the brain, so that one more or less doesn't matter. Besides, they heal, even in a brain as badly damaged as poor Shapirov's." "I suppose so," said Morrison. "Yet I can't help but think we are crashing without any right through an infinitely delicate mechanism not meant for technological invasion." "I appreciate your feeling," said Voronova, "but hardly anything in the world seems to have been brought into being by geological and biological processes with any apparent prevision of human interference. Humanity does a great deal of wrong to Earth and to life, some of it wittingly. Incidentally, I'm thirsty. Are you?" "Definitely," said Morrison. "You'll find a cup in the little recess under your right armrest. Pass it back." She distributed water to all five, saying matter-of-factly, "There's no shortage of water, so if you want seconds, say so." Dezhnev looked at his cup distastefully while keeping one hand on the controls. He sniffed at it and said, "My father used to say there is no drink like pure water, provided one realizes that it is alcohol that is the purifying agent." "Yes, Arkady," said Voronova. "I am quite sure your father purified his water frequently, but here on the ship, with your hands on the controls, you will have your water unpurified." "We must all go through privations now and then," said Dezhnev, who then downed his water and made a face. It might have been the taste of the water that caused Kalinin to fumble between her legs. It took a moment for Morrison to realize that it was her turn to urinate, and he turned his head toward the window and waited to see if another collagen fiber might go flying. Voronova said, "I suppose, strictly speaking, it's lunchtime, but we can do without. Still—" "Still what?" asked Dezhnev. "A good plate of piping-hot borscht with sour cream?" Voronova said, "What I have smuggled in, against regulations, are bits of chocolate. High-calorie, zero-fiber." Kalinin, who had disposed of her small, damp paper towel and was shaking her hands to dry them, said, "It will rot our teeth." "Not immediately," said Voronova, "and you can rinse your mouth with a little water to reduce the sugar residue. Who wants one?" 4 hands went up. Kalinin's not the last. Morrison welcomed his gladly. He was fond of chocolate in any case, and sucked at it to make it last longer. The taste reminded him poignantly of his boyhood in the outskirts of Muncie. The chocolate was gone when Konyev said to Morrison in a low voice, "Have you sensed anything while we've been skimming past the glial cell?" "No," said Morrison. He hadn't. "Have you? I thought I did. The phrase, 'green fields,' crossed my mind." Morrison could not prevent himself from saying, and for a while remained lost in thought. "Well?" said Konyev. Morrison shrugged. "Phrases go through one's mind all the time. You hear something out of the corner of your ear, so to speak, and some time later it penetrates your consciousness, or some stream of consciousness, thoughts invade your mind, and one phrase surfaces. Or you can have an auditory hallucination of some sort." "It crossed my mind when I was looking at your instrument and concentrating." "You wanted to be aware of something, I suppose, and something promptly obliged by flitting through your mind in response. You get the same effect in dreams." "No, this was real." "How can you tell, Yuri?" "I didn't sense any such thing. Did anyone else sense it, do you suppose?" "They wouldn't. No one else was concentrating on your machine. Perhaps no one else in the ship had a brain sufficiently like yours to sense on your wavelength, so to speak." "You're just guessing. Besides, what does the phrase mean?" "Greenfields?" Shapirov had a house out in the country. He would remember the green fields." "He might have merely supplied the image. You would supply the words." Konyev frowned, paused a moment, then said in a clearly hostile manner, "Why are you so opposed to the possibility of getting a message?" Morrison allowed himself to be equally hostile. "Because I've been burned by reporting such sense perceptions. I've been ridiculed long enough, and I have become cautious. An image of a woman and 2 children doesn't tell us anything. Neither does a phrase like green fields. If you report it, how can you possibly tell it from a self-generated image or phrase? Now listen, Yuri, a hint, to be useful, must, however vaguely and indirectly, tie in with a quantum relativity relationship. That we can report. Anything less than that is not compelling. It won't force belief. It will only succeed in hurting us. I speak from experience." Konyev said, "What, then, if you succeed in hearing something vital, something that bears on our project? Will you perhaps keep it to yourself? Why should I? If I sense something in physics relating to miniaturization, I would lack the background to understand it, and keeping it to myself would get me nowhere. If some useful result is shared between us, this computer remains my machine, and it is activated by my theory. I am the one who will get the major share of the credit. I won't keep it to myself, Yuri. Both my self-interest and my honor as a scientist will keep me from doing that." "And what about you?" "Of course I'll share whatever I sense. I have been doing so just now. I don't mean green fields. That is nonsense. Suppose you sense something very significant, and I don't. Might it not occur to you that the knowledge would be a state secret, as miniaturization itself is? Would you then tell me that knowledge and risk the wrath of your Central Coordinating Committee?" They had been speaking in whispers, heads together, but Voronova's ears picked up the key word. "Politics, gentlemen?" she asked frostily. Konyev said, "We're discussing the possible uses of Albert's instrument, Natalia. If I learn something of importance from Shapirov's skeptic waves, and Albert does not, he thinks I will keep it from him under the excuse that it is a state secret." Voronova said, "It well may be." Konyev said mildly, "We need Albert's cooperation. It is his machine and his program, and I am sure he knows how to work it at less than perfect efficiency. If he is not completely assured of our honesty and goodwill, he may arrange to have us sense nothing. I am willing to share anything that I sense, if he will do the same."
"The committee may disapprove, as Albert himself pointed out," said Voronova.
"Let it. I don't concern myself with it," said Konyev.
"I'll prove I love you, Yuri," interposed Dezhnev with a chuckle. "I won't quote you."
Kalinin said, "Natalia, I agree that we should be honest with Albert, since we must ask him to be honest with us. Using his own device with which he has experience, he is far more likely to come up with something useful than we are. A policy of quid pro quo is likely to be far more to our advantage than to his. Isn't that so, Albert?"
Morrison nodded. "I've been thinking precisely that, and would have mentioned it if it looked as though you were going to tell me that it was against government policy to be honest with me."
Voronova said, "Well, let us await events." The tension died down. Morrison remained busy with his own thoughts, watching his machine only in abstraction. And then Dezhnev said, "There's another cell just ahead, a kilometre or two. It looks as though it might be larger than the one we've been passing. Is that a neuron, Yuri?"
Konyev, who seemed to have been in a brown study of his own, snapped to attention. "Albert, what does your machine say? Is that a neuron?"
Morrison was already handling his device.
"It must be," he said. "I've never seen the skeptic waves this sharp."
"Good," said Dezhnev. "Now what?"
58.
Kalinin looked thoughtfully at the cell surface below.
She said, "Natalia, we'll have to miniaturize to glucose size again. Arkady, get us in among the dendrites so that we can get down to the surface of the cell body."
Morrison watched the surface also. The dendrites were much more elaborate than those on the Glaya. The nearest one branched and branched again until it looked like a fuzzy frond vanishing beyond the reach of ship's light. Others, farther away, were fuzzier and smaller. Morrison suspected that the fuzziness was at least partly the result of Brownian motion. Surely there couldn't be much of that, however. Probably each final strand of the branchings, each twig, met a similar twig or some neighboring neuron to form that intimate near-touch called a synapse. The wavering of the twig would not be strong enough to break the contact, or the brain couldn't do its work. Dezhnev had the ship approach the surface of the cell body, slowly slithering past the nearest dendrite. He was learning to handle the unbalance of the individual engines with a certain finesse, Morrison thought. And as he did so, it seemed to Morrison that the surface of the neuron was changing character. Of course it had to, for the ship was miniaturizing again. The ridges in the cell surface were becoming more prominent and were dividing into domes. Between the phospholipid domes, the hairs were becoming ropier. Receptors, thought Morrison. Each one of them was designed to link on to a particular molecule that would be useful to the neuron, and certainly glucose would be the most useful of those. The downward change was considerably more rapid than the upward change. Absorbing energy was simple, while the energy release of deminiaturization was dangerous. Morrison understood that well by now. Kalinin said, frowning in concern,
"I don't know which receptors are for glucose, but a great many of them must be. Skim across them slowly, Arkady. Very slowly. If we're caught, I don't want to tear loose. Or to tear them loose, either."
"No problem, little Sophie," said Dezhnev. "If I shut off the motors, the ship stops at once. It can't push through the giant atoms that surround us at all easily. Too viscous. So I just give it a touch of energy, enough to shoulder our way past the molecules of water, and we'll tiptoe across the receptors."
"Through the tulips," said Morrison, looking at Konyev.
"What?" said Konyev, looking both annoyed and puzzled.
"It's a phrase that went through my head. There's an old show tune called Tiptoe Through the Tulips with Me. In English, the words are—" "What nonsense are you speaking?" snapped Konyev. "I'm trying to point out that whenever someone says tiptoe to me, I automatically hear the phrase through the tulips in my mind. If I happen to be concentrating on my computer when someone says tiptoe, I will still hear the phrase in my mind, and it will not mean that I am getting it from the skeptic waves on the computer. Do you take my meaning?" "You're talking emptily," said Konyev. "Leave me alone." But he looked shaken, Morrison thought. He had taken the meaning. They were now moving parallel to the surface of the neuron. The receptors were moving gently, and Morrison realized that he couldn't tell which were empty and which had attached themselves to some of the molecules moving through the extracellular fluid with them. He tried to concentrate on those molecules. There seemed to be glitterings in the fluid, which might have been the light of the ship's beacon reflected from molecules, but none of it showed up well. Even the surface of the cell membrane wasn't actually clear if you looked at it directly. It was more the surrealistic impression of a surface than an actual one. Too few photons were being reflected, and too few were reaching them on their small scale. Still, by the glitter, he could make out a kind of grittiness in the fluid they were passing through. Water molecules, surely, and among them, now and then, something wormy, twisting, turning, closing up, then opening again. The immediate neighborhood of the ship was, of course, within the miniaturization field, so that atoms and molecules of the standard size world were constantly shrinking as they entered, and expanding again as they left. The number of atoms doing so must be enormous, but the energy change that resulted, even totaled over that number, was small enough so that it did not drain the ship perceptibly, or bring about spontaneous deminiaturization, or do any damage. Or at least it seemed to do no damage. Morrison tried not to think about it. Voronova said, "I don't mean to question your abilities, Sophia, but please check and make sure the ship has the electrical pattern of glucose."
"I assure you it does," said Kalinin.
And as though to give notice that that was indeed so, the ship seemed to twist in mid-fluid, judging by the sudden shift in view through the walls. Under ordinary conditions, such a twist would have thrown every person on the ship hard against the wall or the seat arm. Mass and inertia, however, were at virtually zero, and there was only a faint swaying, hardly distinguishable from that which they associated with Brownian motion. Kalinin said, "We've attached ourselves to a glucose receptor."
"Good," said Dezhnev. "I've turned off the motor. Now, what do we do?"
"Nothing," said Kalinin. "We let the cell do its work, and we wait."
The receptor did not actually make contact with the ship. This was good, for had it come any closer it would have entered the miniaturization field, and its tip would have collapsed. As it was, there was a close meeting of electrical fields only, negative to positive and positive to negative. The attractions were not the full ionic attractions, but the lesser ones that resembled hydrogen bonds. It was enough to hold, but weak enough to allow the ship to pull away somewhat, as though it were connected to the receptor by rubber bands, rather than by grappling hooks. The receptor stretched the length of the ship and was irregular in outline, as though it were embracing a pattern of bulges along the plastic hull. The hull was smooth and featureless to the eye, of course, but Morrison was quite certain that there was an electric field that bulged in just the locations where the hydroxyl groups would be in the glucopyranose structure, the bulges taking on just the shapes they would in the natural molecule. Morrison looked out again. The receptor virtually blanked out vision on the side of the ship along which it lay. If he looked beyond the receptor, however, he could see a farther stretch of the neuron's surface, seemingly without end, for it vanished beyond the reach of the ship's light. The neuronic surface seemed to be heaving slightly, and he could see greater detail. Among the regular domes of the rank and file of phospholipid molecules, he caught occasional glimpses of an irregular mass, which he guessed to be a protein molecule that ran through the thickness of the cell membrane. It was to these molecules that the receptors were attached, which did not surprise Morrison. He knew that the receptors must be peptides, chains of amino acids. They were part of the thread of a protein backbone, sticking outward, each different receptor made up of different amino acids in a specific order, so designed as to possess an electric field pattern matching, in opposing attractions and physical shape, that of the molecule it was designed to pick up. Then, even as he watched, it seemed to him that the receptors were moving toward him. He could see them now in greater numbers, and could also see that those numbers were still increasing. The receptors and the protein molecules to which they were attached seemed to be swimming through the phospholipid molecules, with a film of cholesterol molecules underneath, Morrison knew, which opened before and closed behind. "Something's happening," said Morrison, as he felt the ship's own motion through the tiny drag of inertia that remained to them at their thoroughly negligible mass. 59. Konev said, "The surface is gathering us in." Dezhnev nodded.
"It looks like it's doing this."
He held up his thick and calloused hand, cupping it. "Exactly," said Konev. It will invaginate, making a deeper and deeper cup, narrowing the neck and finally closing it, and we will be inside the cell." He seemed quite calm about it. So was Morrison. They wanted to be inside the cell, and this was the way it was done. The receptors continued coming together, alongside each one of them some molecule, some real molecule, and in among them the feigning molecule of the ship. The cell's surface, like Dezhnev's cupped hand, closed upon them entirely and drew them in. "Now what?" said Dezhnev.
"We're in a vesicle inside the cell," said Kalinin. "It will grow more acid, and the receptor will then detach itself from us. It and all the receptors will then return to the cell membrane."
"And we?" persisted Dezhnev.
"Since we are recognized by our electric field as a glucose molecule," said Kalinin, "the cell will try to metabolize us, break us up into smaller fragments and extract energy from us."
Even as she spoke, the peptide receptor fell away, uncoiling. "Is that a good idea, having it metabolize us?" asked Dezhnev. "It won't," said Morrison. "We'll be attached to an appropriate enzyme molecule, which will find that we don't react as expected. We won't take on a phosphate group, so it will be helpless and will probably release us. We're not really a glucose molecule." "But if the enzyme molecule releases us, won't another enzyme molecule of the same type attach itself to us and try again, and so on indefinitely?"
"Now that you mention it," said Morrison, rubbing his chin and absently noticing the bristles grown since his morning shave, "it may be that the first molecules won't let us go, I suppose, if we won't do the expected."
"A fine situation," said Dezhnev indignantly, slipping into his local dialect of Russian, as he always seemed to do when excited, and which Morrison always had a bit of difficulty in following. "The best we can expect is that an enzyme molecule either holds us forever all by himself or holds us forever in a relay race, as we pass from one enzyme to another indefinitely. My father used to say, to be saved from the jaws of a wolf by a hungry bear is no great cause for gratitude."
"Please notice," said Kalinin, "that no enzyme molecule has attached itself to us."
"Why is that?" asked Morrison, who had indeed noticed that.
"Because of a slight change in electric charge pattern. We had to mimic a glucose molecule to get into the cell, but once in, we don't have to be one any more. In fact, we must mimic something else."
Voronova leaned forward.
"Won't any molecule we mimic be liable to metabolic change, Sophia?" "Actually, no, Natalia," said Kalinin. "Glucose, or any other simple sugar in the body, belongs to a certain molecular configuration, so that we call it D-glucose. I've simply altered the pattern to its mirror image. We have become L-glucose, and there isn't an enzyme that will touch us now, any more than any of us are likely to put a right shoe on a left foot. Now we can move about freely."
The vesicle which had formed on their introduction to the cellular interior had broken up, and Morrison gave up as hopeless any attempt to follow what was going on. Fragments around him were enveloped by much larger enzyme molecules that seemed to embrace them and then relax. Presumably, an altered victim of the enzymatic squeeze was set free to be embraced again by another enzyme. It was all happening at once, and Morrison knew this was only the anaerobic portion of the process, in which no molecular oxygen was used. It would end by breaking up the glucose molecule with its 6 carbon atoms into 2 3-carbon fragments. A little energy would be produced in this fashion, and the fragments would be shunted to the mitochondria for the completion of the process with the use of oxygen, a process in which the universal energy transfer molecule, adenosine triphosphate, or ATP for short, would be invested in order to get things started, and, in the end, be produced once more in quantities substantially greater than the investment. Morrison felt the urge to drop everything and to find a way into a mitochondrion, the small energy factory of the cell. After all, the fine details of mitochondrial processes had still not been worked out. But then he pulled away almost angrily at the thought. The skeptic waves came first. He shouted that to himself as though trying to force a realization of priorities onto an overly curious brain that was threatening to diffuse its interests. Apparently the same thought occurred to Konyev, for he said, "We're finally inside the neuron, Albert. Let's not be tourists. What do you find in the way of skeptic waves now?" Chapter 14.
Axon. Those who say a penny for your thoughts are usually being overgenerous. Dezhnev, Sr. 60. Morrison bristled at Konyev's order. It had definitely been that. He indicated his resentment by refusing to respond at all for a while. He continued to stare out into the interior of the neuron and could distinguish nothing he recognized. He could see fibers, convoluted plates, hulks of uncertain size and of no clear shape. What's more, he had a strong feeling that there was a skeletal presence in the cell that held the larger objects, the organelles, in place, but that the ship was slipping past it all too quickly, as though it were in a river racing downstream. The feeling of motion was far stronger here than in the bloodstream, for though there were small objects, debris, that moved along with them, there were larger objects that apparently remained in place, and that they passed rapidly. Finally Morrison said, "Look, Yuri, we're moving so quickly that the motion is likely to distort the skeptic waves badly." Konyev snarled. "Are you mad? We're not moving quickly at all. We're just drifting with the intracellular stream that serves to make certain that the small molecules are all made available to the organelle structure of the cell. The movement is very slow on the normal scale. It seems fast only on our miniaturized scale. Do I have to teach you cellular physiology?" Morrison bit his lips. Of course. He had again forgotten how miniaturization distorted his perception, and again Konyev was completely right. "It might be better, though," said Morrison, fighting for self-respect, "if we changed back to D-glucose and allowed an enzyme to snatch us up. The combined size would slow us down and make it easier to pick up the waves." "We don't have to slow down. The nerve impulse travels at a minimum of 2 meters per second in real velocity, and in apparent velocity at our size, that's about 70 times the real speed of light. As compared with that, our speed, however great it seems, is trivial. Even if we are moving at the apparent speed of a rocket ship, to the nerve impulse we seem virtually motionless." Morrison lifted his arm in surrender and felt furious with Konyev. There was such a thing as being too right. He cast a quick sidewise glance at Kalinin with the uncomfortable feeling that she would be showing her contempt. She met his glance soberly and with no trace of a sneer. In fact, her shoulders lifted slightly as though to say, Morrison imagined, "What do you expect of a savage?" Voronova, Morrison glanced over his left shoulder, seemed oblivious to the exchange. She was busy with her instrument, and Morrison wondered what she could be so intent on, considering that the ship's engines were off and they were merely drifting with the current. As for Dezhnev, with the engines off, he was the one crew member who, in truth, had nothing to do at the moment, except to keep half an eye at the material up ahead in case of an unexpected emergency. He said, "Come, Albert, study the skeptic waves and give us some answers. Then we can leave this place. It's extremely exciting being inside a cell for those who like it, but already I am quite certain I have seen enough. My father used to say the most exciting part of any trip is reaching home again." Voronova said, "Arkady." "Yes, Natasha." "Save a few words for tomorrow." Morrison noticed the trace of a smile on her lips. "Certainly, Natasha. I suspect an attempt at sarcasm, but I shall do as you say." And though he snapped his mouth shut with an exaggerated click of his teeth, he began to hum very quietly to himself, a tune in the minor mode. Morrison felt a little astonished. They had been in the ship now for a little less than 5 hours, but it felt the equivalent number of days, perhaps years. Yet, unlike Arkady, and despite his earlier feelings of terror, he was not ready to leave Shapirov's body. He felt a strong urge to explore the cell, and his thoughts rested on the possibility. Kalinin must have been thinking along similar lines, for she said in a soft, introspective tone, "What a shame to be the first people inside the most complex of all living cells, and to do nothing at all about investigating it properly." "That is exactly—" began Morrison, then thought better of it and let the words dangle. Konyev swung his arm as though he were driving off hordes of insects. "I can't understand this. We are in the cell, and we came here for a specific purpose. Albert, focus on the skeptic waves." "I am doing so," said Morrison sharply. "In fact, I have done so. Look." Konyev twisted his head, then unclasped himself so that he could turn around and peer over the back of a seat. He stared at Morrison's small screen and said, "The waves seem sharper.
They are sharper. They're more intense, and they show finer oscillations than I've ever seen. Come to think of it, I wonder how fine they can get. Sooner or later, an oscillation, if fine enough, will represent the wobbling of a single electron, and then we have to take into account the uncertainty principle. You forget? We're miniaturized, and Planck's constant is 9 orders of magnitude smaller for us than it is under standard conditions. You forget, protested Morrison, eager to catch the other in a misstep this time, that the waves are reduced by that much before they reach us. Those waves are exactly where they should be relative to the uncertainty principle, therefore. Konev hesitated a bare moment. It doesn't matter. We're looking at something now, and there's no perceptible uncertainty blurring. What does it mean? It supports my theory, said Morrison. This is exactly what I ought to see inside a cell if my interpretation of skeptic wave activity is correct. That's not what I mean. We began with the assumption that your theory was correct. Now it's no longer an assumption, it's a demonstrated fact, and I congratulate you, but what does it mean? What do those skeptic waves show Shapirov to be thinking? Morrison shook his head. I have no data, zero data, on the correlation of such waves and specific thoughts. It would take years to gather such a correlation, if it could be done at all. But perhaps the skeptic waves, when this clear and intense, produce an inductive effect on your brain. Are you getting any of your famous images? Morrison thought for a moment, then shook his head. None. From behind him came a quiet voice. I'm getting something, Albert. Morrison turned. You, Natalia? Yes, it's odd, but I am. Konev demanded. What are you getting, Natalia? Voronova hesitated, concentrating. Curiosity. Well, it's not exactly an image of anything. Just an impression. I feel curiosity. And so you might, said Morrison. It needs no impression from outside to produce such a feeling under these circumstances. No. I know what my own thoughts and impressions are like. This is imposed from outside. Morrison said, Do you feel it right now? Yes. It comes and goes a little, but I feel it right now. All right. What about now? Voronova looked surprised. It stopped suddenly. Did you turn off your machine? I turned it down. Now, you tell me when you feel the sensation and when you don't. He turned to look at Kalinin, intending to tell her to say or do nothing that would indicate when he turned the machine down or up, but she was staring out of the cell, obviously lost in the marvel of watching the interior of a neuron. He wondered if, at the moment, she heard or cared what was going on. He turned away and said, Natalia, close your eyes and concentrate. Just say, on, when you get the sensation, and off when you don't. For several minutes she complied with his suggestion. Morrison said to Konev, Does the machine make a noise when it is turned down or up? Is there anything you can hear or sense? Konev shook his head. I'm not aware of anything. Then there's no mistake. She's getting the sensation only when the machine is on. Dezhnev, who, unlike Kalinin, had followed everything, said, But why? His eyes narrowed. The brain waves are there, whether your machine detects them or not. She should get the feeling of curiosity all the time. No, said Morrison. My device filters out all the components but the actual skeptic waves. Without the machine, she just gets a confused mass of sensations, responses, correlations, and miscellany of all kinds. With the machine, she gets only the skeptic waves, which further demonstrates the usefulness of my theory. I don't get anything at all, said Dezhnev, frowning. Doesn't that destroy your theory? Morrison shrugged. Brains are complicated mechanisms. Natalia gets it. You don't. For that matter, neither do I. Maybe this particular skeptic wave component fits something in Natalia's brain, not in ours. I'm not going to be able to explain everything at once. Do you get anything, Konev? No, he answered, as discontented as Dezhnev had been. Yet I obtained impressions when we were outside the neuron. Morrison shook his head and said nothing. Konev burst out, Can't you get anything but just a vague feeling of curiosity, Natalia? Voronova said, No, Yuri, I can't. Not at this moment. But you remember Pyotr Shapirov? He was curious about everything. I remember, but that doesn't help. Albert, in what direction are we moving?
Albert said. "Downstream. It's the only direction in which we can move." "No, no." Then in sudden anger, "Is that a joke? Are you trying to be funny?"
Morrison said, "Not at all. You asked in what direction we were going. What other answer could I have given you? Surely the compass directions have no meaning here." Konev said, "All right, sorry. The stream goes this way here. On the other side of the cell it goes the other way. It's a circulation. But the nerve impulse goes one way only, from the dendrites to the axon. Are we on the side of the cell that's taking us in the same direction as the nerve impulse, or in the other direction?" "Does it matter?" said Morrison. "I think it does. Can your device tell you in which direction the impulse is traveling?" "Yes, certainly. There should be a slight shift in the shape of the waves, depending on whether they are meeting the device head-on or from the rear." "And?" "And we're moving in the direction of the impulse." "Good! A stroke of luck. We're heading for the axon, then." "So it would seem." Voronova said, "And if we are heading for the axon?" Konev said, "Natalia, think. The skeptic waves travel along the surface of the cell. The cell here is wide and relatively large. The skeptic waves spread out over a large surface and are weakened in intensity. As the cell approaches the axon, it narrows. The axon itself is long, a very long tube compared to the cell, and very narrow. The waves must concentrate enormously as they race along that tube, and they must grow more intense. What's more, the axon is insulated by a thick myelin sheath, so that the wave energy will not be lost to the outside, but will be kept tightly within the axon." Voronova said, "You think, then, that we can receive more effectively in the axon?" "Much more effectively. If you can detect curiosity now, it should be overwhelming in the axon. And you might be able to detect what Shapirov is curious about." "It may turn out to be totally unimportant," said Morrison thoughtfully. "What if he's curious about why he should be lying there and not moving?" "No," said Konev sharply. "That would not interest him. I knew Shapirov well. You didn't." Morrison nodded. "That's true enough." "All his waking time was consumed with the miniaturization process," said Konev. "All his dreams, too, I suspect. And toward the end, in the last few weeks before the accident took place, he was working, thinking, dreaming of the connection between quantum and relativity, thinking of how to make miniaturization and deminiaturization energy-free and stable." "Surely," said Morrison, "if that were the case, he must have given some hints as to some of the details of his thinking." "No, he was a child in some ways. We knew what he was thinking of, but not whether he was making progress or in what direction. What he loved to do was to present it to us whole, complete. Remember, Natalia, how he loved to do that? He did that with miniaturization itself. When he finally wrote his paper, it was a young book," Morrison said casually. "Where was it published?" Konev sneered. "You know it wasn't published. It had a limited circulation to those who had to know. It's nowhere where you're likely ever to see it." Voronova said, "Yuri, don't be needlessly insulting. Albert is a fellow crew member and a guest. He is not to be treated as a spy." Konev said, "If you say so, Natalia. Nevertheless, if Shapirov is curious, so intensely curious that Natalia gets that message, it can be only about the quantum relativity connection. If we can get some details about that, any details at all, we'll have a starting point and can continue." "And you think we'll get those details in the axon?" "Yes, I'm sure of it." Konev clenched both fists as though preparing to get a stranglehold on the facts. Morrison looked away. He was not sure of it. Increasingly it was beginning to look to him as though matters were moving in another direction altogether, and that was just as well. He tried not to show it, but he was as excited as Konev was. 61. Dim objects to either side loomed up ahead, drifted to one side, left or right, and fell behind. Ribosomes? Golgi apparatus? Fibrils of one sort or another? Morrison could not tell. From the vantage point of small molecule size, nothing, not even the sharpest, most familiar intracellular object, would look familiar, let alone recognizable. They were racing through a strange land of indefiniteness, and Morrison could not, no matter how he tried, picture his surroundings as those with which he was familiar from electron micrography. He wondered if, somewhere beyond where the light of the ship's beam extended, there would be the endless volume of the cell's nucleus. Imagine being within sub-microscopic distance of it, and yet never seeing it. He concentrated on the immediate surroundings. It seemed to him, once again, that he ought to make out the water molecules that made up 98% of all the molecules in the cell, that huge percentage being the direct consequence of the fact that they were just about the smallest molecules there. He could not be sure. Focus his eyes though he did, and as tightly as he could, what he saw was only a faint glitter, a photon perhaps, bouncing off such a molecule and flashing back toward his eye. At best he would only see one or two from any given water molecule. He was suddenly aware of Kalinyan's head bending toward his. Her hair brushed his face, and he noticed, as he had once or twice before, the fresh scent of her shampoo. She said, "This is terrible, Albert." Her breath was a little strong, and Morrison flinched before he could stop himself. She noticed, for her fingers came up sharply, covering her mouth, and she mumbled, "I'm sorry." Morrison shook his head slightly. "My own breath isn't exactly a bed of roses. Tension, nothing much to eat. A drink of water might help, Natalia." One drink set off everybody, of course, in a chain reaction. Kalinyan fingered a small white pellet. "Peppermint drop?" Morrison held out his hand and smiled. "Is it permitted?" Kalinyan's eye flickered back toward Boranova, and she gave a "who cares" shrug. Having passed the drop to Morrison, Sophia popped another in her mouth. Then she said again, "This is terrible, Albert." "What is, Sophia?" "How can we pass through this cell without examining it in detail?" "We have a specific mission." "Yes, but no one may be back within a brain cell for many years. Perhaps never. When in the future someone will read that this ship and this crew merely raced through, looking neither to right or left, what barbarians they will think we must have been." She was whispering very softly, and their heads were bent close together. Morrison found himself rather enjoying it. Had he grown so calloused to the threat of the situation, the constant skirting along the edge of the abyss of spontaneous deminiaturization, the possibility of split-second death at any moment, that he could take joy from the trivial fact that his lips were so close to the pretty face of a woman? Well, why quarrel with that? Let the nearness anesthetize him so that he might for a moment forget. Morrison remembered the sharp image he had had so brief a time before of a happy, smiling, beautiful girl. He had not recognized the thought as his own, so unexpectedly had it come out of nowhere, and it didn't return, even now. But he remembered it distinctly, and the memory squeezed at his heart with a warm feeling. He had the momentary impulse to kiss her lightly, just a touch upon the cheekbone with his lips, and fought it down. If she decided to take it amiss, he would feel like an incredible fool. Morrison said gently, "The people of the future will know we have a mission. They will understand." "I wonder," Sophia said, then paused and sent a quick and almost fearful look in the direction of Konyev, who, as always, sat stiff and detached at any sign of speech or even motion from Kalinyan. She turned to her computer, switched it to the word processor mode, and tapped out in rapid Russian, "Yuri is a fanatic who sacrifices everything to his mania. There is no chance of reading thoughts, but he persuades everyone." She blanked it, then tapped out, "We are his victims," and blanked it at once. "For we read I," thought Morrison sadly. He looked at his own instrument hesitantly. It seemed to him that the thought waves, which he had dimmed to low, were growing more intense. Morrison looked out, as though he might be able to tell just how near the Axon they now were, but, of course, there was no way of knowing. He blanked the radiation, switched to word processing, and printed out in Roman-lettered Russian, "He, too, is his victim." Kalinyan at once printed savagely, "No, I don't believe people are their own victims." Morrison thought sadly of his one-time wife, his 2 children, his own inability to present his theory persuasively or, alternatively, to walk away from it, and tapped out, "I believe we are each of us more a victim of ourselves than of anyone else," and returned it quickly to the thought-wave mode. He sucked in his breath sharply. The waves on his screen had risen high in intensity despite the fact that the device was still at low. Morrison opened his mouth to comment on the fact, but Dezhnev made that unnecessary. "Yuri," he said, "the cell membrane is curving in, and we're curving in with it." That would account for it, thought Morrison. The cell was narrowing in toward the axon, and the skeptic waves were being enormously concentrated. His device, having filtered out everything else, would radiate the wave function of the skeptic waves throughout the interior of the ship. And with what results? Konev said with delight, "We'll see what happens now. Albert, keep your machine working at top intensity." Voronova said, "I hope that whatever happens gives us our answer, or at least a start to our answer. I have grown tired waiting." "I don't blame you," said Dezhnev. "As my father used to say, the longer it takes to get to a point, the blunter it turns out to be." It seemed to Morrison that every line of Konev's stiff body now betokened excitement and expectant triumph. But Morrison did not join in that expectation. 62. Morrison stared outward. They were well into the axon now, and being carried along it by the fluid stream within the cell. In the real world, the axon was an excessively thin fiber, but in the micro-miniaturized world of the ship, it might be the equivalent of 100 kilometers across. As for its length, it was much, much longer than the cell itself. Going from one end to the other of the axon might very well be the equivalent of a trip from the Earth to the Moon and back, a couple of dozen times over. On the other hand, their apparent speed on the micro-miniaturized scale must seem, to themselves, to be a respectable fraction of the speed of light. There was no indication of that incredibly rapid speed, however. The ship was moving with the current, and there was far less in the way of macromolecules or organelles in the axon than there had been in the cell body. If there were structural fibers withstanding the current and remaining motionless with respect to the cell membrane, the current swept them past those too rapidly for them to be visible, even if a sizable number of photons were reflected from them, which of course they were not. So he gave up. There was nothing to look at outside. He ought in any case to be looking at his screen. The skeptic waves were becoming even more intense, he could see. It had grown difficult to wipe out the non-skeptic material. It was so strong that it flooded the computer's receiving capacity. What's more, the tight, elaborate vibration of the skeptic waves had become a series of irregular spikes. Even at full expansion it was clear he wasn't getting all the detail that existed. Morrison had a clear vision of the necessity of a laser printout clear enough to be placed under a microscope. Konev had unclasped himself and had half-lifted himself over the back of a seat so that he might stare at the screen. He said, "I haven't seen it like that before." Morrison replied, "Nor have I, and I have been studying skeptic waves for nearly 20 years. Nothing like this." "I was right, then, about the axon?" "Absolutely, Yuri. The waves have concentrated themselves beautifully." "And the meaning, then?" Morrison spread out his hands helplessly. "There you have me. Since I have never seen anything like this, I obviously can't interpret it." "No, no," said Konev impatiently. "You keep concentrating on the screen, and I keep thinking about induction. Our own minds are the true receptors by way of your machine. What do you receive? Images? Words?" "Nothing," said Morrison. "That's impossible." "Are you getting anything? It's your machine, adjusted to you. You've had images before, Yuri." Dezhnev's voice broke in dryly. "My father used to say, if you want to hear, you must begin by listening." Voronova said, "Dezhnev Sr. is correct. We can receive nothing if we fill our minds with contention and shouts." Konev drew a deep breath and said with a softness that was most uncharacteristic of him, "Very well, then, let us concentrate." An unnatural quiet fell over the ship's crew. Then Kalinin said, breaking the silence rather timidly, "There is no time." "No time for what, Sophia?" said Voronova. "I mean, that's the phrase I sensed. There is no time." Morrison said, "Are you saying that you received it from Shapirov's skeptic waves?" "I don't know. Is that possible?"
Voronova said, "A moment before I had the same thought. It occurred to me that a better way of tackling the problem might be to study the recorded skeptic waves on the screen and to wait for sudden changes. It might be the change of pattern, rather than the pattern itself, that would produce an image. But then I thought that the waiting might be an enormously long-drawn-out affair, and for that we lacked the time."
"In other words," said Morrison, "you thought there is no time."
"Yes," said Voronova, "but it was my own thought."
"How can you know, Natalia?" said Morrison.
"I know my own thoughts."
"You also know your own dreams, but sometimes dreams arise out of external stimuli. Suppose you receive the thought, 'there is no time.' Because you are not accustomed to receiving thoughts, you quickly build up a line of free association that makes it reasonable for you to feel that you have had the thought yourself."
"That may be so, but how does one tell, Albert?"
"I'm not sure, but Sophia apparently sensed the same phrase, and we might ask if she were thinking something independently that would give rise to the phrase as a matter of course."
"No, I was not," said Kalinyin. "I was trying to keep my mind empty. It just came in."
"I didn't sense anything," said Morrison. "How about you, Yuri?"
Konyev shook his head, frowning ferociously at his failure.
"No, I didn't."
"In any case," said Morrison thoughtfully,
"it didn't mean anything. Natalia felt it might be an idle thought that arose out of a series of previous thoughts in a natural way, and with none but the most superficial meaning. Even if the thought had arisen in Shapirov's mind, it might be equally superficial there." "Perhaps," said Konyev, "but perhaps not. His whole life and mind were bound up in the problems of miniaturization. He would be thinking of nothing else." "You keep saying that," said Morrison, "but actually that is romantic nonsense. No one thinks of nothing else. The most lovesick Romeo in history could not concentrate on his Juliet forever. A twinge of colic, a distant sound, and he would be distracted at once. Nevertheless, we must take anything Shapirov says as possibly significant."
"Possibly," said Morrison. "But what if he were trying to work out the extension of the miniaturization theory, and decided to moan he had no time, that there was insufficient time to complete his work?" Konyev shook his head, more, it seemed, to brush off distraction than in a clear negative. He said,
"How about this? What if it seemed to Shapirov that any miniaturization that involved an increase in the speed of light proportional to the decrease in Planck's constant would involve a change that was instantaneous, that took no time? And of course, as the speed of light increased vastly, so would the inevitable speed of a massless, or nearly massless, object. He would, in effect, abolish time, and could say to himself, proudly, 'There is no time.'"
Voronova said, "Very far-fetched."
"Of course," said Konyev. "But we're thinking about. We must record every impression we get, however dim, however apparently meaningless."
"I plan to do precisely that, Yuri," said Voronova.
Konyev said, "Then, quiet again. Let's see if we can get anything more."
Morrison concentrated fiercely, his eyes half buried under jutting eyebrows, but those same eyes were fixed on Konyev, who sighed and said in a whisper, "I get something over and over. Nu times C equals M sub S."
Morrison said, "I got that too, but I thought it was M times C square."
"No," said Konyev tightly.
"Try again."
Morrison concentrated, then, quite abashed, said, "You're right. I get it too. Nu times C equals M sub S. What does it mean?"
"Who can say at first glance?
However, if this is in Shapirov's mind, it means something. We can assume that nu is radiational frequency, c the speed of light, and m sub s is the standard mass, that is, the mass at rest under ordinary conditions. In the light of—" Voronova's arms lifted with an admonitory forefinger upraised. Konyev stopped short and said uncomfortably, "But that is neither here nor there." Morrison grinned. "Classified material, eh, Yuri?" And then Dezhnev's voice sounded with an unaccustomed petulance to it. "How is it," he said, "that you are hearing all these things about time and standard mass and what not, and I sense nothing? Is it that I am not a scientist?" Morrison said, "I doubt that has anything to do with it.
Brains are different. Maybe they come in different types, the way blood does. Blood is blood, but you can't always transfuse one person's blood into another. Your brain may be sufficiently different from Shapirov's, so that there is no sensory crossover.
Only mine?
Not only yours. There may be billions of minds that can pick up nothing from Shapirov. You'll notice that Sophia and Natalia can pick up the same things which Yuri and I cannot, and vice versa.
2 men and 2 women, grumped Dezhnev.
And I am what? Konyev said impatiently. You are wasting our time, Arkady. Let's not endlessly discuss every tiny thing we pick up. We have more to hear and little time to do it in. If you concentrate a little harder, Arkady, you too may sense something.
Silence. It was broken occasionally by a soft murmur from one or another who reported sensing an image or a scrap of words. Dezhnev contributed only one thing.
I sense a feeling of hunger, but it may be my own.
Undoubtedly, said Voronova dryly. Console yourself with the thought, Arkady, that when we get out of here, you will be allowed seconds and thirds of every dish, and unlimited vodka. Dezhnev grinned almost lasciviously at the thought.
Morrison said, We don't seem to come across anything mathematical or even out of the ordinary. I insist that even Shapirov must have the great majority of his thoughts concerned with trivia.
Nevertheless, grunted Konyev under his breath, we listen.
For how long, Yuri? Till the end of the Axon, right down to the end.
Morrison said, Do you then intend to run into the synapses, or will you double back?
We will go as close to the synapses as possible. That will bring us into the immediate neighborhood of the adjoining nerve cell, and the skeptic waves may be even more easily sensed at that crucial point of transfer than anywhere else.
Dezhnev said, Yes, Yuri, but you are not the captain.
Natasha, little flower, is that what you wish to?
Voronova said, Why not? Yuri is right. The synapse is a unique spot, and we know nothing about it.
I ask only because half our power supply has now been consumed. How long dare we continue to remain within the body?
Long enough, said Voronova, to reach the synapse, certainly.
And silence fell once more. 63.
The ship continued to move along the enormous length of the Axon, and Konyev dictated the actions of the others more and more.
Whatever you get, report. It doesn't matter whether it makes sense or not, whether it's one word or a paragraph. If it's an image, describe it. Even if you think it's your own thought, report it if there's the slightest doubt.
You'll have meaningless chatter,
said Dezhnev, apparently still annoyed at his non-receiving brain. Of course, but 2 or 3 meaningful hints will pay all, and we won't know what's meaningful until we examine everything.
Dezhnev said, If I sense something I think isn't mine, do I throw it in too?
You especially, said Konyev. If you're as insensitive as you seem to think, anything you do get may be particularly important. Now, please, no more talk. Every second of conversation may mean we miss something.
And there began a period of disjointed phrases, out of which, in Morrison's opinion, it was impossible to make sense. One surprise came when Kalinin said suddenly,
Nobel Prize.
Konyev looked up sharply and almost responded. Then, as though realizing who had said it, he subsided. Morrison said, trying not to sound mocking,
Did you get that too, Yuri?
Konyev nodded.
At almost the same time.
That's the first crossover between a man and woman, said Morrison. I suppose Shapirov had his mind on it in connection with his extension of miniaturization theory.
Undoubtedly, but his Nobel Prize was sure for what he had already done in miniaturization, which is classified and therefore unknown. Yes, but once we perfect the process, it will no longer be unknown.
Let's hope so, said Morrison sardonically.
Konyev snapped, We are no more secretive than you Americans.
All right, I'm not arguing. But Morrison grinned broadly at Konyev, who was peering over his shoulder at him, and that seemed to irritate the younger man even further. At one point, Dezhnev said,
Hawking.
Morrison's eyebrows lifted in surprise. He had not expected this. Voronova said, looking displeased, What is this, Arkady?
I said Hawking, said Dezhnev defensively. Out of nowhere it popped into my mind. You told me to tell you anything that did.
It is an English word,
said Voronova. "That means spitting."
"Or selling," said Morrison cheerfully.
Dezhnev said, "I don't know enough English to know that word. I thought it was someone's name."
"So it was," said Konyev uncomfortably. "Stephen Hawking. He was a great English theoretical physicist of over a century ago. I was thinking of him too, but I thought it was my own thought."
Morrison said,
"Good, Arkady. That might be useful."
Dezhnev's face split with a grin. "I'm not altogether useless, then. As my father used to say, if the words of a wise man are few, they are nevertheless worth listening to."
An interminable half-hour later, Morrison said gently, "Are we getting anywhere at all? It seems to me that most of the phrases and images tell us nothing. Nobel Prize tells us reasonably enough that Shapirov thought of winning one, but we know that. Hawking tells us that that physicist's work was significant, perhaps, in connection with the extension of miniaturization, but it doesn't tell us why."
It was not Konyev who rose to the defense, as Morrison would have expected, but Voronova. Konyev, who might have been readying himself for a response, seemed willing on this occasion to let the captain bear the weight. Voronova said, "We are dealing with an enormous cryptogram, Albert. Shapirov is a man in a coma, and his brain is not thinking in a disciplined or orderly fashion. It is sparking wildly, those parts of it that remain whole, perhaps randomly. We collect everything without distinction, and it will all be studied by those of us with a deep understanding of miniaturization theory. They may see meaning where you see none. And a bit of meaning in one corner of the field may be the start of an illumination that will spread to all parts of it. What we are doing makes sense, and it is the proper thing to do."
Konyev then said, "Besides, Albert, there is something else we can try. We are approaching a synapse. This axon will end eventually and split up into many fibers, each of which would approach but not join with the dendrite of a neighboring neuron."
"I know that," said Morrison impatiently.
"The nerve impulse, including the skeptic waves, will have to jump the tiny gap of the synapse, and in doing so, the dominant thoughts will be less attenuated than the others. In short, if we jump the synapse too, we will reach a region where we may, for a while at least, detect what we want to hear with less interference from trivial noise."
"Really?" asked Morrison archly. "This notion of differential attenuation is new to me."
"It's the result of painstaking Soviet work in the area."
"Ah."
Konyev fired up at once. "What do you mean, ah? Is that a dismissal of the value of the work?"
No.
"Of course it is. If it's Soviet work, it means nothing."
"I just mean that I haven't read or heard anything about it," Morrison said in defense.
"The work was done by Madame Nastya Spinskaya. I presume you've heard of her?"
"Yes, I have."
"But you don't read her papers, is that it?"
"Yuri, I can't keep up with the English language literature, let alone with—"
"Well, when this is over, I'll see that you get a collection of her papers, and you may educate yourself."
"Thank you, but may I say that on the face of it I think the finding is an unlikely one? If some types of mental activity survive a synapse better than others, then, considering that there are many hundreds of billions of synapses in the brain, all constantly in use, the final result would be that only a tiny proportion of thoughts would survive at all."
"It's not as simple as that," said Konyev. "The trivial thoughts are not wiped out. They continue at a lower level of intensity, and don't decline indefinitely. It's just that, in the immediate neighborhood of a synapse, the important thoughts are, for a time, relatively strengthened."
"Is there evidence for this? Or is it only a suggestion?"
"There's evidence of a subtle nature. Eventually, with miniaturization experiments, that evidence will be hardened, I'm sure. There are some people among whom this synapse effect is much stronger than average. Why else can creative individuals concentrate so hard and so long if they are not less distracted by trivia? And why, on the contrary, are brilliant scholars traditionally absent-minded?"
"Very well. If we find something, I won't quarrel with the rationale."
Dezhnev said,
"But what happens when we come to the end of the axon? The stream of fluid we're riding will just make a U-turn at that point and carry us back again against the opposite wall of the axon. Do I force my way through the membrane?"
"No," said Konyev. "Of course not. We'd damage the cell. We'll have to take on the electric charge pattern of acetylcholine. That carries the nerve impulse pattern across the synapse."
Voronova said, "Sophia, you can give the ship an acetylcholine pattern, can't you?" "I can," said Kalinin. "But aren't the acetylcholine molecules active on the outside of the cell?" Nevertheless, the cell may have a mechanism for ejecting them. We'll try." And the trip along the seemingly endless Axon continued. 64. Suddenly, the end of the Axon was in sight. There was no hint, no warning. Konyev noticed it first. He was watching, and he knew what he was watching for, but Morrison gave him full credit. He himself was watching, too, and knew what he was watching for, and yet did not see it when it came. To be sure, Konyev was in the front seat, while Morrison had to stare past Konyev's head. That was not much of an excuse either. In the curiously ineffective light of the ship's beacon, it was clear that there was a hollow ahead, and yet the current was beginning to veer away from it. The axon was beginning to break off into branches, into dendrites like those at the other end of the neuron, at the end where the nucleated cell body was. The axonian dendrites at the far end of the cell were fewer and thinner, but they were there. Undoubtedly, a portion of the cellular stream flowed into it, but the ship was in the main stream that curved away, and they could take no chances. They would have to push into the first dendrite encountered, if it could be done. "There, Arkady, there!" cried Konyev, pointing, and it was only then that all the rest realized they were reaching the end of the axon. "Use your motors, Arkady, and push over." Morrison could make out the soft throbbing of the motors as they edged the ship toward the side of the stream. The dendrite toward which they aimed was a tube that was slipping sideways, a huge tube at their size scale, so huge they could only see a small arc of its circumference. They continued to edge closer to it, and Morrison found himself leaning toward the dendrite, as though adding body English could improve matters. But it was not a matter of reaching the tube itself, merely moving over an eddying section of fluid, a rushing of water molecules that quieted into gentle circles and then slipped beyond into another stream that was curving off in another direction. The ship made the transition, and was suddenly plunging forward into the tube opening. "Turn off the motors," said Konyev excitedly. "Not yet," grumbled Dezhnev. "We may be too near the countercurrent emerging from this thing. Let me slip over a bit closer to the wall." He did so, but that did not take long. They were now essentially moving with the current, not against it, and when Dezhnev did finally shut off the engine and pushed back his damp graying hair, he heaved a great breath and said, "Everything we do consumes a ton of energy. There's a limit, Yuri, there's a limit." "We'll worry about that later," said Konyev impatiently. "Will we?" said Dezhnev. "My father always said later is usually too late. Natalia, don't leave all this to Yuri. I don't trust his attitude toward our energy supply." "Calm yourself, Arkady. I will take care to override Yuri if it becomes necessary. Yuri, the dendrite is not very long, is it?" "We will come to the ending in short order, Natalia." "In that case, Sophia, please see to it that we are ready to adopt the acetylcholine pattern at a moment's notice." "You'll give me the signal, then?" said Kalinin. "I will not have to, Sophia. I am sure that Yuri will whoop like a Cossack when the end is in sight. Shift the pattern to acetylcholine at that moment." They continued sliding along the final tubular remnant of the neuron they had entered a considerable time before. It seemed to Morrison that, as the dendrite continued to narrow, he could see the wall arc above him, but that was illusion. Common sense told him that even at its narrowest, the tube would appear to be a few kilometers across at their present molecular size. And, as Voronova had foreseen, Konyev lifted his voice in a great cry, probably quite unaware that he was doing so. "The end is ahead! Quick! Acetylcholine before we're swept around and back!" Kalinin's fingers flickered over the keyboard. There was no indication from inside the ship that anything about it had changed, but somewhere up ahead was an acetylcholine receptor, or more likely hundreds of them, and the patterns meshed, positive to negative and negative to positive, so that the attraction between ship and receptor was sharp and great. They were pulled out of the stream and melted into and through the wall of the dendrite. For a few minutes they continued to be pulled through the intercellular medium between the dendrite of the neuron they had just left and the dendrite of the neighbor neuron. Morrison saw almost nothing. The ship, he felt, was sliding along, or through, a complex protein molecule, and then he noticed the formation of a concavity, as when the ship had first entered the first neuron. Konyev had unclasped himself so that he could stand up. Quite obviously he was too excited to feel this was something he could do sitting down. He said, almost stuttering, "According to the Nastyasvinskaya hypothesis,
The filtering out of the important thoughts is most evident immediately after the synapse. Once the cell body is approached, the difference fades. So once we are in the neighboring dendrite, open your minds. Be ready for anything. Say whatever you hear out loud. Describe any images. I'll record everything. You too, Arkady. Albert, you too. We're in now. Begin.
Chapter 15. Alone. Good company robs even death of some of its terrors. Dezhnev Sr. 65. Morrison watched what followed with a certain detachment. He did not intend to participate actively. If something forced itself into his mind, he would respond and report it. It would be unscientific not to. Kalinin, at his left, looked grim, and her fingers were idle. He leaned toward her and whispered, "Have you got us back as L-glucose?" She nodded. He said, "Are you aware of this Nastya-Spinskaya hypothesis?" She said, "It's not in my field. I've never heard of it." "Do you believe it?" But Kalinin was not to be trapped. She said, "I'm not qualified either to believe or disbelieve, but he believes it, because he wants to." "Do you sense anything?" "Nothing more than before." Dezhnev was of course silent. Voronova occasionally produced a crisp word or two, which, however, seemed to Morrison's ears to lack conviction. Only Konyev seemed to maintain enthusiasm. At one point he cried out, "Did anyone get that? Anyone? Circular rhythm! Circular rhythm!" There was no direct answer, and after a while Morrison said, "What does that mean, Yuri?" Konyev did not answer. And even he grew quiet after a while, and was reduced to staring blankly ahead as the ship moved onward in the fluid stream. Voronova asked, "Well, Yuri?" Konyev said rather hoarsely, "I do not understand it." Dezhnev said, "Yuri, little son, it may be this is a bad neuron, and isn't doing much thinking. We'll have to try another, and maybe another. The first one may have been simply beginner's luck." Konyev looked at him angrily. "We don't work with single cells. We're in a group of cells, 1,000,000 of them or more, that are a center of creative thought, by Albert's theory. What one of them thinks, they all think, with minor variations." Morrison said, "That's what I believe I have shown." Dezhnev said, "Then we don't go looking from cell to cell?" "It would be no use," said Morrison. "Good," said Dezhnev heavily, "because we don't have the time and we don't have the energy. So, what do we do now?" In the silence that followed, Konyev said again, "I do not understand it. Nastya-Spinskaya could not be wrong." And now Kalinin, with great deliberation, unclasped herself and stood up. She said, "I want to say something, and I don't want to be interrupted. Natalia, listen to me. We have gone far enough. This is an experiment that perhaps had to be done, even though, in my opinion, it was sure to fail. Well, it has failed." She pointed a slim finger briefly at Konyev, without looking at him. "Some people want to alter the universe to their liking. Whatever is not so, they would make so by sheer force of will, except that the universe is beyond any person's will, squeeze he ever so hard. I don't know if Nastya-Spinskaya is correct or not. I don't know if Albert's theories are correct or not. But this I know. What they think and what any neuroscientist thinks about the brain generally must be about a reasonably normal brain. Academician Shapirov's brain is not reasonably normal. 20% of it is non-functioning, dead. The rest must be distorted in consequence, and the fact that he has been in a coma for weeks shows that. Any reasonable human being would realize that Shapirov cannot be thinking in normal fashion. His brain is an army in disarray. It is a factory in which all the equipment has been jarred loose. It is sparking randomly, emitting broken thoughts, scattered pieces, splinters of memory. Some men," she pointed again, "won't admit it because they believe that if they only insist loudly enough and strongly enough, the obvious will retreat and the impossible will somehow come into being." Konyev had now also unclasped, and was also standing. He turned slowly and looked at Kalinin. Morrison was astonished. Konyev was actually looking at her. And on his face there was no visible sign of anger or hatred or contempt. It was a hangdog look, with a touch of self-contempt in it. Morrison felt sure of this. Yet Konyev's voice was steady and hard as he looked away from Kalinin and turned to Voronova, addressing her.
Natalia, was this point made before we embarked on this voyage?
If you mean, Yuri, did Sophia say all this to me before this moment? She did not.
Is there any reason we should be plagued with crew members who have no faith in our work? Why should such a person have agreed to come on this voyage?
Because I am a scientist, shot back Kalinin, and she too addressed Boronova. Because I wanted to test the effect of artificial electrical patterns on biochemical interaction. That has been done, so that for me the voyage was a success, and for Arkady, since the ship has handled as it should, and for Albert, since the evidence for his theories is stronger now, I gather, than it was before we came here, and for you, Natalia, since you brought us down here, and presumably will bring us back safely again. But for one, pointing at Konyev, it has been a failure, and the mental stability of he who has failed would be greatly helped by the frank admission of that failure.
She's getting back at him with a vengeance, thought Morrison. But Konyev did not crumple under Kalinin's forceful attack. He remained surprisingly calm, and he said, still to Boronova, "That is not so. That is the reverse of what is true. It was clear from the start that we could not expect Shapirov to think as he did when he was in full health. It was entirely likely we would get bits and pieces of meaning intermingled with meaninglessness and trivialities. That we did. I was hoping to get a higher percentage of meaning in this new neuron immediately past the synapse. There we failed. That makes the task before us more difficult but not impossible. We've got well over 100 phrases and images we've salvaged from Shapirov's thinking. Don't forget nu times c equals m sub s, which must be significant. There's no possible reason to think of that simply as a triviality."
Boronova said, "Have you thought, Yuri, that it is possible that that fragment of a mathematical expression represents something Shapirov tried and found wanting?"
"I have thought of it. But why should it stick in his mind in that case? It is certainly worth investigating. And how much of what seems to be trivial or meaningless would not be so if even one phrase or image gave us a necessary hint? With each step forward, other things might more easily fall into place. We certainly have no reason as yet to declare this voyage a failure, or any part in it."
Boronova nodded slightly. "Well, let's hope you're right, Yuri. But as Arkady has already asked, what do we do now? What, in your opinion, ought we to do now?"
With great deliberation, Konyev said, "There's one thing we haven't tried yet. We've tried detection outside the neuron, inside the axon, inside the dendrites, past the synapse. But in every single case we have tried it inside the ship. Inside its presumably insulating walls."
"In that case, then," said Boronova, "are you suggesting that we make the attempt outside the ship, and within the cell fluid itself? Remember, such an observer would still be inside a plastic suit."
"A plastic suit is not as thick as a plastic ship, and the insulating effect would presumably be less. Besides, the computer itself need not be inside the suit."
Morrison said with gathering alarm,
"Who do you have in mind for this?"
Konyev looked at him coolly.
"There is only one possibility, Albert. The computer is your design and is made to match your brain. You are, of necessity, the most sensitive to Shapirov's thoughts. It would be foolish in the highest degree to send out anyone else. I have you in mind for this, Albert." 66. Morrison's stomach clenched tightly. Not that. He couldn't be asked to do it again. He tried to say so, but his mouth seemed to have dried completely and instantaneously, and he could make no sound other than a throaty hiss. It flashed through his mind that he had been beginning to enjoy the feeling of not being a coward, of wandering, by ship, through the brain cell fearlessly. But he was a coward, after all. "Not that!" he cried out. But it wasn't his voice. It was higher by an octave. It was Kalinin. She had turned around to face Boronova, holding herself down in her seat with knuckles standing out whitely. "Not that, Natalia!" she cried again passionately, her chest heaving in excitement. "It's a cowardly suggestion. Poor Albert has been out there once already. He nearly died, and if it hadn't been for him we might still be lost in the wrong capillary, and we might never have reached this cell block at all. Why should he have to do that again?
It is surely someone else's turn, and since he wants it done—" no one questioned who he was— "let him do it. He should not ask it of someone else." Morrison, beneath his own fright, wondered faintly if Kalinyan's emotion was due to a growing affection for him, or a determination to oppose at every point any strong wish of Konyev's. There was a corner of Morrison's mind that was pragmatic enough to be certain it was the latter. Konyev's face had grown slowly redder as Sophia spoke. He said, "There's no cowardice here." He spat out the word, making it quite plain that that was what had most offended him. "I am making the only possible suggestion. If I go out there, which I am perfectly willing to do, it can only be with Albert's device, which won't work as well for me as it would for him. We cannot choose this one or that one according to whim. It must be the one who can get the best results, and there is no question in that case who it must be." "True," said Morrison, finding his voice now. "But there is no reason to suppose that reception will be better outside the ship than inside?" Konyev said, "There is no reason to think the reverse either. And as Dezhnev will tell you, our energy supply, and therefore our time, is decreasing. There is no room for delay. You'll have to leave the ship as you did before. And now," Morrison said in a low voice, which he hoped would make the remark final, "I'm sorry. I will not leave the ship." But Voronova had apparently made up her mind. "I'm afraid you'll have to, Albert," she said gently. "No, Yuri is right. Only you and your device can give us the information we need. I am certain there'll be no information." Voronova held out her 2 hands, palms upward. "Perhaps not, but we can't leave that a matter of conjecture. Let us find out." "But," Voronova said, "Albert, I promise you that if you do this one thing for us, your part in all this will be reported honestly when the time comes for open publication. You will be known as the man who worked out the correct theory of thought, the man who developed the device that could exploit that theory properly, the man who saved the ship in the capillary, and the man who detected Chapirov's thinking by bravely venturing into the neuron, as earlier he had ventured into the bloodstream." "Are you implying that the truth will not be told if I refuse?" Voronova sighed. "You force me to play the role of villainess openly. I would rather you had been satisfied with the implication. Yes, the truth need not be told. That, after all, is the only weapon I hold against you. We cannot very well turn you out of the ship by force, since there is no advantage in your merely being outside. You must also sense poor Shapirov's thought, and for that we must have your willing cooperation. We will reward you for that, but only for that." Morrison looked around at his crewmates' faces, searching for help. Voronova, steadily studying him. Konyev, staring him down imperiously. Dezhnev, looking awkward, not willing to commit himself either way. And Kalinyan, his only hope. Morrison gazed at her thoughtfully and said, "What do you think, Sophia?" Kalinyan hesitated, then said in a voice that did not tremble, "I think it is wrong to threaten you in this way. A task like this should be performed voluntarily, and not under duress." Dezhnev, who had been humming very softly to himself, now said, "My old father used to say, there is no duress like one's own conscience, and it is that which makes life so needlessly bitter." "My conscience doesn't trouble me in this matter," said Morrison. "Shall we put it to a vote?" "It wouldn't matter," said Voronova. "I am the captain, and in a case like this I alone have the vote." "If I am out there and sense nothing, would you believe me?" Voronova nodded. "I would. After all, you might so easily invent something that would sound useful if you wished us to be suitably grateful. If you come back with nothing or with trivia, I believe I would have a greater tendency to believe that than if you instantly claimed you had heard something of great importance." Konyev said, "I am not likely to be fooled. If he comes in with something that seems important, I will be able to tell if it truly is. And now, surely we have had enough discussion. Let's go." And Morrison, his heart beating and his throat tightening, managed to say, "Very well, I will go, but only for a brief time." 67.
Morrison, of his own accord, stripped himself of his cotton garment. The first time, was it really only a couple of hours before? It had seemed to be a violation of modesty. This second time it was almost routine. He was quite aware, as with Kalinyan's help he struggled into the suit, how easily he could suck in his abdomen. Despite a good breakfast, ample water, and a piece of chocolate, his stomach was empty, and he was glad it was. He felt a twinge of nausea as the suit enclosed more and more of his body, and to throw up, once enclosed, would have been unbearable. Just before enclosure he refused another piece of chocolate, with what was almost a shudder. They put his computer into his sheathed hands, and Voronova said to him loudly, "Can you work it?" Morrison heard her without too much difficulty. He knew he wouldn't hear her once he was outside the ship. He balanced the essentially weightless computer in one hand, and struck the keys carefully and rather gracelessly with the other. He shouted back, "I think I can manage." Then, rather clumsily, they tied the computer to both his wrists with firm knots of tough plastic twine, probably the same material of which the suit and the ship itself were made. "So you don't lose it," Voronova called out. Out into the airlock he went. He felt himself embraced by it, then pressured as the air in it was withdrawn, and then he was outside the ship. Outside again. For only a brief time he had warned the rest, but what good was that? How could he enforce that, if the others within the ship refused to let him back in? Already he was sorry he had let himself be talked out of the ship by any threat, but dared not articulate the thought. It would do him no good. Morrison tucked the computer under his left arm, partly because he did not entirely trust the plastic twine that secured it, and partly because he wanted to protect it from the cellular contents as much as possible. He felt the surface of the ship for some spot where the electric charge on his suit would adhere to a charge of opposite nature on the ship's hull. Morrison found one that allowed him to keep his back on the ship. The electric field did not hold him tightly, and there was considerable give. Still, he was the size of an atom, and it might be difficult to concentrate electric charge on a portion of him. Or would it be? Wouldn't the electrons that were the source of his charge be micro-miniaturized as well? He felt, and resented keenly, his ignorance of miniaturization theory. He was little aware of his motion along the intracellular stream, for everything was moving along with him. He found himself, however, the center of a shifting and ever-changing panorama. With the thinner plastic of the suit between himself and the scene, with the beacon of his own suit turning here and there as he moved his head and felt the headpiece twist, a little resistantly, with it he could make out more. There was the knobbiness of the water molecules rubbing against each other like dimly seen balloons. He could see them brush past him slowly, this way or that, and largely ignore him. Occasionally one would cling for a moment, an electric charge meeting an opposite charge on his suit, so that they clutched at him and released their hold only lingeringly. It was almost as though a molecule occasionally yearned for him, but couldn't manage to turn the wish into deed. Among these were larger molecules, some as large as the ship, some far larger still. He could see them only because light glinted off them here and there in changing prismatic fashion. He did not see them, his mind built them up out of what he could glimpse. That he could do this at all was the result of his knowing a good deal about the contents of the cell to begin with, or thought he did. It might also, he thought, simply be his imagination. It even seemed to Morrison that he could make out the skeleton of the cellular interior, the large structures that remained in place while the fluid stream passed them, and that gave the cell its more or less fixed shape. These structures seemed to go by so quickly he could barely take note of them before they were gone. They alone gave him the impression of the rapid movement of the intercellular stream that carried the ship and him along with it as it weaved in gentle swoops around those fixed structures. All this observation had not taken very long, but it was enough. It was time that he now turned his attention to his computer. Why? It would detect nothing. Morrison was sure of it, but he couldn't act on that belief, however strongly he felt it. He might be wrong, perhaps, and he owed it to the others, and to himself, too, to make the effort. He tried clumsily to adjust the computer to maximum sensitivity, barely able to handle the keys correctly and relieved that the self-contained power pack in the computer worked properly. He concentrated hard in order to sense and tap the currents of thought passing by. The device did its work. The water molecules drifted by it as gently and untouchingly as they drifted by him, and, disregarding them, his computer portrayed the skeptic waves more purely etched, more steep and clear, more finely detailed than he had ever before seen them. But for all that, he sensed nothing but a faint, hissing whisper that produced neither words nor images, but only sadness. Wait. How did he know the whisper was sad? Surely that was merely a subjective judgment on his part? Or was he detecting an emotion? Was the partially brain-dead, totally comatose Shapirov sad? Would it be surprising if he were? Morrison looked over his shoulder, back at the ship. Surely what he was detecting was enough. He was registering sad nothingness, and nothing more. Should he signal now to be pulled in? Would they be willing to do so? And if they brought him in, and if he told Voronova that he had sensed nothing, would not Konyev tell him angrily that he had been out there only 2 minutes, that he hadn't given it a chance? Would Konyev not demand he go out again? And if he waited longer? Actually, he could wait longer. At this stage of miniaturization, or for whatever cause, he did not feel any particular heat. But if he waited longer, another 2 minutes, or 5 minutes, or an hour for that matter, Konyev would still say, not enough. He could make out Konyev looking out toward him, his expression dark and glowering. Kalinin was directly behind him, since she had unclasped herself and moved over into what had been Morrison's seat. She was staring outward anxiously. He caught her eyes, and she seemed about to signal to him, but Voronova leaned forward and pushed her shoulder firmly. Kalinin moved back to her own seat at once. She had to, Morrison told himself, for her job was to keep an eye on the charge patterns of the ship and of himself right now, and she could not, must not, abandon that job, no matter what her anxiety over him. For the sake of completeness, Morrison tried to catch Dezhnev's eye, but the angle required was too great for the twisting ability of his headpiece. He caught instead Konyev motioning in what seemed, clearly, an interrogative gesture. Morrison looked away petulantly, making no attempt to give information, and became aware of something in the distance looming toward him at a great speed. He could make out no details, but he automatically winced as he waited for the current to carry the ship and himself around it. It came straight on like a juggernaut, and Morrison cowered toward the hull of the ship. The ship did evade the object, but not by much, and as the looming monster passed him, Morrison felt himself drawn outward and toward it. It flashed through his mind that Kalinin had put some random electric charge on his suit, and that whatever it was he was passing, by the most miserable of coincidences, had a charge that exactly complemented his own. Under normal circumstance, that would not have mattered. The ship and the structure passed each other at such a speed that no attraction could have sufficed to rip him loose. But he was a tiny object, with neither mass nor inertia, and for a moment he felt stretched, as though the structure and the ship disputed ownership. The ship, it seemed to his appalled eyes, briefly faltered, and then was pushed loose by the current. Morrison had been peeled off by the object, and the ship, still continuing with the current, moved off so rapidly that it was lost to sight at once. 1 second it was with him, the next second it was totally gone. Before he had time to realize what had happened, he was alone and helpless, an atom-sized object in a brain cell. His only faint attachment to life and reality, the ship, was forever gone. 68. Some minutes must have been lost to Morrison. During that time he had no conception of where he was or of what had happened. He was conscious only of absolute panic, of the conviction that he was on the point of death. When life continued, Morrison was almost sorry. If that moment had been death, it would have been all over. Now he still had to wait for it. How long would his air last? Would heat and humidity crawl on, even if more slowly than before, inexorably? Just the same, perhaps. Would his light give out before he did? And would he have to die in utter darkness as well as utterly alone? He thought quite madly, how will I know when I'm dead, if it's absolutely dark before and absolutely dark thereafter? He thought of Ajax's prayer to Zeus, that if he had to meet death, let it be in the light of day. And with this, Morrison thought hopelessly, and with one person at least to hold one's hand. What to do then? Just wait? What had gone wrong, anyway? Ah, he was not yet dead. The fear had receded enough to allow room for a little curiosity, and a will to fight and live. Could he somehow get loose from this thing? It seemed disgraceful, somehow, to die like a fly stuck in amber, and every moment the ship was getting farther away. Almost at once he thought, "It's already too far away for me to be caught, no matter what I do." The thought drove him to frenzy, and Morrison writhed with all his might, trying to break loose. It did no good, and it occurred to him that he was wasting energy and increasing the heat within the suit. He slid his hands upward along the misty structure that held him, but his hands bounced away, like charges repel each other. He reached along it, right, left, up, down. Somewhere there was the opposite charge. He might be able to seize hold then and try to tear the structure apart. Why were his teeth chattering? Fright? Desperation? Both? His right hand clicked shut as it was attracted to a portion of the structure. He clenched hard, trying to push past the mere charge and tear the atomic arrangement itself, if there was any atomic arrangement that had meaning aside from the charge itself. For a moment Morrison felt the structure resist a too-tight grip with a kind of rubbery rebound, and then, without warning, it crumbled in his hand. He stared in amazement at his hand, trying to make out what had happened. There was no tearing, ripping, or wrenching sensation. It seemed to him that a portion of the structure had simply disappeared. Morrison tried again, groping here and there, until another portion vanished. What was happening? Wait a while. The miniaturization field extended beyond the ship slightly, Voronova had said. It would extend beyond the suit, too. When he squeezed as hard as he might, some of the atom he was touching would miniaturize, and in so doing it would lose its normal architecture and break loose from the atoms to which it had formerly been bonded. Anything he touched, if he could touch it hard enough, would miniaturize. Any atom or portion thereof that he miniaturized in this way would become a point-sized particle with far less mass than an electron. It would take off at nearly the speed of light, pass through matter as though that matter weren't there, and be gone. Could this be so? It had to be so. Nothing else he could imagine would make sense. And even as he thought this, Morrison began to push his hands and feet violently against the imprisoning material, and broke loose. He was no longer glued to the structure. He was an independent body coursing along the intercellular stream. It didn't stop the ship from being forever out of reach, but he was at least on its trail. Foolish, foolish! What good was it to be on its trail? On his own scale he was dozens of kilometers from the ship, if not scores. Another thought struck him and staggered him. He had been miniaturizing atoms to get free, but such miniaturization required an input of energy. Not much at this stage, since there was so little mass to remove. But where would the energy come from? It had to come from the suit's own miniaturization field. Every atom that miniaturized weakened the field, therefore. How much had he weakened it, then, by getting loose? And was that why he wasn't feeling the heat? Had the miniaturization of his surroundings soaked up some of the heat as well as of the energy of the miniaturization field? No, that couldn't be so, for he hadn't felt much in the way of heat even before he began breaking loose. Yet another thought struck him, making his position more desperate still. If he had broken loose from the structure at the expense of the energy of his field, if his field had been weakened, then he would have deminiaturized slightly. Was that the reason for spontaneous deminiaturization? Voronova had talked of the possibility of such spontaneous deminiaturization. The possibility of that increased the smaller the miniaturized object was, and he was now small. As long as he had been on the ship, he had been part of the overall miniaturization field of the ship. He was part of a molecule-sized object. While he was part of the cytoskeleton of the cell, he was part of an even larger object. But now he was alone, separate, part of nothing beyond himself. He was an atom-sized object. He was much more likely now to deminiaturize spontaneously, except that it wouldn't be spontaneous. It would be the weakening of the field by the miniaturization of surrounding normal objects. How could he tell if he were deminiaturizing? If he were, the process would proceed at an exponential rate.
He would be deminiaturizing slowly at first, but as he grew larger he would affect a larger volume of surrounding material, and he would grow larger at a faster rate, then still faster, and finally it would be an explosion and he would die. But what did it matter, if he were deminiaturizing? If he were, then, in a brief time, seconds merely at most, he would be dead, and it would happen too quickly to make any impression upon him. One moment he would be alive, and the next moment there would be nothingness. How could he ask for a better death? Why should he want to know a second earlier that it was going to happen? Because he was alive and he was human, and wanting to know was what made an object alive and human. How could he tell? Morrison stared at the dim glinting around him, at the moving swell of the water molecules, turning and shifting around him in a kind of slow motion, as both he and they moved along the intercellular stream. If he were increasing in size, they should seem to be decreasing, and vice versa. Morrison stared. They were decreasing in size, getting smaller. Was this death, or his imagination? Wait, were the water molecules increasing in size? Swelling? Getting larger, ballooning? If so, it must follow that he was getting smaller. Would he shrink to the size of a subatomic particle? A subelectron? Would he go streaking off at the speed of light and explode when he was halfway to the moon, dying in a vacuum before he had time to know he was in a vacuum? No, the molecules were shrinking, not expanding. Morrison closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He was going mad. Or was he beginning to experience brain damage? Better to die, then. Better death altogether than a dead brain and living body. Or were the water molecules pulsating? Why should they pulsate? Think, Morrison, think. You're a scientist. Find an explanation. Why should they pulsate? He knew why the field might weaken, its tendency to miniaturize the surroundings. Why should it strengthen? It would have to gain energy to strengthen. From where? What about the surrounding molecules? They had more random heat energy per volume than he had because they were at a higher temperature. Ordinarily, heat should flow from the surroundings into his suit until his suit and he himself would be at blood temperature, and he would die of his own inability to rid himself of the heat he had accumulated, as he almost had on his earlier venture outside the ship. But there was not only the heat energy intensity of his body, there was also the energy of the miniaturization field. And as he was struck randomly by the water molecules, energy need not flow into him in the form of heat, but in the form of miniaturization activation. The field would grow more intense, and he would shrink. This must be true at all times when a miniaturized object was surrounded by normal objects of higher temperature. The energy might flow from the surroundings to the miniaturized object either as heat or as field intensity, and it must be that the smaller the object, the more intensely miniaturized, the more it was the field that gained the energy and not the object itself. Probably the ship, too, was pulsating, growing larger and smaller constantly, but to an extent not great enough to notice. Still, that was why the Brownian motion hadn't increased as far as it might have, and that was why the air conditioning could perform its function with less strain. The miniaturization field formed a cushion in both cases. But he, Morrison alone in the cell, was much smaller, possessing less mass, and for him the energy inflow went far more into miniaturization than heat. Morrison's fists clenched helplessly. He let go of the computer and didn't care. Undoubtedly the others, Voronova and Konev certainly, knew of this and might have explained it to him. Once again they let him go into danger without warning him. And now that he had worked it out for himself, what good did it do him? He opened his eyes suddenly. Yes, there were pulsations. Now that he knew what to expect, he saw them. The water molecules were expanding and contracting in an irregular rhythm as they gave up energy to the field and then extracted energy from it. Morrison watched it with a stupefied, swaying rhythm, and he found himself muttering soundlessly, "Larger, smaller, larger, smaller, larger, smaller." It could only get so large, he thought.
The expansion mirrored his own contraction, and there was only so much energy to be pushed into him to power that contraction. The cellular contents had a temperature only so high. On the other hand, they could take large quantities of energy from him, and once they took enough, what was left would go more and more quickly, and he would explode. Therefore, when the water molecules expanded in size, and he himself was growing smaller, he was safe. He would not grow very small. When the water molecules contracted in size, however, and he himself was growing larger, he was not safe. If the water molecules continued to contract until they were too small to see, that meant he would be expanding toward instantaneous explosion. Larger, smaller, smaller. Stop contracting! Morrison let his breath go, for the molecules were expanding again. Over and over, each time, would the contraction stop. It seemed to be playing with him. And it didn't matter anyway, no matter if it brought him to the brink of destruction, then snatched him away, and if it did it 1,000,000 times over. It wouldn't matter. Sooner or later his air would be gone, and he would die a slow, suffocating death. Better a quick death, surely. 69. Kalinin was screaming. She was the first to realize what had happened, and she choked on her words. "He's gone! He's gone!" she shrieked. Voronova was unable to stop herself from asking the obvious question. "Who's gone?" Kalinin turned wide eyes on her and said, "Who's gone? How can you ask who's gone? Albert is gone." Voronova stared blankly out at the spot where Morrison had been and now wasn't. "What happened?" Dezhnev muttered hoarsely, "I'm not sure. We cut a corner closely. Albert attached to the outside of the ship, introduced an asymmetry, perhaps. I tried to steer the ship away from whatever it was, but it didn't respond properly." "A fixed macromolecular organelle," said Konyev, who looked up now after having buried his face in his hands. "Scraped him off. We've got to get back to him. He may have the information we need." Voronova by now clearly understood the situation. She unclasped herself with a quick movement and stood up. "Information?" she said tightly. "Is that what you feel the loss of, Yuri? Information? Do you know what's going to happen now? Albert's miniaturization field is isolated, and he's only atom-sized. The chance of his undergoing spontaneous deminiaturization is at least 50 times ours. Given enough time, the chance will become too good. Information or not, we must get him. If he deminiaturizes, he will kill Shapirov, and he will kill us." Konyev said, "We're just arguing motivation. We both want him back. The reasons why are secondary." "We should never have sent him out," said Kalinin. "I knew it was wrong to do so." "It is done," said Voronova gruffly, "and we must proceed from that point. Arkady." "I'm trying," said Dezhnev. "Don't teach a drunkard to hiccup." "I'm not trying to teach you anything, old fool. I'm ordering you. Turn around. Back. Back." "No," said Dezhnev. "Let this old fool tell you. That's ridiculous. Do you want me to make a U-turn and buck the current? You want me to try to force my way upstream?" Voronova said, "If you just stand still, the stream will bring him to us." "He is adhering to something. He will not be brought to us," said Dezhnev. "What we must do is turn to the other side of the dendrite and let the return stream carry us back." Voronova put both hands to her head and said, "I apologize for calling you an old fool, Arkady, but if we go back by the counter-stream, we'll miss him." "We have no choice," said Dezhnev. "We lack the energy to try to make our way against the stream we're in." Konyev said, sounding a bit weary, but reasonable, "Let Arkady do as he wishes, Natalia. We will not lose Albert." "How can you know that, Yuri?" "Because I can hear him. Or rather sense him. Or rather sense Shapirov's thoughts by way of his instrument, bare and uninsulated in the cell." There was a momentary silence. Voronova, clearly astonished, said, "Are you getting something?" "Of course. In that direction," said Konyev, pointing. "You can tell the direction?" said Voronova. "How?" "I'm not sure how. I just feel it's in that direction." Voronova said, "Arkady, do as you were planning." "I am doing it regardless of what you say, Natasha. You may be captain, but I am navigator with death staring me in the face. What have I to lose?" As my old father would say, if you are dangling from a rope over an abyss, don't bother snatching at a coin that falls out of your pocket. It would be better if I had a real steering mechanism than this system of trying to maneuver 3 off-center engines."
Voronova had stopped listening. She peered into the darkness uselessly and said, "What is it you hear, Yuri? Shapirov's thoughts tell us— What?"
"Nothing at the moment. It is just noise. Anguish."
Kalinin muttered, as though to herself, "Do you suppose part of Shapirov's mind knows he's in a coma? Do you suppose part of his mind feels trapped and is clamoring to get out? Like Albert, trapped? Like we ourselves, trapped?" Voronova said sharply, "We are not trapped, Sophia. We can move. We will find Albert. We will get out of this body. Do you understand, Sophia?" She reached for the other woman's shoulders, her fingers digging deeply. Kalinin winced. "Please, I understand." Voronova turned to Konyev. "Is that all you get? Anguish?"
"But strongly."
Then curiously, staring at Voronova, "Do you sense nothing?" "Nothing at all."
"But it is so strong. Stronger than anything I felt when Albert was in the ship. It was right for him to move outside."
"But can't you make out any actual thoughts, words?"
"Perhaps I am too far. Perhaps Albert hasn't got his machine properly focused." "And you really sense nothing?"
Voronova shook her head decisively and glanced briefly at Kalinin, who said in a low voice, rubbing one shoulder, "I sense nothing either." And from Dezhnev came a discontented, "I never get any of these mysterious messages."
"You got Hawking. Albert suggested there might be different brain types, as there are different blood types, and that he and I might be of the same type. He may be right," said Konyev.
Voronova said, "From what direction does the sensation come now?"
"From there."
This time Konyev pointed much closer to the fore end of the ship. He said,
"You are turning, aren't you, Arkady?"
"I am," said Dezhnev, "and I am now fairly close to the doldrums between the 2 streams. I am planning to edge only slightly into the counter-stream so that we head back, but not too quickly." "Good," said Voronova. "We don't want to miss him." "Yuri, can you judge the intensity? Is it getting stronger?"
"Yes, it is."
Konyev seemed a bit surprised, as though he had not noticed the rise in intensity until Voronova had mentioned it. "Is it imagination, do you think?"
"It might be," said Konyev. "We haven't really gotten any closer to him. We're just making a turn. It's almost as if he's approaching us."
"Perhaps he's washed off whatever he'd adhered to, or forced himself loose. In that case the current would carry him to us, if we're forcing a turn and staying essentially in the same place."
"Perhaps."
"Yuri," said Voronova vehemently, "you just concentrate on the sensation. Keep Arkady aware at all times of the direction from which it comes, which means you will have to be pointing toward Albert steadily. Arkady, as you get closer to Albert, you will have to turn toward the original stream again and get into it as close to his position as possible. Then once we're moving together, it will be easy to drift closer by use of our motors."
"Easy for one who's not controlling the motors," growled Dezhnev.
"Easy or difficult," said Voronova, her formidable eyebrows hunching low. "Do it. If not— No, there is no if not. Do it." Dezhnev's lips moved, but no sound came, and silence fell upon the ship, except for the unheard flood of sensation that entered Konyev's mind, but left the other minds empty. Konyev remained standing, facing in the direction from which it seemed to him the sensation was coming. He muttered once, "Definitely stronger." Then, after several moments, "It seems to me I can almost sense words. Maybe, if he comes close enough—" His expression grew even more strained, as though it were trying to force the sensation, to cram it into his mind while taking the noise apart and separating it into words. His finger kept pointing rigidly, and he said finally, "Arkady, begin curving back into the doldrums and be ready to plunge into the original stream. Quickly, don't let him pass us."
"As quickly as the motors will let me,"
said Dezhnev. Then, in a lower voice, "If I could maneuver the ship by the same magic with which the rest of you hear voices—" "Head straight for the membrane," said Konyev, ignoring the remark. It was Kalinin who saw the spark of light first. "There he is!" she cried out. "That's the light of a suit."
"I don't have to see it," said Konyev to Voronova. "The noise is like a volcanic eruption in Kamchatka."
"Still noise, Yuri? No words?"
"Fright," said Konyev. "Incoherent fright." Voronova said, "If I were aware in any way of being trapped in a comatose body, it would be precisely how I would feel." "But how has he come to realize it now? Earlier we did make out words, and even quiet and peaceful images." Dezhnev said, panting a little in the excitement of the chase, which had him unconsciously holding his breath, "It may be something we've done with his ship. We've stirred up his brain." "We're too small," said Konyev with contempt. "We can't even stir up this one cell noticeably." "We're coming up to Albert," said Dezhnev. "Sophia," said Voronova, "can you detect his electrical pattern?"
"Faintly, Natalia."
"Well, throw everything you've got into something complementary that will attract him tightly."
"He seems a little large, Natalia."
"He's oscillating, I'm sure," said Voronova grimly. "Once you attach him to the ship, he'll become part of our general miniaturization field, and his size will adjust. Quickly, Sophia." There was a slight bump as Morrison was electronically pulled against the side of the ship. Chapter 16. Death. Once the sun sets, it grows dark. Don't let that catch you by surprise. Dezhnev, Sr. 70. Morrison could not later recall anything that took place, either just before or just after his return to the ship. Try as he might, he did not remember seeing the ship coming for him at any time, nor did he recall the moment of transfer, nor the removal of his plastic suit. Going far enough back, he remembered the despair and loneliness of waiting to explode and die. Going far enough forward, he remembered looking up at the concerned face of Sofia Kalinin bending over him. There was nothing in between. Hadn't this happened already? The two incidents, joined by Kalinin's care for him, were separated by several hours in time, but melted into one. He said in a hoarse and almost unintelligible voice, "Are we headed in the right direction?" He said it in English. Kalinin hesitated, then answered slowly, also in English, and with a moderately heavy accent.
"Yes, Albert, but that was some time ago, when we were in the capillary. You came back and then went out a second time. We are in a neuron now. Remember?"
Morrison frowned. What was all this? Slowly, in bits, his memory returned. He closed his eyes and tried to get it all straight. Then he said, "How did you find me?" He spoke in Russian now. Konyev said, "I sensed, quite strongly, the thought waves of Shapirov as it came through your instrument." "My computer. Is it safe?" Konyev said, "It was still attached to you." "Did you make out actual thoughts?" "Actual thoughts?" Morrison stared at him fuzzily. "What actual thoughts? What are you talking about?" Konyev was clearly impatient, but he set his lips tightly together and then said, "I could make out Shapirov's thought waves reaching me across the cell by way of your device, but there were no actual words or images." "What did you sense, then?" "Anguish," Voronova said. "The rest of us sensed nothing at all, but it seemed to us that what Yuri described was the anguish of a mind that knew it was in a comatose trap, that knew it was a prisoner. Did you sense anything more specific than that?" No. Morrison looked down upon himself and realized that he was sprawled across two seats. His head was in the crook of Kalinin's arms, and that he was in his one-piece cotton suit. He tried to struggle upright. "Water, please." He drank thirstily, then said, "I don't recall hearing anything or sensing anything. In my position," Konyev said sharply. "What has your position to do with it? Your computer was transmitting information. I sensed it at a considerable distance. How would it be possible for you not to sense anything?" "I had other things to think about, Yuri. I was lost and I was sure of death. Under the circumstances, I paid no attention to anything else." "I can't believe that, Albert. Don't lie to me." "I am not lying to you." "Madame Voronova," he managed to pronounce the name very formally, "I demand that I be treated in a courteous manner." "Yuri," said Voronova sharply, "don't make accusations. If you have questions to ask them." Konyev said, "Then let me put it this way. I sensed a great deal of emotion, even though I was far from the instrument in terms of our miniaturized state. You, Albert, were right on top of your device, and it was keyed to your brain, not mine. Our brains are of similar type, presumably, but they are not identical, and you can sense on your instrument more sharply than I can. How is it possible, then? that I could sense so much, and that you should nevertheless claim to have sensed nothing."
Morrison said strenuously, "Do you think I had time or inclination for sensing? I was swept away from the ship. I was separated, alone, lost." "I understand that, but you need make no special effort to sense. The sensations would invade your mind despite anything that might be taking place." "I received no sensations just the same. What filled my mind was that I was alone and I was going to die. How is it possible you don't understand that? I thought I would heat up and die, as I almost did the first time." A sudden doubt assailed him, and he looked across at Kalinin. "There were 2 times, weren't there?"
"Yes, Albert,"
she said softly. "And then I realized I wasn't heating up. Instead, it seemed to me that I was growing larger and smaller, oscillating. I was involved in some sort of miniaturization transfer in place of heat transfer." "Is that possible, Natalia?"
Voronova hesitated, then said, "That effect follows naturally from the field equations of miniaturization. It has never been tested, but apparently you confirmed it while out there."
"It seemed to me that my surroundings were oscillating in size, that the water molecules all around me were expanding and contracting, and it seemed to me to be more logical that it was I who was oscillating, rather than that everything else was."
"You are correct, and what you report is valuable. One might argue from this that the turmoil of the event to you was not without its compensation in a larger sense."
Konyev said indignantly, "Albert, you tell us that you were perfectly capable of careful and rational thought out there, and yet you expect us to believe that you sensed nothing?"
Morrison raised his voice.
"Can't you understand, you monomaniac, that it was this very careful and rational thought, as you call it, that filled my mind to the exclusion of everything else? I was in absolute terror. I expected, with each contraction of the molecules around me, that contraction would continue indefinitely, which would mean, in actual fact, that I would expand indefinitely. That, in other words, I would undergo spontaneous deminiaturization and explode and die. I was not in the least concerned with sensing thought waves at that moment. If any had forced themselves on me, I would, in my condition then, have ignored them. That is the truth."
Konyev twisted his face into an expression of scorn.
"If I had an important job to do, and if a firing squad had their weapons trained on me, then in the few moments before they fired, I would still concentrate on my job."
Dezhnev muttered, "As my father used to say, anyone can hunt a bear fearlessly when the bear is absent."
Konyev turned on him fiercely. "I've had enough of your father, you old drunkard!"
Dezhnev said, "Repeat that to me when we are safely back in the grotto, and you will then find you are hunting the bear when the bear is present."
Voronova said,
"Not another word, Yuri. Are you intent on quarreling with everyone?"
"Natalia, I'm intent on doing my job. Albert must go out again." "No," said Morrison in terror. "Never."
Dezhnev, who glared at Konyev less than lovingly, said, "A hero of the Soviet Union is heard from. He must do his job, so Albert must go out into the cell again." Voronova said, "Dezhnev is right, Yuri. You boast that even a firing squad would not interrupt your duty. Go out once, then, as Albert has done twice."
Konyev said, "It is his machine. It is key to his brain."
"So I understand," said Voronova. "But you, as you yourself say, have the same brain type. At least you could sense what he sensed. Certainly you sensed the skeptic waves when he was lost in the intercellular current, and you were at a distance. With the machine in your very hand and yourself outside, you would gather data of your own, which should be more valuable to us in any case. Of what use would it be to have Albert's keener perception if you insist on disbelieving whatever he says?"
All were staring at Konyev now. Even Kalinin managed to look at him at intervals through her long lashes. Then Morrison coughed slightly and said, "I'm afraid I urinated into the suit. A little, not much, I think. Terror has its price."
"I know," said Voronova. "I've drained it and cleaned it as well as I could. That shouldn't stop Yuri. A little bit of urine residue will surely not stop the dedication to duty of a man like him."
Konyev said, "I resent this clumsy sarcasm on the part of all of you. But I'll go out into the cell. Do you really think I'm afraid of doing that? My only thought to the contrary has been that Albert is the best receiver. Still, I am second best, certainly, and if he will not do it, then I will, provided—"
He paused, and Dezhnev said, "Provided the bear is not there, Yuri, my hero?"
Konyev said bitterly, "No, old sot, provided that I am held firmly to the ship.
Albert was torn loose because he was attached feebly, a poor job on the part of the one in charge of that department. I want no poor jobs done on me."
Kalinin said to no one, her eyes on her fingertips, "Albert must have struck a structure in such a way as to exactly fit it, electrically speaking. The chance of that happening was very low. Even so, I shall try to make use of an odd pattern on the ship and the suit in order to reduce the odds as far as I can manage."
Konyev nodded. "I'll accept that," he said to Boronova.
Then to Morrison,
"You say there is no heat transfer?"
Morrison said, "None that I could detect. Just size oscillation."
"Then I won't bother removing my garment."
Boronova said, "You understand, Yuri, that you won't stay out long. We cannot stretch the risk of deminiaturization indefinitely."
"I understand," said
Konyev, and with Morrison's help he clambered into the suit. 71. Morrison looked through the hull of the ship and watched Konyev. Twice it had been the other way around. He had been outside looking in, and for a while, that second time, he had been nowhere, looking nowhere. Morrison felt a little chagrined that Konyev seemed so composed. Konyev did not turn to look into the ship. He held Morrison's computer in his hands, following Morrison's hasty instructions on the elementary aspects of expanding and focusing. He seemed entirely intent on his job. Was he really that icily brave? Would he continue to concentrate even if he were ripped loose as Morrison had been? Probably, and Morrison felt ashamed of himself. He looked at the others on the ship. Dezhnev remained at his controls. He had to stay near the membrane of the cell. He had suggested moving into the doldrums between the two streams. Nearly motionless as they would then be, probably turning in a slow eddy, actually, they would not risk the kind of accident that had torn Morrison loose. Konyev had vetoed that at once. It was along the membrane that the skeptic waves moved, and he wanted to be near them. Dezhnev had also suggested turning the ship upside down. Up and down made no difference here in the cell any more than it did in outer space. By turning upside down, the airlock would be on the side of the ship away from the membrane, and that might keep Konyev away from cytoskeletal structures. That merely angered Konyev. He pointed out that such structures might be anywhere in the cell, and that, in any case, he did not want the bulk of the ship between himself and the membrane. So he was out there in just the way he wanted, and Dezhnev, paying close attention to his controls, whistled very softly to himself. Boronova watched her instrument, looking up only occasionally to gaze thoughtfully at Konyev. Kalinin was fidgety. It was the only word. Her eyes shifted toward Konyev 100 times, and they shifted away as many times. Boronova said suddenly, "Albert, it's your instrument. Do you think Yuri can work it? Do you think he's getting anything?" Morrison smiled briefly. "I preset it for him. There isn't much further for him to do, and I explained the focusing. Just the same, I know he isn't getting anything, Natalia." "How can you know that?" "If he were to sense something, I would overhear it, or oversense it, perhaps I should say, as he oversensed me when I was out in the stream. I sense nothing, absolutely nothing." Boronova looked surprised. "But could that be? If he sensed something when you held it, why shouldn't he sense something when he holds it?" "Perhaps conditions have changed. Consider that all this agony that Konyev says he detected when he followed my machine's broadcast of Shapirov's thoughts to me, that was not characteristic of what we heard before." "I know. It had been almost idyllic before. Green fields, mathematical equations." "Can it be, then, that the living part of Shapirov's brain, if it is capable of consciousness, has just recently recognized its comatose position? That it has done so in the last hour, perhaps?" "Why should that have happened in the last hour? That's too much of a coincidence that it should do so now, just as we are in the brain." "Perhaps we have stimulated the brain by actually being in it, and brought the realization about in consequence. Or perhaps it is a coincidence. The funny thing about coincidences is that they do happen. And perhaps the realization that struck him with anguish not long ago has now caused him to sink into silent apathy." Boronova looked uncertain. "I still can't believe that. Do you really think Yuri's not getting anything?" "Nothing of any significance, I am quite certain." "Perhaps I should call him in." "I would if I were you, Natalia. He's been out nearly 10 minutes. If he isn't getting anything, that's time enough." "But what if he's getting something?" "Then he'll refuse to come in. You know Konyev." Boronova said, "Tap on the hull of the ship, Albert. You're nearest his face.
Morrison did so, and Konyev looked in their direction. His face was blurred through the plastic headpiece, but he wore an unmistakable frown. Boronova gestured for him to come in. Konyev hesitated, then nodded, and Morrison said to Boronova, "There's your proof." Konyev was brought in, and they could see his face was flushed. They unbuckled his helmet, and he drew in a deep breath. "Phew, that's good. It was getting a little warm out there. Since I was attached to the ship, the size oscillation was less than I expected, and the heat transfer was perceptible. Help me get the rest of this plastic armor off."
Boronova said in a sudden small spasm of hope, "Is that why you were ready to come in? The heat?"
"That was certainly the chief reason."
"Did you sense anything, Yuri?"
And Konyev scowled and said, "No, not a thing. Nothing."
Morrison lifted his head. A muscle in his right cheek twitched briefly, but he did not smile.
72.
"Well, Natasha, little captain," said Dezhnev with an air of faded bonhomie. "What do we do next? Any ideas?"
He received no answer. In fact, no one seemed to notice that he had spoken. Konyev was still mopping away at his chest and at the back of his neck. His look at Morrison had no bonhomie in it at all. His dark eyes smouldered. "There was a great deal of transmission out there when you were outside the ship." "If you say so," said Morrison coldly, "but I told you that I don't remember a thing about it." "Maybe it does make a difference who holds the device." "I don't believe that." "Science is not a matter of belief, but of evidence. Why don't we see what happens when you go out holding your own device exactly as I did? We'll have you bound firmly so that you don't come loose again, and you can stay out the same 10 minutes I did, no more." Morrison said, "I won't do it. That's already been tried. And I sensed Shapirov's thoughts, even if you say you didn't." "You did not sense his thoughts. You sensed only emotion. There were no words." "Because you let go of the device. You admitted that yourself. Try it now without letting go." "No, it won't work." "You were frightened because you were torn loose. This time you will not be torn loose, as I was not. You will not be frightened." "You underestimate my capacity for terror, Yuri," said Morrison, shrugging. Konyev looked disgusted. "Is this a time to joke?" "I'm not joking. I'm easily terrified. I lack your whatever." "Courage?" "All right. If you want an admission, I lack courage, I'll admit it." Konyev turned to look at Boronova. "Natalia, you are the captain. Direct Albert to try once more."
"I don't think I can direct him under these conditions," said Boronova. "As he himself has said, what good will it do if we combine our strength, force him into the suit, and shove him out? If he is incapable of doing anything, we'll get nothing out of it. However, I can ask him."
"Albert?" "Save your breath," said Morrison wearily.
"Once more, not more than 3 minutes by the clock, unless you get a transmission."
"We won't. I'm convinced we won't."
"Then only 3 minutes to prove the point."
Morrison said, "To what end, Natalia? If I get nothing, Yuri will say I am deliberately misadjusting my computer. If there is no trust between us, we will accomplish nothing in any case. How would it be, for instance, if I displayed Konyev's conviction that to disagree is to lie? I say I sensed nothing of either Shapirov's thoughts or emotions when I was alone in the intercellular stream. Konyev said he sensed a great deal. Who else did? Did you, Natalia?"
"No, I sensed nothing."
"Sophia?" Kalinin shook her head. "Arkady?"
Dezhnev said in an aggrieved tone,
"I do not seem to be able to sense very much." Morrison said, "Well, then, Yuri stands alone. How are we to know he really sensed anything? I shall not be as unkind as he is. I shall not accuse him of lying, but isn't it possible that his wild desire to sense something caused him to imagine he had?" Konyev's face was white with anger, but his voice, except for a slight tremor, was cool enough. "Forget all that. We have spent hours in this body, and I'm asking for one last observation, one last experiment, that may justify all that has gone before." "No," said Morrison. "Last pays all. I've heard that before."
Boronova said, "Albert, this time there will be no mistake. One last experiment."
Dezhnev said, "It would have to be a last experiment. Our power supply is lower than I would like it to be. Finding you was costly, Albert." Yet we did find you, said Konyev, and without counting the cost. I found you. He suddenly smiled tightly and fiercely. And I wouldn't have found you if I did not detect the transmissions emanating from your device. It would have been impossible. There's the proof that what I sensed was not imaginary. And since I found you, pay me back.
Morrison's nostrils flared. You came after me because my explosion would have killed you all in a matter of minutes, perhaps. What payment do you expect for your anxiety to save your own The ship rocked violently, without warning. It swayed heavily, and Konyev, who had been standing, tottered and caught at the back of a seat. "What was it?" called out Voronova, clutching with one hand at her own control device. Kalinin bent over her computer. "I caught a glimpse, but you can't tell in this light. It may have been a ribosome." "A ribosome?" repeated Morrison in astonishment. "Why not? They're scattered all over the cell. They're protein manufacturing organelles." "I know what they are," said Morrison indignantly. "So it landed us a blow. Or rather, as we skimmed along, we landed it a blow. It doesn't matter which way you look at it. We just had a giant piece of Brownian motion." "Worse than that," said Dezhnev, pointing outward in horror. "We're not getting heat transfer, we're getting field oscillation." Morrison, staring in despair, recognized the phenomenon he had seen when alone in the cell. The water molecules were expanding and contracting, visibly so. "Stop it! Stop it!" shouted Konyev. "I'm trying to," said Voronova, through tight lips. "Arkady, shut off the jets and make all the power available to me. Shut off the air conditioning, lights, everything." Voronova bent over the tiny glow that marked her battery-powered computer. Morrison could see nothing except for the light from Voronova's computer, and in the seat next to him, Kalinin's. He could not see, in the otherwise total darkness of a cell buried in the interior of a brain, the water molecules swelling and subsiding. There was no uncertainty about it, however. He could feel the jarring in the pit of his stomach. It was not the water molecules that were oscillating, after all. It was the miniaturization field that was, and the objects that were buried in it, and he himself. Each time the ship expanded, and the water molecules seemed to contract, the field converted some of its energy to heat, and he could feel the flush that swept over him. Then, as Voronova forced energy into the field, squeezing it into contraction, the heat vanished. For a while he could feel the oscillations slow and subside. But then they began to grow wilder, and he knew that Voronova was failing. She could not fend off the spontaneous deminiaturization that was on the way, and in 10 seconds he knew he would be dead. He, and all of them, and the body in which they were buried, would be an exploding puff of water vapor and carbon dioxide. He felt dizzy. He was going to faint, and in his pusillanimous way he would thus anticipate death by a second, and his last recognizable emotion would be one of intense shame. 73. The seconds passed, and Morrison didn't faint. He stirred a little. He should be dead by now, shouldn't he? It was inevitable that the next thought should come. Can there be an afterlife after all? He dismissed the possibility quickly. He was aware of someone sobbing. No, it was harsh breathing. He opened his eyes, he hadn't realized they were closed, and found himself staring at Kalinin in the dim light. Since all the energy available was being pumped into the effort to keep the ship from deminiaturizing, he saw her only by the glow of her own computer. He could make out her head bent over it, her hair in disarray, and her breath whistling sharply through her parted lips. He looked around in a sudden renewal of hope and thought and life. The ship's oscillations seemed less extreme. They were settling downward into a kind of peace even as he watched. And then cautiously Kalinin stopped and looked up sidewise at him, her face twitching into a painful smile. "It is done," she said in a hoarse whisper. The light within the ship brightened slowly, almost tentatively, and Dezhnev uttered a huge, shuddering sigh. "If I am not dead now," he said, "I hope to live yet a little while. As my father once said, life would be unbearable if death were not worse yet. Thank you, Natasha. You may be my captain forever." "Not I," said Voronova, her face looking very old, to the point where Morrison would not have been surprised to see white streaks in her black hair. "I simply couldn't pump enough energy into the ship. Was it something you did, Sophia?" Kalinin's eyes were closed now, but her breasts were still heaving. She stirred a little, as though reluctant to answer, reluctant to do anything but save her life for a time. Then she said, "I don't know."
Maybe.
Voronova said, "What did you do?"
Kalinin said, "I couldn't just wait for death. I made the ship the electric duplicate of a D-glucose molecule, and hoped the cell would do the normal thing and interact with a molecule of ATP, adenosine triphosphate. In doing so, it gained a phosphate group and energy. The energy, I hoped, would go into reinforcing the miniaturization field. I then neutralized the ship, and the phosphate group fell off. D-glucose again, another gain in energy, then neutral, and so on, over and over."
She stopped to pant a bit.
"Over and over. My fingers were working so fast, I didn't know if I were hitting the right keys or not, but I must have. And the ship gained enough energy to stabilize the field."
Voronova said, "How did you come to do that?
"No one has ever suggested in my hearing that this might—" "Nor in mine," said Kalinin. "Nor in mine. I was just wondering this morning before we got on the ship what I would do, or what anyone could do, if spontaneous deminiaturization began. We'd need energy, but if the ship couldn't pump up enough, I thought, could the cell itself supply the energy? If it did, it would only be through ATP, which every cell has. I didn't know if it would work. I had to spend energy, forcing the electrical pattern on and off the ship, and I knew I might spend more than I got from ATP, or the energy of the ATP might simply not affect the ship in such a way as to counter the deminiaturization. It was all such a gamble."
Dezhnev said softly, almost as though to himself, "As my old father would say, if you have nothing to lose, gamble freely." Then, briskly, he said, "Thank you, little Sophia. My life is yours from now on. I will give it to you at your need. I will go farther. I will even marry you, if that would strike you as convenient."
"A chivalrous offer," said Kalinin, smiling faintly, "but I wouldn't ask marriage of you. Your mere life, at need, would be quite enough."
Voronova was entirely herself now, and she said, "This will be cited in detail in the final report. Your quick thinking and your quick action saved everything." Morrison couldn't trust himself to make any speech at all. Unaccountably, he felt near tears. In gratitude for life? In admiration for Kalinin? All he could do was reach for Kalinin's hand, put it to his lips, and kiss it. Then, after clearing his throat vigorously, he said with extraordinary mildness, "Thank you, Sophia." She looked embarrassed, but did not draw her hand away immediately. She said, "It might not have worked. I didn't think it would work." "Had it not," said Dezhnev, "we would be no deader." Through all this, only Yuri Konyev had not said a word, and Morrison turned to look at him. He sat as he usually sat, very upright and very much turned away from them. Morrison, finding his voice suddenly, and his anger, said, "Well, Yuri, what have you to say?" Konyev looked over his shoulder briefly and said, "Nothing." "Nothing? Sophia saved the expedition." Konyev shrugged. "She did her job." "Her job? She did much more than her job." Morrison leaned forward and reached wildly for Konyev, grabbing his shoulder. "She invented the technique that saved us. And in doing so, she saved your life, you idiot. She's the reason you're still alive. You can at least thank her." "I'll do as I please," said Konyev, twitching his shoulder and then writhing out of Morrison's grasp. Morrison's hands found their way around Konyev's throat. "You miserable, egotistical barbarian," he grunted out, squeezing desperately. "You love her in your own insane way, and you won't give her a kind word. Not one kind word, you piece of dirt." Again Konyev pulled himself loose, and then the two were pummeling each other clumsily. They were half trapped by the seats from which they had partly risen, and neither could maneuver properly under zero-gravity conditions. Kalinin screamed, "Don't hurt him!" "He won't hurt me," thought Morrison, striving mightily. He had not been engaged in this kind of physical combat since he was 16, and, he thought in embarrassment, he wasn't doing any better now. Voronova's voice rang out sharply, "Stop it, both of you!" And they did, both of them. Voronova said, "Albert, you are not here to teach anyone manners. And, Yuri, you need not labor to be a boor. It comes natural to you. If you do not wish to acknowledge Sophia's—" Sophia said with an obvious effort, "I'm not asking for thanks from anyone." "Thanks?" said Konyev angrily. "Let us all say thanks. Before the deminiaturization started, I was trying to get this American coward to thank us for rescuing him. I didn't want thanks in words. This isn't a dance floor. We needn't bow and curtsy. I wanted him to show his thanks by getting out there and trying to sense some of Shapirov's thoughts. He refused. Who is he to teach me how and when to say thanks? Morrison said, I said before the deminiaturization that I wouldn't do it, and I repeat that now. Dezhnev interrupted and said, We beat a dead horse here. We have consumed our energy supply as though it were vodka at a wedding. Between pursuits and deminiaturizations, we have very little to spare for the task of deminiaturizing under controlled conditions. We must get out now. Konyev said, It would take very little energy to have this man go out for a couple of minutes and come in again. Then we can leave. For a moment, Konyev and Morrison stared at each other hostilely, and then Dezhnev said in a voice that seemed drained of some of its life, My poor old father used to say, the most frightening phrase in the Russian language is, That's odd. Konyev turned angrily and said, Shut up, Arkady. Dezhnev replied, I mentioned that only because it is now time for me to say it. That's odd. 74. Voronova pushed her dark hair back from her forehead, a bit wearily, Morrison thought, and noted the hair itself was clearly damp with perspiration. She said, What is odd, Arkady? Let us not play games. The current flow of the cellular material is slowing. There was a brief silence. Then Voronova said, How can you tell? Dezhnev said heavily, Natasha, dear, if you sat in my seat, you would know that there are fibers crisscrossing the cytoskeleton, put in Morrison. Thank you, Albert, my child, said Dezhnev with a grand wave of his hand. My father used to say, it is more important to know the thing than the name. Still, never mind. The whatever you call it doesn't stop the cell flow, and it doesn't stop the ship. But I can see it glint past. Well, it's glinting past more slowly now. I assume the fibers don't move, so I take it we're slowing. And since I'm not doing anything to slow the ship, I assume that it is the intracellular flow that is really slowing. This is called logic, Albert. So you don't have to educate me on that point. Kalinin said in a small voice, I think we have damaged the cell. She sounded conscience-stricken. Morrison took it so and said, One brain cell gone, more or less, won't hurt Shapirov in any way, especially in the condition he's in. I wouldn't be surprised if the cell were gone, though. After all, the ship came after me in a furious race, I imagine. And I thank you all again for that. And it probably vibrated itself nearly to death, and must have vibrated the entire cell as well. Konyev said, frowning darkly, That's mad. We're molecule-sized, and a small molecule at that. Do you suppose anything we can do, whether moving or jiggling, is going to damage an entire cell? Morrison said, We don't have to reason it out, Yuri. It's an observed fact. The intracellular stream is stopping, and that isn't normal. In the first place, that's just Arkady's impression, said Konyev, and he's no neurologist. Do I have to be a neurologist to have eyes? Demanded Dezhnev hotly, one arm raised as though to strike at the younger man. Konyev cast a brief glance at Dezhnev, but made no other acknowledgment of his remark. He said, And besides, we don't know what is normal in a living brain cell from this level of observation. There may be calms and eddies in the flow, so that even if something like this is observed, it might be only temporary. You're whistling past the graveyard, Yuri, said Morrison. The fact is, we can't use this cell any more, and we don't have sufficient remaining energy to wander around searching for another cell. Konyev ground his teeth. There must be something we can do. We can't give up. Morrison said, Natalia, make the decision. Is there any point in investigating this cell any further? And are we in a position to seek out another cell? Voronova raised her hand and bowed her head in a moment of thought. The others turned to look at her, and Konyev seized the opportunity to grasp Morrison by the upper arm and pull him closer. His eyes were dark with hostility. He whispered, How is it you think I am in love with— He jerked his head in Kalinin's direction. What gives you the right to think so? Tell me that. Morrison looked at him blankly. At this point Voronova spoke, but it was not to answer Morrison's question. She said mildly, Arkady, what is it you are doing? Dezhnev, who was bent over his controls, lifted his head. I am rearranging the wiring back to what it was. I am hooking up communications again. Voronova said, Have I told you to do that? Dezhnev said, Necessity has told me to do that. Konyev said, Does it occur to you it will be impossible to steer?
Dezhnev growled and said in sullen irony, "And does it occur to you that there may be no more steering to do?" "What is the necessity that drives you, Arkady?" said Voronova patiently.
Dezhnev said, "I don't think it's this cell alone that is out of order. The temperature around us is going down. Slowly." Konyev sneered. "By your measurements?" "No, by the ship's measurements. By the background infrared radiation we're getting." "You can't tell anything by that," said Konyev. "At our size we get very few infrared photons. The level would vary all over the lot."
Dezhnev nodded at Konyev and said,
"Like this." His hand waved up and down frenetically. "Still, it can wave up and down like a rowboat in a typhoon, and yet do so at a lower and lower average level." And his hand sank ever lower, as it continued its trembling.
Voronova said, "Why should the temperature be dropping?"
Morrison smiled grimly. "Come on, Natalia, I think you know why. I know that Yuri knows why. Arkady must find out, and for that reason necessity is forcing him to put back communications." An uncomfortable silence fell, except for Dezhnev's occasional grunts and muttered expletives as he struggled with the ship's wiring. Morrison gazed out at the surroundings, which he could once again see in the usual unsatisfactory fashion now that ship's lighting had been restored. There were the usual dim glitter of molecules, large and small, that travelled with them. Now that Dezhnev had mentioned it, he saw the occasional reflection of light from a line that stretched across the path before them, and then moved over or under and behind at express speed. These were undoubtedly very thin collagen fibers that preserved the shape of the irregular neuron and kept it from converting itself into a roughly spherical blob under the pull of its own surface tension. Had he been watching for it, he would have noticed it before. It occurred to him that Dezhnev, as navigator, had to watch for everything, and in the entirely unprecedented situation in which the ship found itself, Dezhnev had had no guide, no instruction, no experience to let him know what to watch for. There was no question but that Dezhnev's task had placed him under greater tension than the others had allowed for. Certainly, to Morrison himself, Dezhnev had been taken for granted as the least of the five. Not fair, Morrison thought now. Dezhnev had straightened up now. He had an earphone in one ear canal and said, "I should be able to establish communication." He said, "Are you there? Grotto? Grotto?" Then he smiled. "Yes, we are to this point safe. I'm sorry, but as I told you, it was either communicate or steer. How is it at your end?" "What? Repeat that more slowly." "Yes, I thought so." He turned to the others. "Comrades," he said, "Academician Pyotr Leonovitch Shapirov is dead. 13 minutes ago all vital signs ceased, and our task now is to leave the body." Chapter 17. Exit. If trouble were as easy to get out of as into, life would be one sweet song. Dezhnev, Sr. 75. A grey silence fell over the ship. Kalinin buried her face in her hands, and then, after a long moment, broke the silence by whispering, "Are you sure, Arkady?" And Dezhnev, blinking hard to hold back tears, said, "Am I sure? The man has been on the brink of death for weeks. The cellular flow is slowing, the temperature is falling, and the grotto, which has him wired with every instrument ever invented, says he is dead. What is there to be but sure?" Voronova sighed. "Poor Shapirov. He deserved a better death." Konyev said, "He might have held out another hour." Voronova said with a frown, "He did not pick and choose, Yuri." Morrison felt chilled. Until now he had been conscious of some surrounding red corpuscles, of a specific speck of intercellular region, of the interior of a neuron. His environment had been circumscribed to the immediate. Now he looked out of the ship, through its transparent plastic walls, at what appeared to him for the first time to be thickness upon thickness of matter. On their present scale, with a ship the size of a glucose molecule, and himself not much more than the size of an atom, the body of Shapirov was larger than the planet Earth. Here he was, then, buried in a planetary object of dead organic matter. He felt impatience over the pause for morning. Time for that later, but meanwhile— He said in a voice that was perhaps a little louder than it ought to have been, "How do we get out?" Voronova looked at him in surprise, eyes widening. Morrison was certain that in her grief for Shapirov the thought of leaving had been momentarily buried. She cleared her throat and made a visible effort to be her usual businesslike self. She said, "We must deminiaturize to some extent to begin with." Morrison said, "Why only to begin with? Why not deminiaturize all the way to normality right now?" Then, as though to forestall the inevitable objection, "We will inflict damage on Shapirov's body, but it is a dead body, and we are still alive. Our needs come first." Kalinin looked at Morrison reproachfully. "Even a dead body deserves respect, Albert, especially the dead body of a great scientist like academician Pyotr Shapirov." "Yes, but surely not to the extent of risking 5 lives." Morrison's impatience was growing. Shapirov was only someone he had known by distant reputation and peripherally. To Morrison he was not the demigod he seemed to be to the others. Dezhnev said, "Aside from the question of respect, we are enclosed by Shapirov's cranium. If we expand to fill that cranium and then try to crumble the cranium by the effect of our miniaturization field, we will lose too much energy and deminiaturize explosively. We must first find our way out of the cranium." Voronova said, "Albert is right. Let's begin. I will deminiaturize to cell size. Arkady, have the people in the grotto determine our exact position. Yuri, make sure you locate that position accurately on your cerebrograph." Morrison stared at the hull of the distant cell membrane, a brighter and more continuous sparkle, one that was visible through the occasional flicker of light from the intervening molecules. The first indication of deminiaturization was the fact that the molecules subsided. It was the only word Morrison could think of to describe what happened. It was as though the little curved swellings that filled the space around them, and which Morrison's brain constructed out of twinklings rather than saw directly, shrank. It was for all the world as though they were balloons with the air let out of them until the surroundings seemed relatively smooth. But even as the liquid around them grew smooth, the large macromolecules in the distance, the proteins, the nucleic acids, the still larger cellular structures, also shrank, and in doing so grew more distinct. The sparks of light they reflected were more closely spaced. The cell membrane itself seemed to be approaching, and it too could be seen more clearly. It came closer still, and yet closer. The ship was, after all, in a narrow dendrite that projected from the cell body itself, and if the ship was going to enlarge to the size of a cell, it would have to grow much larger than this mere projection. It was clear that the membrane was going to collide with the ship, and Morrison automatically clenched his teeth and steeled himself for the shock of impact. There was none. The membrane came closer and closer, and then simply separated and was not there. It was too thin a structure and too lightly bound to withstand the consequences of being forced into a miniaturization field. Though the ship was deminiaturizing to an extent, it was still far, far smaller than the normal world around it, and the molecules of the membrane, on entering the field and shrinking, lost contact with each other, so that the integrity of the whole vanished. Morrison watched everything after that with fascination. The surroundings seemed chaotic until, as objects continued to shrink, he began to recognize the intercellular jungle of collagen that they had encountered before entering the neuron. That jungle continued to shrink in its turn until the collagen trunks and cables became nothing more than twine. Voronova said, "And that is all. We will want to be able to fit within a small vein." Dezhnev grunted. "That is all under any circumstances. Our remaining energy supply is not great." Voronova said, "It will last until we find our way out of the cranium, surely." Dezhnev said, "We can hope so. However, you're only the captain of the ship, Natasha. You are not the captain of the laws of thermodynamics." Voronova shook her head as though in reproof and said, "Arkady, have them determine our position, and don't lecture me." Konyev said, "I'm certain, Natalia, that it is not terribly important to determine our position. It cannot be measurably different from what it was when we left the capillary. All our wanderings since have merely taken us to a nearby neuron, and from that to a neighboring neuron. The difference in position on even an ordinary microscopic scale is scarcely measurable." And then, after a wait of several minutes, the position came through, and Konyev said, "As I told you." Morrison said, "What's the good of the position, Yuri? We don't know which way we're headed, and we can only go in whatever direction that might be." Now that communications are restored, we can't steer. Konyev said, "Well then, since there is only one way in which we can head, we will head in that direction. I'm sure that Arkady's father had a saying concerning that." Dezhnev said at once, "He used to say, when only one course of action is possible, there is no difficulty in deciding what to do." "You see," said Konyev. "And we will find that whatever direction we go in, we will find a way out. Move ahead, Arkady." The ship moved forward, ploughing through the now fragile threads of collagen, splashing through a neuron, and cutting across a thin axon. It was hard to believe they were recently inside one of those axons, and that it had seemed like a highway 100 kilometers across. Morrison said dryly, "Suppose that Shapirov was still alive when it became necessary for us to leave his body. What would we have done?" "What do you mean?" said Voronova. "I mean, what alternative is there to this? Would we not have had to determine our position? And to do that, would we not have had to establish communications? And once that was done, would we not have been able to move in only one direction, forward? Would we not have had to deminiaturize in order not to have to travel the equivalent of tens of thousands of kilometers, but merely the equivalent of a few kilometers? In short, in order to get out, would we not have had to push our way through the living neurons of a living Shapirov, as we are now pushing our way through dying and dead ones?" Voronova said, "Well, yes." "Where, then, is the respect for a living body? After all, we actually hesitated to violate the integrity of a dead one." "You must understand, Albert, that this is an emergency operation with an inadequate ship. We have no choice. And in any case, it is not like your suggestion that we deminiaturize completely in the brain, smashing the cranium and leaving Shapirov headless. Our present course, even if Shapirov was alive, would destroy a dozen neurons, or possibly 100, and that would not have been likely to make Shapirov's condition appreciably worse. Brain neurons are continually dying throughout life, like red corpuscles." "Not quite," said Morrison grimly. "Red corpuscles are continually replaced. Neurons never are." Konyev interrupted, his voice rather loud, as though he were impatiently overriding the idle talk of others. "Arkady, stop! We need another position determination." There was at once a dead silence within the ship, one that continued as though any speech might interfere with the measurements being made in the grotto, or might hamper the concentration of those making the measurement. Finally, Dezhnev whispered the measurements to Konyev, who said, "Confirm them, Arkady. Make sure you have them right." Morrison unclasped himself. He was still virtually without mass, but there was distinctly more of it than there had been when they were maneuvering within the cell. He pulled himself cautiously upward so that he could see the cerebrograph over Konyev's shoulder. There were 2 red spots on it, with a thin red line connecting them. The map displayed on the screen condensed a bit, the 2 dots shrinking toward each other, and then it expanded again in a different orientation. Konyev's fingers worked busily over the computer keys, and the map grew double and uninterpretable. Morrison knew, however, that Konyev could view it through a device that would render it stereoscopic, displaying a 3rd dimension. Konyev laid down that device and said, "Natalia, this time chance is on our side. Wherever we are, and in whatever direction we were traveling, we'd be bound to encounter a small vein sooner or later. In this case it is sooner. We are not far away, and we will strike it in such a way that we will be able to enter." Morrison heaved an internal sigh of relief, but could not help saying, "And what would you have done if chance had dictated a vein very far away?" Konyev said coolly, "Then I would have had Dezhnev break communications again and steer to a closer one." Dezhnev, however, turned to stare at Morrison, made a grimace of disagreement, and mouthed the words, "Not enough energy." "Move forward, Arkady," said Voronova peremptorily, "and get to the vein." After a few minutes, Dezhnev said, "Yuri's map is right, which I wouldn't have bet on with any enthusiasm. That's it ahead." Morrison found himself staring at a curving wall reaching into the indefinite haze upward and downward, and with just a faint suggestion of tiling to it. If it was a vein, it was as yet not very far removed from a capillary. Morrison wondered uneasily if the ship would be able to fit inside it. 76. Voronova said, "Is there any way, Sophia, that you can give the ship an electric charge pattern that will slip us into the vein?" Kalinin looked doubtful, and Morrison, holding up his hand, said, "I don't think so, Natalia. The individual cells may not be entirely dead even now, but certainly the organization within them has been destroyed. I don't think any cell in the body can take us in by pinocytosis, or by any other means."
"What do I do, then?" said Dezhnev unhappily. "Force my way in?"
"Of course," said Konyev. "Lean against the vein wall. A small bit of it will then miniaturize and disintegrate, and you can move in. You won't have to use your motors much."
"Ah," said Dezhnev, "the expert speaks. The vein will miniaturize and disintegrate at the expense of our field, and that would take energy, too. More energy than forcing our way in would."
"Arkady," said Voronova, "don't be angry. This is not the time for it. Use your motors moderately and take advantage of the first weakening of the vein wall through miniaturization to burst through. Using both techniques will consume less energy than either separately."
"We can hope so," said Dezhnev. "But saying so doesn't make it so. When I was little, my father said to me once, 'Vehemence, my little son, is no guarantee of truth.' He told me this when I swore with great earnestness that I had not broken his pipe. He asked me if I understood the statement. I said I didn't, and he explained it to me very carefully. Then he walloped me."
"Yes, Arkady," said Voronova, "but move in now."
Konyev said, "It's not as though you're going to flood the brain with blood. It wouldn't matter now that Shapirov is dead, but as it happens, the blood isn't flowing now. Virtually nothing will leak."
"Ah," said Dezhnev, "this raises an interesting point. Ordinarily, once we enter a vein, the blood flow would carry us in a particular direction. Without blood flow, I must use my engines. But in which direction must we go?"
"Once we penetrate at this point," said Konyev calmly, "you will turn to the right. So my cerebrograph says."
"But if there is no current to turn me to the right, and if I enter at an angle to the left?"
"Arkady, you will enter at an angle to the right. My cerebrograph tells me that, too. Just push in, will you?"
"Go ahead, Arkady," said Voronova. "We have no choice but to rely on Yuri's cerebrograph."
The ship moved forward, and as the prow touched the vein wall, Morrison could feel the slight vibration of the laboring motors. And then the wall simply gave and pulled away in all directions, and the ship was inside. Dezhnev stopped the motors at once. The ship moved in at a rapidly slowing pace, rebounded off the far wall, maintaining contact so briefly as to cause no damage that Morrison could see, and straightened out with the long axis of the ship along the enormous tunnel of the vein. The ship's width was better than half the width of the blood vessel.
"Well," said Dezhnev, "are we pointed in the right direction? If we're not, there's nothing to be done. I can't back up. We fit the vein too tightly for Albert to get out and turn us around, and we have an insufficient remaining supply of energy to miniaturize further and make such a turn possible."
"You're pointed in the right direction," said Konyev sternly. "Just get moving, and you'll find out soon enough. The vessel will get larger as we move."
"Let's hope it does. And if it does, how far do we have to travel before we can move out of the body?"
"I can't say yet," said Konyev. "I have to follow the vein on my cerebrograph, consult with the people in the grotto, and arrange for the insertion of a hypodermic needle into the vein as close as possible to the position in which we'll be when we emerge from within the cranium."
Dezhnev said, "May I explain that we cannot move on forever? What with miniaturizing and deminiaturizing, with steering at very low efficiency, with wrong capillaries, and with chasing after Albert when he was lost, we have used up much more energy than we had counted on using. We had much more energy than we thought we'd need, but even so, we've almost used it all."
Voronova said, "Do you mean we're out of energy?"
"Just about. Haven't I been telling you this for quite a while?" said Dezhnev. "Haven't I been warning you we were running low?"
"But how low are we? Are you saying we don't have enough to carry us out of the cranium?"
"Ordinarily, we would have plenty for that, even now. If we were in a living vein, we could count on a blood current sweeping us along. But there is no current. Shapirov is dead, and his heart isn't beating. That means I'll have to force my way through the bloodstream with my motors going, and the cooler the stream gets, the more viscous it will become, the harder the motors will have to work, and the more rapidly the energy supply will run out."
Konyev said, "We have only a few centimeters to go."
Dezhnev said furiously,
"Only a few? Less than the width of my palm? Really? At our present size, we've got kilometers to go."
Morrison said, "Should we deminiaturize further, then?"
"We can't." Dezhnev was now speaking very loudly. "We don't have the energy for it. Uncontrolled deminiaturization takes no energy. It releases energy. but controlled deminiaturization. Look, Albert, if you jump out of a high window, you will reach the ground without effort. But if you want to survive the ordeal, and if you want to be lowered slowly while you hang on to a rope, that takes a great deal of effort. Understand?"
Morrison muttered, "I understand." Kalinyan's hand stole to his and squeezed it gently.
She said in a low voice, "Don't mind Dezhnev. He grumbles and howls, but he'll get us there."
Voronova said, "Arkady, if vehemence doesn't guarantee truth, as you told us just now, neither does it guarantee a cool head in a solution. Rather the reverse. So why don't you just push your way along the vein, and perhaps the energy will last until we reach the hypodermic?"
Dezhnev scowled and said, "It's what I will do, but if you want me to keep a cool head, you must let me get rid of some heat."
The ship began to move, and Morrison thought to himself, "Every meter we go is a meter closer to the hypodermic needle." It didn't make much sense as a comforting thought, since to fail to reach the needle by a small distance might be as fatal as to fail by a large distance. Yet it worked to slow the beat of his heart, and it gave him a sense of accomplishment as he watched the wall slide rapidly backward. The red corpuscles and platelets seemed far more numerous now than they had been in the arteries and capillaries on the way in. Then there had been a blood flow, and there had been only the relatively few objects in their immediate neighborhood that had moved along the flow with them. Now the various formed bodies were largely motionless, and the ship moved past what seemed countless numbers, squeezing them right and left and leaving them behind, bobbing in their wake. They even passed an occasional white cell, large and globular and quiescent. Now, though, they were totally unresponsive to the presence of a foreign object speeding by. In one case, the ship simply whipped through a white cell and left it sprawling behind. Konyev said, "We are going in the right direction. The vein is now distinctly wider than it was." And so it was. Morrison had noticed that, without managing to grasp the significance. He had been too intent on simply moving. He felt a small surge of hope. To have been going in the wrong direction would have been total disaster. The vein would have narrowed and burst, leaving them adrift in grey matter, with perhaps insufficient fuel to find and reach another vein. Konyev was taking down something that Dezhnev was repeating to him. He nodded and said, "Have them confirm those figures, Arkady." "Good." He spent some time with his cerebrograph, and then said, "Listen, they know the vein we're in, and they will be inserting a hypodermic needle at a specific spot that I have marked off on the cerebrograph. We will reach it in half an hour, or a little less. Can you keep going for half an hour, Arkady?" "More likely a little less. If the heart was beating—" "Yes, I know, but it isn't," said Konyev. Then he said, "Natalia, may I have whatever records you have concerning what we have sensed of Shapirov's thought processes? I'm going to send the raw data, complete, out to the grotto." Voronova said, "You mean in case we don't make it out?" "That's exactly what I mean. This material is what we went in for, and there's no reason to have it perish with us if we can't get out." "That's a proper attitude, Yuri," said Voronova. "Provided," said Konyev, his voice suddenly taking on a tinge of anger, "the data has any value at all." Briefly he glared at Morrison. Konyev then bent toward Dezhnev, and together the two began electronically transmitting the information they had collected, computer to computer, from tiny to large, from inside a vein to the outside world. Kalinyan was still holding Morrison's hand, perhaps as much for comfort to herself as to him, Morrison thought. He said in a low voice, "What happens, Sophia, if we run out of energy before we reach the needle?" She lifted her eyebrows briefly and said, "We'll just have to remain passively in place. The people in the grotto will try to reach us wherever we are." "We won't deminiaturize explosively as soon as the energy is gone, will we?" "Oh, no. Miniaturization is a metastable state. You remember we explained that. We'll stay as we are indefinitely. Eventually, sometime, this chance pseudo-Brownian motion of expanding and contracting will set up spontaneous deminiaturization. But that might not be for... who knows?" "Yes?" "Possibly." "That won't do us any good, of course," said Morrison. "We'll die of asphyxiation. Without energy, we won't be able to recycle our air supply." "I said the people in the grotto would try to reach us.
Our computers will still be working, and they can home in on us, cut to the vein and into it, and spot us electronically, or even visually.
How can they find one cell among 50 trillion?
Kalinin patted his hand. You are in a pessimistic mood, Albert. We're an easily recognizable cell, and a broadcasting one.
I think I would feel better if we find the hypodermic needle now, and they don't have to look for us.
So would I. I am merely pointing out that running out of energy and not finding the needle is not the ultimate end.
And if we do find it?
Then we are drawn out, and the grotto's own energy sources will be applied to the task of deminiaturizing us.
Can't they do it now?
We're too closely surrounded by masses of unminiaturized material, and it would be too difficult to focus the deminiaturizing field with sufficient accuracy. Once we are out and visible to them, the conditions will be entirely different.
At this point, Dezhnev said, "Have we transmitted everything, Yuri?" "Yes, everything." "Then it is my duty to tell you that I have only enough energy to continue moving the ship for 5 minutes. Perhaps less, but certainly not more."
77. Morrison, Kalinin's hand still in his, squeezed convulsively, and the young woman winced. Morrison said, "I'm sorry, Sophia." He released her hand, and she rubbed it vigorously. Voronova said, "Where are we, Yuri? Can we get to the needle?"
"I should say yes," said Konyev. "Slow down, Arkady. Conserve what energy you have."
"No, believe me," said Dezhnev. "At the present speed I am cutting through the blood with comparatively little turbulence, thanks to the streamlining and surface characteristics of the ship. If I slow down, there will be more turbulence and energy waste."
Konyev said, "But we don't want to overshoot the mark."
"We won't. Any time you want me to cut the motors, we begin to slow down at once because of the blood viscosity. As we slow down, the turbulence builds. We slow down faster, and in 10 seconds we're motionless. If we had our normal mass and inertia, the rapid pace of slowing would plaster us all up against the front of the ship."
"Stop when I tell you, then."
Morrison had risen and was looking over Konyev's shoulder again. The cerebrograph, he judged, must be at enormous expansion, perhaps at maximum. The thin red line that had marked the path of the ship by dead reckoning was now thick and was approaching a small green circle which, Morrison surmised, must represent the position of the hypodermic needle. But it was dead reckoning, and it could be off a bit. Konyev was alternating his gaze between the cerebrograph and the view up ahead of the ship.
"We should have aimed for an artery," Morrison said suddenly. "They're empty after death. We wouldn't have had to waste energy on viscosity and turbulence."
Konyev said,
"Useless idea. The ship cannot progress through air."
He might have gone on, but at this point he stiffened and cried out,
"Stop, Arkady! Stop!"
Dezhnev hit a knob hard with the heel of his hand. It moved inward, and Morrison felt himself sway gently forward as the ship slowed and stopped almost at once. Konyev pointed. There was a large circle glowing with an orange light. He said,
"They're using fiber optic methods to make sure the tip glows. They said I wouldn't miss it."
"But we have missed it," said Morrison tightly. "We're looking at it, but we're not there. To get into it, we have to turn, and that means that Dezhnev has to unhook communications again."
"No use," said Dezhnev. "I have enough power in my engines to have kept us going another 45 seconds, maybe, but I certainly do not have enough to start us moving from scratch. We are at this moment dead in the water and cannot move again."
"Well, then,"
began Morrison with what was almost a wail.
"Well, then," said Konyev, "there is another kind of motion that is possible. That hypodermic needle has intelligence at the other end. Arkady, tell them to push it in very slowly."
The orange circle expanded slowly, becoming slightly elliptical.
Morrison said, "It's going to miss us."
Konyev made no reply to that, but leaned over toward Arkady to speak directly into the transmitter. The orange ellipse became for a moment more markedly elliptical, but this ceased after a bark from Konyev. It became nearly circular after that. The needle was close now and was pointing at them. And then there was sudden motion everywhere. The faint outlines of the red corpuscles on the occasional platelet moved and converged toward and through the circle. And the ship was moving, too. Morrison looked up and around as the orange circle moved past them neatly on all sides, then slipped behind the ship, shrank rapidly, and disappeared.
Konyev said with grim satisfaction, "They've sucked us in. From this point on we sit quietly. They will handle everything." 78. Now Morrison did his best to wash away thought, to close his mind. Either he would be brought back to the standard world, to normality, to reality, or he would die in a microblink, and the rest of the universe would go on without him, as it would do in any case, in 20 years or 30 or 40. He shut his eyes firmly and tried to respond to nothing, not even to the beating of his heart. At one point he felt a light touch on his left hand. That would have to be Kalinin. He withdrew his hand, not suddenly in rejection, but slowly, as though simply to say, "Not now." At another point he heard Voronova say, "Tell them, Arkady, to evacuate Section C, to put in strictly long-distance controls. If we go, there is no point in carrying anyone with us." Morrison wondered if Section C were indeed evacuated. He would evacuate if he were ordered to, or even if he were not ordered to, but there might be those lunatics who would be anxious to be on the spot when the first crew to explore a living body returned safely, so they could tell their grandchildren, he supposed. What happened to such people, he wondered, if they ended up not having grandchildren, if they died too young to see them, if their children chose never to have children, if the— Dimly he was aware that he was deliberately immersing himself in nonsense and trivia. One can't really think of nothing, and especially not if one has spent a lifetime devoting oneself to thought, but one can think of something utterly unimportant. There are, after all, so many more possible thoughts that are unimportant rather than important, trivial rather than vital, nonsensical rather than sensible, that he might even have fallen asleep. Thinking about it afterward made him feel certain he had. He wouldn't have thought it would be possible to be so cold-blooded. But it wasn't cold blood. It was weariness, relief from tension, the feeling that someone else was making decisions, that he himself might be totally relaxed at last. And perhaps, although he didn't want to admit it, it had all been too much and he had simply passed out. And again he felt a light touch on his left hand, and this time it did not go away. He stirred and opened his eyes on something that looked like ordinary illumination. Too ordinary. It hurt his eyes. He blinked rapidly, and they watered. Kalinin was looking down at him. "Wake up, Albert." He wiped at his eyes, began to make the natural interpretation of his surroundings, and said, "Are we back?" "We are back. All is well. We are safe, and we're waiting for you. You're nearest the door." Morrison looked back at the open door and started to his feet, rising a few inches and sinking back. "I'm heavy," Kalinin said. "I know. I feel like an elephant myself. Just get up slowly. I'll help you." No, that's all right." He fended her off. The room was crowded. His vision had cleared to the point where he could see the crowd, face upon face, looking toward him, smiling, watching. He did not want them, Soviet citizens all, to see the sole American helped to his feet by a young Soviet woman. Slowly, a little drunkenly, but by himself, he rose to his feet, stepped sidewise to the door, and very carefully let himself down to a small flight of stairs. Half a dozen pairs of arms reached out to help him, utterly disregarding his words. "It's all right. I don't need help." Then he said sharply, "Wait." Before stepping to solid ground, he turned and looked past Kalinin, who was right behind him. "What is it, Albert?" she asked. He said, "I was just taking a last look at the ship because I don't intend ever to see it again, not at a distance, not in films, not in any form of reproduction." Then he was on normal ground again, and the others followed. It was with relief that Morrison saw that every one of them was helped down. There would then have been some sort of impromptu celebration, but it was Voronova who stepped forward, looking distinctly disheveled and much unlike her usual calm, well-cared-for self, all the more so since she was wearing the thin cotton coverall that did very little to hide the mature lines of her body. "Fellow workers," she said, "I'm sure there will be appropriate ceremonies at some reasonable time to mark this fantastic voyage of ours. But please, we are in no condition to join you now. We must rest and recover from an arduous time, and we beg your indulgence." They were all led off to wild shouts and frantic waving, and only Dezhnev had the presence of mind to take a glass offered to him that contained something that was either water or vodka, and Morrison, for one, had no doubt as to which of the alternatives was in fact the case. The broad smile on Dezhnev's damp face as he sipped made it certain. Morrison said to Kalinin, "How long were we on the ship?" "I think it was over 11 hours, said Kalinin. Morrison shook his head. It seemed more like 11 years. "I know,"
she said, smiling slightly, "but clocks lack imagination."
"One of Dezhnev Sr.'s aphorisms, Sophia?"
"No, one of my own."
"What I want," said Morrison, "is a chance at the bathroom, and a shower, and fresh clothes, and a good dinner, and a chance to shout and scream, and a good night's sleep. In that order, I think, especially with the bathroom coming first."
"You'll have it all," said Kalinin, "as will the rest of us."
And they did, and the dinner seemed to Morrison to be particularly satisfactory. Throughout their stay on the ship, tension had managed to suppress his appetite, but such things are merely deferred, and hunger was gnawing with a vengeance once Morrison felt truly safe, truly comfortable, truly clean, and truly clothed. The main course at the dinner was a roast goose of enormous size, which Dezhnev carved, saying, "Be abstemious, my friends, for as my father used to say, eating too much kills more quickly than eating too little." Having said this, he served himself a much larger helping than he served anyone else. The one outsider present was a very blond, tall man, who was introduced as the military commander of the grotto, something which could be seen at once, since he was in full uniform with a spate of decorations. The others seemed extraordinarily polite to him and extraordinarily uncomfortable at the same time. Throughout the meal Morrison felt the tension returning. The commander looked at him often with unsmiling gravity, but said nothing to him directly. Because of the commander's presence, he felt unable to ask the important question, and then finally, when he might have raised it after the commander's departure, he suddenly found himself too sleepy. He would not be able to argue it out properly if there were any complications. And when he finally managed to tumble into bed, his last semi-conscious thought was that there would be complications. 79. Breakfast was late, and Morrison found that it was for two. Only Voronova joined him. He was mildly disappointed, for he had looked forward to the presence of Sophia Kalinin, but when she failed to appear, he decided not to ask after her. There were other questions he would have to ask. Voronova looked tired, as though she had not had enough sleep. But she looked happy, too. Or perhaps, Morrison thought, happy was too strong a word. Contented, rather. She said, "I had a good talk with the commander last night, and there was a two-way video call with Moscow, carefully shielded. Comrade Rashkin himself spoke with me, and was clearly pleased in the highest degree. He is not a demonstrative man, but he told me that he had been in touch with events all yesterday, and that during the interval in which we were not in communication with the outside world, he had been unable to eat or to do anything but pace back and forth. That perhaps was an exaggeration. He even said he had wept with joy at hearing that we were all safe, and that may be true. Undemonstrative men can be emotional when the dam breaks." "It sounds good for you, Natalia."
"For the whole project. You understand that according to the tentative schedule under which we had worked, we were not expected to launch a voyage into a living human body for at least 5 years. To have done so with a grossly inadequate ship, and to have come out of it alive, is viewed as a great triumph. Even the bureaucracy in Moscow understood the emergency under which we labored."
"I doubt that we really got what we were after."
"You mean Shapirov's thoughts?" "That was, of course, Yuri's dream. On the whole, it was fortunate that he talked us all into following that dream. We would never have attempted the voyage otherwise. Nor does the failure of the dream dim our feat. Had we failed to return alive, we can be sure that there would have been much criticism of our folly in attempting the matter. As it is, though, we are the first to have entered a living human body and to have returned alive. A Soviet first that will stand forever in history. There will be no non-Soviet feat of the sort for years, and our Soviet leadership is well aware of that and very satisfied. We are assured of the money we will need for a considerable time, I imagine, provided we can come up with a spectacular feat now and then." She smiled broadly at this, and Morrison nodded and smiled politely with her. He cut away at the ham omelette he had requested and said, "Would it have been diplomatic to emphasize that an American was one of the crew? Was I mentioned at all?" "Come, Albert, don't think so ill of us. Your feat in turning the ship by hand at the risk of your life was mentioned with emphasis."
"And Shapirov's death? That will not be blamed on us, I hope."
"The death is understood to have been unavoidable. It is well known that he was kept alive as long as he was, by advanced medical methods only. I doubt that it will be mentioned to any great extent in the records."
"In any case," said Morrison, "the nightmare is over."
"The nightmare? Come, give yourself a month or two, and it will seem an exciting episode that you'll be glad you experienced."
"I doubt it."
"You'll see. If you live to witness other such voyages, you'll be delighted to say, 'Ah, but I was on the very first.' And you'll never tire of telling the story to your grandchildren."
"That's the opening," thought Morrison. Aloud he said, "I see you assume that I will see my grandchildren some day. What happens to me once we're finished with breakfast, Natalia?"
"It will be out of the grotto for you and back to the hotel."
No, Natalia, I want more than that. What follows that? I warn you that if the miniaturization project is going to go public, and if there's a parade in Red Square, I don't intend to be part of it."
"Parades are out of the question, Albert. We're a long way from going public, although we're closer to it by far than we were the day before yesterday."
"Let me put it boldly, then. I want to go back to the United States. Now."
"As soon as possible, certainly. I imagine there will be pressure from your government."
"I should hope so," said Morrison dryly.
"They would not have been willing to have you back before you had a chance to help us, or—" Her eyes looked into his rather sternly. "From their point of view, spied on us. But now that you have done your part, and I'm sure they will be aware of that somehow, they will demand you back."
"And you must send me back. You promised that over and over."
"We will keep our promise."
"Nor need you think I have spied on you. I have seen nothing you have not let me see."
"I know that. Yet when you return to your own country, do you imagine that you will not be questioned exhaustively on what you have seen?"
Morrison shrugged. "That was the consequence you must have accepted when you brought me here."
"True, and we won't let it keep us from returning you. It is quite certain you won't be able to tell your people anything they don't already know. They poke their noses into our affairs carefully and skillfully."
"As your people poke their noses into ours," said Morrison, with some indignation.
"Undoubtedly," said Baronova, with a negligent wave of her hand. "Of course you will be able to tell them of our success, but we don't really object to their knowing. To this day Americans insist on believing that Soviet science and technology is second class. It will do us good to teach them a lesson in this. One thing, though."
"Ah," said Morrison.
"Not a large thing, but a lie. You must not say we brought you here by force. In any public mention of this matter you must state, if the question arises, that you came here voluntarily, in order to test your theories under conditions not available to you elsewhere in the world. It is a totally likely thing who would disbelieve you."
"My government knows otherwise."
"Yes, but they will themselves urge you to tell the lie. They are as little eager as we are to plunge the world into a crisis over this. Aside from the fact that crises between the United States and the Soviet Union would instantly antagonize the rest of the world against both of us in these so-called good new days, the United States will no more wish to admit they had let you be taken than we would to admit we had taken you. Come, Albert, it is a small thing."
Morrison sighed. "If you return me now, as you say you will do, I will keep quiet about this small matter of kidnapping."
"You use the conditional. You say if." Baronova was grim. "You clearly find it troublesome to believe me to be a person of honor. Why?" "Because I am a Soviet. 2 generations of peace, 2 generations of getting along, and your old habits persist. Is there to be no hope for humanity?"
"Good new days or not, we still don't like your system of government."
"Who gives you the right to judge us? We don't like yours either. But never mind. If we begin to quarrel, that will spoil what should be a happy day for you, and what is a happy day for me."
"Very well. We will not quarrel."
"Then let us say good-bye now, Albert, and some day we will meet again under more normal circumstances, I am sure."
She held out her hand to him, and he took it. She went on,
"I have asked Sophia to escort you back to the hotel and to make the arrangements for your leaving. You will not object to that, I'm sure."
Morrison pressed her hand strongly. "No, I rather like Sophia."
Baronova smiled. "I had sensed that somehow."
80. It was a happy day for Baronova, and her exhaustion did not prevent her from enjoying it. Exhaustion. How many days of rest, how many nights of sleep, how long a stretch at home with Nikolai and Alexander would it take to cure that? But she was alone now, and for a period of time there would be nothing to do. Seize the moment. Bornova stretched out luxuriously on the couch in her office and gave herself over to a curious jumble of thought. Now a commendation from Moscow, with a promotion, all mixed up with days on the beach at Crimea with her husband and son. It became almost real, as she slept and dreamed that she was pursuing little Alexander as he marched firmly into the cold waters of the Black Sea in heedless lack of concern over the possibility of drowning himself. She was carrying a drum that she was beating wildly in order to attract the attention he stubbornly refused to give her. And the vision broke apart and faded, and the drum beat was a hammering at the door. She rose with a confused effort, smoothed the blouse she was wearing, and strode to the door in hasty concern. This turned to fury when she threw it open and found Konyev frowning darkly, his fist raised to renew his assault. "What is this, Yuri?" she said indignantly. "Is this your way of announcing yourself? There are signals." "Which no one answered, though I knew you to be within." Voronova motioned him in with a quick gesture of her head. She was not anxious to see him, and he was not a pleasant sight. She said, "Haven't you slept at all? You look awful." "I haven't had time. I've been working." "At what?" "At what do you suppose, Natalia? At the data we obtained yesterday in the brain." Voronova felt her anger seep away. After all, it was Konyev whose dream this had been. The success of survival was sweet for everyone but Konyev. Only he felt the failure. She said, "Sit down, Yuri. Try to face it. The thought analysis didn't work." And it couldn't. Shapirov was too far gone. Even as we went in, he was on the point of death. Konyev looked at Voronova blankly, as though totally disregarding her words. "Where is Albert Morrison?" "There's no use in hounding him, Yuri. He did what he could. But Shapirov's was a dying brain. Listen to me, it was a dying brain." Again that blank look. "What are you talking about, Natalia?" "The data we got. The supposed data that you're struggling with. Let it go. The Voyage has been a marvelous success even without it."
Konyev shook his head. "A marvelous success without it? You don't know what you're saying. Where is Morrison?"
"He's gone, Yuri. It's finished. He's on his way back to the United States, as we promised."
Konyev's eyes opened wide. "But that's impossible. He can't go. He mustn't go."
"Well, now," said Voronova calmly, "what are you talking about?"
Konyev rose to his feet. "I went over the data, you stupid woman, and it's all plain. We must keep Morrison. At all costs, we must keep him."
Voronova's face reddened. "How dare you insult me, Yuri? Explain yourself at once, or I will have you suspended from this project. What is this new mad fixation of yours on Albert?" Konyev lifted his hands halfway upward, as though impelled by an overwhelming desire to strike out at something, with nothing present to strike at. He gasped. I'm sorry. I withdraw the adjective.
But you must understand. All through our stay in the brain, all the time we were trying to tap Shapirov's thoughts, Albert Morrison was lying to us. He knew what was happening. He must have known, and he carefully led us in the wrong direction. We must have him, Natalia, and we must have his device. We can never let him go.
Chapter 18. Return? The trouble with triumph is that you may be on the other side. Dezhnev, Sr. 81. Morrison was doing his best to keep his feelings under control. There was a natural elation. He was going to go home. He was going to be free. He was going to be safe. Much more than that, he would... But he dared not think of that climactic bit as yet. Yuri Konyev was fearfully intelligent and already suspicious. Morrison's thoughts, if Konyev concentrated on them, might give themselves away in his facial expression somehow. Or were they just playing with him? That was the other side of the coin. Were they planning to break his spirit and turn him to their own uses? It was an old trick, to raise hopes and then dash them, far worse than having no hope at all at any time. Would Natalia Voronova do such a thing? She had not hesitated to take him forcibly when he would not come willingly. She had not hesitated to threaten to destroy his reputation forever, to get him on the ship. How much farther would she go? Would she stop at nothing? His heart bounded with a marked relief when Sofia Kalinin appeared. Surely she would not be party to such a deception? He believed that even more firmly when she smiled at him, looking happier than he had ever seen her. She took his hand and tucked it under her arm.
"You'll be going home now. I'm so glad for you,"
she said, and Morrison could not make himself believe that those words, their intonation, her expression, were all part of a careful lie. Nevertheless, he said cautiously, "I hope I'm going home."
And she said, "You are. Have you ever been on a skimmer?"
For a moment, Morrison stumbled on the Russian word, then used a translated English phrase. "Do you mean an SPF? A solar-powered flyer?"
"This is a Soviet design. Much better. It has light engines. You can't always trust the sun."
"But why a skimmer, then?" They were moving briskly toward the passageway that would lead them out of the grotto.
"Why not? We'll be at Malinkigrad in 15 minutes, and since you've never been in a Soviet skimmer, you'll love it. It will be one more way of celebrating your return."
"I'm a little nervous of heights. Will it be safe?"
"Absolutely. Besides, I couldn't resist. We're in a wonderful situation now, and I don't know how much longer it will last. Whatever we want, we get. For the moment. I said, a skimmer is what we will want, and they smiled all over their faces and said, 'Why, certainly, Dr. Kalinin, it will be waiting for you.' Day before yesterday I would have had to fill out a proof of need form for a plate of borscht. Today I am a hero of the Soviet Union, unofficially as yet. We all are. You too, Albert."
"I hope I won't be expected to stay for the official ceremonies," said Morrison, still cautious.
"The official ceremonies will be confined to the grotto, of course, and won't be elaborate at all. Your scroll will undoubtedly be forwarded to you. Perhaps our ambassador can give it to you in a quiet Washington ceremony."
"Not necessary," said Morrison. "I would appreciate the honor, but getting it in the mail is all I really want." They had turned down a corridor that Morrison had not taken before, and then walked long enough to make him wonder uneasily where they might be going. No need to have worried, Morrison thought, as they emerged into a small airfield. There was no mistaking the skimmer. It had long wings, glittering with a layer of photovoltaic cells along their entire upper surface, very much as American SPFs had. The American planes, however, relied on the solar panels entirely. The skimmer he saw had small rotors, gasoline-powered, no doubt, as assists. Kalinin might present that as a Soviet improvement, but Morrison suspected that the Soviet photovoltaic cells were not as efficient as the American ones. A mechanic was standing near the skimmer, and Kalinin approached him with long, confident strides.
"How does it test out?"
"Sweet as a dream," said the mechanic. She smiled and nodded, but as he stepped away she muttered to Morrison,
"I'll check it out anyway, of course. I've seen dreams that turned into nightmares."
Morrison studied the skimmer with a mixture of interest and apprehension. It looked like the skeleton of a plane, with everything somehow thinner and longer than it should be. The cockpit was tiny, like a soap bubble under the huge flap of wings, and the long backward extension of a thin skeletal structure. Kalinin had to bend herself nearly double to climb in. Morrison watched her as she fiddled with the controls. Then, after what seemed a considerable lapse of time, she taxied it down the field, turned it, and came back. She raised the rotos and let them turn slowly, and eventually everything was shut down, and she got out.
"It's working nicely," she said. "The fuel supply is adequate, and the sun is shining brilliantly. One couldn't ask for more."
Morrison nodded and looked around. "One could ask for the pilot. Where is he?" Kalinin froze at once.
"Where is he? Is there some sexual requirement for the task?" "I pilot my own skimmer."
"You?" exclaimed Morrison quite automatically.
"Yes, I. Why not? I have my license, and I qualify as a master pilot. Get in."
"I'm sorry," stammered Morrison. I rarely fly, and piloting anything through the air is almost a mystical thing to me. I just assumed that a pilot didn't do anything but piloting, and that if someone did anything else, he couldn't be a pilot. Do you know what I mean?"
"I'm not even going to try to figure it out, Albert. Get in."
Morrison climbed in, following her directions, and doing his best not to damage his head on any portion of the skimmer, or perhaps damaging the skimmer. He sat in his seat, staring in horror at the skimmer's open side to his right. "Isn't there a door to close?"
"Why do you want a closed door? It would spoil the wonderful feeling of flight. Strap yourself in, and you'll be perfectly safe. Here, I'll show you how. Are you ready now?"
She was in the seat beside him, looking quite confident and pleased with herself. They were crowded into contact, and that much at least Morrison found rather soothing. "I'm resigned," he said. "That's as close as I can get to ready."
"Don't be silly. You're going to love this. We'll use the motors to rise."
There was a high-pitched throb of the small engine, and a rhythmic slap as the rotors began to spin. Slowly the skimmer rose, and, as slowly, it turned. It canted to one side while turning, and Morrison found himself leaning out over the open side and straining precariously against the strap that held him. He barely managed to fight off the strong impulse to throw his arms around Kalinin for nothing more than utterly non-erotic security. The skimmer straightened, and Kalinin said, "Now, listen," as she turned off the engine and threw in a switch labeled in Cyrillic, "Solar." The throb ceased, and the rotor slackened as the forward propeller began to turn. The skimmer moved slowly and almost silently forward.
"Listen to the quiet," whispered Kalinin. "It's like drifting on nothing."
Morrison looked down uneasily. Kalinin said,
"We won't fall. Even if a cloud passed over the sun, or if a circuit failure put the photovoltaic cells out of action, there is enough power in the storage components to bring us across kilometers, if necessary, to a safe landing. And if we ran out of power, the skimmer is more than half a glider, and it would still settle down to a safe landing. I don't think I could force the craft into a crash even if I tried. The only real danger is a strong wind, and there's none of that now."
Morrison swallowed and said, "It's a gentle motion."
"Of course. We're not going much faster than an automobile would go, and the sensation is much pleasanter. I love it. Try to relax and look at the sky. There's nothing as peaceful as a skimmer."
He said, "How long have you been doing this?"
"When I was 24, I got my master's license. So did you. So did he. Many a peaceful summer afternoon we spent in the air in a skimmer like this. Once we each had a racing skimmer and marked out lovers' knots in the air."
Her face twisted slightly as she said that, and it occurred to Morrison that she had obtained a skimmer for the short hop to Malinkigrad only for the sake of a momentary reliving of memories, and for no other reason. "That must have been dangerous," he said.
"Not really, if you know what you're doing. Once we skimmed along the foothills of the Caucasus, and that might have been dangerous. A wind squall can easily smash you into a hillside, and that wouldn't be fun at all. But we were young and carefree, though I might have been better off if that had happened."
Her voice trailed away, and for a moment her face darkened, but then an inner thought seemed to illuminate her into a smile. Morrison felt his distrust mounting again. Why did the thought of Konev make her so happy, when she could not bear to look at him when they were together in the miniaturized ship? Morrison said, "You don't seem to mind talking about him, Sophia." Then deliberately he used the forbidden word. "About Yuri, I mean. It even seems to make you happy. Why is that?"
And Kalinin said between her teeth, "It's not sentimental memories that makes me happy, I assure you, Albert. Anger and frustration and heartbreak can make a person vicious. I want revenge, and I am mean-spirited enough, well, human enough, to enjoy it when it comes."
"Revenge? I don't understand."
"It's simple enough, Albert. He deprived me of love and my daughter of a father when I had no way of striking back. That did not bother him as long as he had his dream of bringing miniaturization to practical low-energy fruition so that he might become at a bound the most famous scientist in the world, or in history."
"But he failed at that. We didn't get the necessary information from Shapirov's brain. You know we didn't."
"Ah, but you don't know him. He never gives up. He's driven by the Furies. I've seen him fleetingly looking at you after the voyage through Shapirov's body was done. I know his looks, Albert. I can tell his thoughts even from the droop of an eyelid. He thinks you have the answer."
"Of what was in Shapirov's brain? I don't. How could I?"
"It doesn't matter whether you do or not, Albert. He thinks you do, and he wants you and your device with a greater yearning than he ever wanted anything in his life, certainly more than he wanted me or his child. And I'm taking you away from him, Albert. With my own hands I am taking you out of the grotto and will watch you leave for your own country. And I will see him sicken to death of frustrated ambition."
Morrison stared at her in astonishment as the skimmer moved along in response to her rock-steady hand at the controls.
He had not thought that Kalinin was capable of wearing an expression of such consuming and malignant joy. 82. Voronova had listened to Konyev's emotional and breathless account and felt herself carried along by the wave of his utter conviction. That had happened before, when he had been convinced that Shapirov's dying mind could be tapped, and that Morrison, the American neurophysicist, was the key to doing that. She had been swept along then, and she tried to resist it now. She said finally, "That sounds quite mad." Konyev said, "What's the difference what it sounds like, if it's true?" "Ah, but is it true?" "I am certain." Voronova muttered, "We need Arkady here to tell us that his father assured him that vehemence was no guarantee of truth." "Neither is it a guarantee of the reverse. If you accept what I say, you must also see that we can't let him go. Certainly not now, and possibly not ever." Voronova shook her head violently. "It's too late. There's nothing to be done. The United States wants him back, and the government has agreed to let him go. The government can't very well backtrack now without bringing about a world crisis. Considering what is at stake, Natalia, we must surely risk it. The world crisis will not explode. There will be loud talk and much posturing for a month or two, and then, if we have what we want, we might let him go if absolutely necessary. Or we might arrange an accident." Voronova rose to her feet angrily. "No! What you are suggesting is unthinkable. This is the 21st century, not the 20th. "Natalia, whatever century this is, we face the question of whether the universe is to be ours or theirs." "You know you're not going to convince Moscow that that is what is at stake. The government has what it wants, a safe voyage into and out of a body. At the moment, it's all they want. They never understood that we wanted to read Shapirov's mind. We never explained that." "That was a mistake." "Come, Yuri, do you know how long it would have taken to persuade them that Albert would have to be taken forcibly if he did not come voluntarily? They would not have wanted to risk a crisis, even as much a crisis as they now face, which is a minor one indeed. You will now be asking them to face a much larger one. Not only will you fail, but you will encourage them to look into the matter of the arrival of Albert here, and I don't think we can afford that." "The government is not all one piece. There are many high officials who are convinced that we are too eager to give in to the Americans, that we pay too high a price for the occasional pat on the head we receive. I have people to whom I have entry—" "I have long known that you have. That's a dangerous game you play, Yuri. Better men than you have been caught up in that sort of intrigue, and have come to deplorable ends." "It's the chance I must take. In a case like this, I can turn the government around. But we must have Albert Morrison in our own hands if we're to do it. Once he's gone, it will be all over." "When is he supposed to be leaving?" "Nightfall. Sophia and I agreed that, for the sake of avoiding obtrusiveness and of needlessly provoking those who tend to be against accommodation with the Americans, night is better than day." He stared at her, eyes opening widely enough so that they almost seemed protuberant. "Sophia," he said harshly. "What's she got to do with it?" "She's in charge of the details of returning Albert. She requested it." "She requested it?" "Yes, I imagine she wished to be with him for an additional while." With a touch of spite, she added, "Perhaps you didn't notice it, but she rather likes the American." Konyev sneered in disgust. "Not a bit of it. I know that devil. I know her if I know anything at all. Every thought in her head. She's getting him away from me. Sitting right next to him in the ship, watching his every move. She must have guessed his importance, and she means to deprive me of him. She won't wait for nightfall. She'll hurry him off at once." He rose and left the room at a run. "Yuri!" Voronova called after him. "Yuri, what do you intend to do?" "Stop her!" floated back the answer. She gazed after him thoughtfully. She could stop him. She had the authority. She had the means. And yet, what if he was right? What if what was at stake was indeed nothing less than the universe? If she stopped him, everything might be handed over to the Americans. If she let him go, there might be a crisis of an intensity that hadn't been dreamed of in generations. She had to come to a decision at once. She began again. If she stopped him, she would have done something. If he then turned out to have been right, the blame for having stopped him and having lost the universe would rest squarely on her. If he turned out to be wrong after being stopped, her action would be forgotten. There is nothing dramatic about a mistake that is not made. If she did nothing to stop him, however, then all was on Konyev's head. If he somehow prevented Morrison's return to the United States, and if the government were then humiliatingly forced to release him, it would be Konyev who would be blamed. Voronova would lose nothing, for he had dashed off without telling her what he was going to do, and she could reasonably claim she had not dreamed he would try to subvert the known intention of the government. She would be in the clear. If, on the other hand, he prevented Morrison's return and proved to be right, and the government won the battle of wills that followed, she could claim the credit of having done nothing to stop him. She could say that it had been with her permission that he had worked. Well, then, if she stopped him, the worst was blame, the best was neutral. If she did nothing, the best was credit, the worst was neutral. So, Voronova did nothing. 83. Morrison decided that Kalinin was right. As the minutes passed, he grew less uncomfortable in the skimmer, and even began to experience a feeble pleasure. He could see the ground clearly through the open lattice-work that made up the chassis of the craft. It was about 30 meters below, he judged, and moving smoothly backward. Kalinin sat at the controls, completely absorbed, though it didn't seem to Morrison that she had much to do. Presumably it was skill and patient observation that made it possible for her to keep the skimmer on track without minute-by-minute adjustment. He said, "What happens if you find yourself moving into a headwind, Sophia?" She said without taking her eyes from the controls, "Then I would have to use the engine and waste fuel. If it were a fresh wind, it wouldn't pay to use a skimmer at all. Fortunately, today is ideal skimmer weather." Morrison began to feel something that was almost well-being for the first time since having left the United States. No, since a considerable length of time before that. He began to picture himself back in the United States. It was the first time he had dared to do so. He asked, "What happens after we reach the hotel in Malinkigrad?" "Car to an airport," said Kalinin crisply, "and then you'll board a plane to America." "When?" "Tonight, according to schedule. I'll try to get it done more quickly." Morrison said with what was almost joviality, "Anxious to get rid of me?" And to his surprise, the answer came back at once. "Yes, exactly." He studied her face in profile. The look of studied hatred had long since vanished, but there was a settled anxiety about her expression that caused Morrison to quiver. The picture of himself back in the United States began to fade around the edges. He said, "Is anything wrong, Sophia?" "No, nothing wrong now. It's just that I expect that he will come after us. The wolf is in pursuit, so I must get you away quickly if I can." 84. The city of Malinkigrad lay below them. Although it was not exactly a city. Small in name, it was small in fact, and it ravelled off in all directions into the flat countryside. It was the bedroom community for the people working on the miniaturization project, and during the day, now, it seemed all but deserted. There was a moving vehicle here and there, occasionally a pedestrian, and, of course, children playing in the dusty streets. It occurred to Morrison that he had no way of knowing where, in the mighty stretch of land that made up the Soviet Union, Malinkigrad and the grotto might be. It wasn't in the birch forest, or in the tundra. The early summer was warm, and the ground looked semi-arid. He might be in Central Asia, or in the steppes near the European side of the Caspian. He could not say. The skimmer was dropping now, more gently than an elevator. Morrison would not have believed that so soothing a descent could be possible. Then the wheels touched the ground, and they braked to a nearly instant halt. They were in the rear of the hotel, a hotel the small size of which he could appreciate when it was seen from the air. Kalinin left the skimmer with a lively jump and motioned to Morrison, who emerged more sedately. He said, "What happens to the skimmer now?" She answered carelessly, "I'll pick it up on my return and take it back to the grotto field if the weather holds. Come, let's go around to the front and I'll get you into your room where you can rest a little and where we can plan the next step." "The room with the soldiers watching me, you mean?" She said impatiently, "There'll be no soldiers watching you. We're not afraid of your trying to escape now." Then, with a quick glance around, she added, "Though I'd rather have the soldiers, actually." Morrison looked about, too, a bit anxiously, and decided he'd rather not have the soldiers. It occurred to him that if Konyev came to reclaim him, as Kalinin clearly feared he might do, he might easily come with soldiers at his back. And then Morrison thought, or is this really something to fear?
She has a thing about Yuri. She'll believe anything of him. The thought did not quiet him, however. Morrison had not seen the hotel in broad daylight from outside. He had not had the leisure to study it in any case. It occurred to him that it was probably used only by visiting officials and special guests, such as he himself, if he could lay claim to the category. He wondered if, small as it was ever full. Certainly the 2 nights he had spent here had been quiet indeed. He recalled no noise in the corridors, and the dining room, when he had eaten there, had been all but empty too. It was at the moment he thought of the dining room that they approached the front entrance, and there, to one side, sitting in the sun and poring over a book, was a stoutish woman with reddish-brown hair. She was wearing half-spectacles, perched low on her nose. Morrison was surprised at that bit of archaism. It was rare to see glasses in these days, when eye-moulding was routine and normal vision had truly become normal. It was the glasses and the studious look on her face that changed her appearance so that Morrison might easily not have recognized her. He would not have, perhaps, if he had not just thought of the dining-room. The woman was the waitress to whom he had appealed for help 3 evenings before, and who had failed him. Valerie Palaron. He said austerely, "Good morning, Comrade Palaron." His voice was stiff and his expression unfriendly. She did not seem discomfited by this. She looked up, removed her glasses, and said, "Ah, Comrade American, you are back safe and sound. Congratulations." "For what?" "It is the talk of the town. There has been an experiment that was a great success." Kalinin, her face like thunder, said sharply, "That should not be the talk of the town. We need no wagging tongues." "What wagging tongues?" said the waitress with spirit. "Who here does not work at the grotto or have a relative there? Why should we not know of it, and why should we not speak of it? And can I fail to hear? Must I stop my ears? I cannot carry a tray and put my fingers in my ears too." She turned to Morrison. "I hear that you did very well, and are greatly praised for it." Morrison shrugged. "And this man," the waitress said, turning to the frowning and increasingly impatient Kalinin, "wished to leave before he had the chance to participate in the great deed. He turned to me for help in his scheme to leave. To me, a waitress. I reported him at once, of course, and that made him unhappy. Even now see how he glares at me?" She wagged her finger at him. "But consider the favour I did you. Had I not prevented you from doing whatever it was they were trying to have you do, you would not now be the great success you are, the toast of Malenkigrad, and perhaps even of Moscow. And the little Tsaritsa here surely loves you for it." Kalinin said, "If you do not stop this impudence immediately, I shall report you to the authorities." "Go ahead," said Palaron, her hands on her hips and her eyebrows lifting. "I do my work. I am a good citizen, and I have done nothing wrong. What can you report? And there is a fancy car here for you, too." "I saw no fancy car," said Kalinin. "It is not in the parking lot, but on the other side of the hotel." "What makes you think it is for me?" "You are the only important persons to approach the hotel. For whom then should it be? For the porter? For the desk clerk?" "Come, Albert," said Kalinin, "we are wasting our time." She brushed past the waitress, doing this so closely that she stepped on her foot. Perhaps not by accident. Morrison followed meekly. "I hate that woman," muttered Kalinin as they walked up the flight of stairs to Morrison's second-floor room. "Do you think that she is an observer of this place on behalf of the Central Coordinating Committee?" asked Morrison. "Who knows? But there is something wrong with her. She is possessed by a devil of impudence. She does not know her place." "Her place? Are there class distinctions, then, in the Soviet Union?" "Don't be sarcastic, Albert. There are supposedly none in the United States either, but you have them, surely, and so do we. I know what the theory is, but no person can live by theory alone. If Arkadiy's father didn't say that, he should have." They walked up one flight of stairs to what had been Morrison's room earlier in the week, and apparently still was. Morrison viewed it with mild distaste. It was a room without charm, though the sunlight made it seem less gloomy than he remembered it to be, and of course the prospect of returning home was enough to add glitter to anything. Kalinin sat in the better of the 2 armchairs in the room, her legs crossed, the upper legs swinging in short arcs. Morrison sat down on the side of the bed and watched her legs thoughtfully. He had never had good occasion to admire his own calmness under pressure,
and it seemed to him rather unusual to watch someone be more nervous than he himself was. He said, "You seem greatly troubled, Sophia. What is wrong?" She said, "I told you, that woman Palaron troubles me." "She can't upset you that much. What's wrong?" "I don't like waiting. The days are long now. It will be 9 hours until sunset." "It's amazing that it's only a matter of hours. The diplomatic maneuvering could have continued for months." He said so lightly enough, but the thought gave him a cold feeling in the pit of his stomach. "Not in a case like this. I've seen it work before, Albert. The Swedes are involved. It's not an American plane that's coming. Having an American plane land deep in Soviet territory is still something our government shies away from. But the Swedes, well, they serve as an intermediary between the two nations by common consent, and they tend to work hard to defuse any possibility of friction. In the United States, we consider Sweden lukewarm toward us at the best. I think we'd prefer to have Great Britain— Oh, come, you might as well say Texas. As it is, Sweden may be lukewarm toward you, but she is considerably less than that toward us. In any case, it's Sweden, and their principle always is that if it is necessary to defuse a situation, it is best to defuse it swiftly." "It seems quite swift to me. Certainly I'm the one who should be in the greater hurry, since it is I who am most anxious to leave. Why should a few hours matter to you?"
"I've told you, he is after us." She ground out the pronoun.
"Yuri? What can he do? If your government is giving me up—"
"There are elements in the government who might easily not wish to give you up, and our friend knows some of these well."
Morrison raised a finger to his lips and looked around.
Kalinin said, "Are you worried about being bugged? That's another American spy novel myth. Bugs are so easily detected these days, and so easily scrambled. I carry a small detector myself, and I've never spotted one."
Morrison shrugged. "Then say what you wish."
"Our friend is not a political extremist himself, but he finds he can use those in high office who are. There are extremists in America, too, I suppose."
"Those who think our policy toward the Soviet Union is too mild?" Morrison nodded. "I've met a few."
"Well, then there you are. His ambition consumes him, and if extremism will advance his plans, then he is prepared to be an extremist."
"Surely you don't think he can arrange some sort of coup in Moscow and put the diehards in control and do it all in time to stop me from leaving for home this evening?"
"You've got it the wrong way around, Albert. If he could somehow prevent you from leaving and precipitate a crisis, he may be able to persuade some in the government to stand firm and delay your leaving for a long time. He can be very persuasive, our friend, when he is in the full grip of his mania. He can sway even Natalia."
Kalinin fell into a silence and bit at her lower lip. Finally she looked up and said,
"He hasn't given up on you, and he won't. I'm sure of it. I've got to get you away."
She rose suddenly and paced up and down the room with short, quick steps, looking as though she were trying to force the universe into turning her way. She stopped in front of the door, listened, then jerked it open suddenly. Valerie Palaron, her bland expression shifting rapidly into surprise, had one fist raised as though she were about to knock.
"What do you want?"
said Kalinin tightly. "I?" said the waitress. "I want nothing. It is a question of whether you do. I have come to ask if you would like some tea."
"We have not asked for any."
"I did not say you have. I come out of courtesy."
"Then go, out of courtesy, and do not return."
Palaron, reddening, looked from Kalinin to Morrison, and said between her teeth, "Perhaps I interrupt a tender moment."
"Leave,"
said Kalinin. She closed the door, waited long enough to count to 10 in a deliberate manner, her lips moving soundlessly, and then flung it open again. No one was there. She closed the door and locked it, walked to the opposite end of the room, and said in a low voice,
"She had been out there probably for quite some time. I heard feet shuffling."
Morrison said, "If high-tech bugging is passé, then I suppose there is a premium on old-fashioned eavesdropping."
But for whom?"
"Do you suppose she does it for Yuri? It doesn't seem likely that he would have the money to hire spies, or does he?"
"It might not take much money. A woman like that might do it for pleasure."
There was silence for a moment, and then Morrison said, "If it's possible that you're beset by spies, Sophia, why not come to America with me?"
"What?"
She seemed not to have heard him. "You might be in trouble for getting me out, you know."
"Why?" I have official papers that will place you on the plane. I am under orders.
That might not save you if a scapegoat is needed. Why not just get on the plane with me, Sophia, and come to America?
Just like that? What would happen to my child?
We'll send for her afterward.
Will send for her? What are you suggesting?
Morrison flushed slightly. I'm not sure. We can be friends, certainly. You'll need friends in a new country.
But it can't happen, Albert. I appreciate your kindness and concern, or pity, but it can't happen.
Yes, it can. This is the 21st century, not the 20th, Sophia. People may move about freely anywhere in the world.
Dear Albert, said Kalinin, you do tend to live in theory. Yes, people can move about, but every nation has its exceptions. The Soviet Union will not allow a highly trained scientist with experience in miniaturization-related fields to leave the country. Think about it, and you'll see that that's reasonable. If I do accompany you, there will be an immediate Soviet protest, a sure claim that I have been kidnapped, and there will be a loud howl from all corners of the world that I be sent back in order to avoid a crisis. Sweden will act as quickly for me as she has for you.
But in my case I was kidnapped.
There'll be many who will believe I was, or who might prefer to believe it. And I will be sent back by the United States as you are being sent back by the Soviet Union. We've papered over in this fashion dozens of crises over the last 6 decades or so. And isn't that better than war?
If you say, firmly and frequently, that you want to stay in the United States,
then I never see my child again, and my life may be at risk too. Besides, I don't want to go to the United States.
Morrison looked surprised.
Kalinin said, Do you find that hard to believe? Do you want to stay in the Soviet Union?
Of course not. My country—
He stopped. She said, Exactly. You talk endlessly about humanity, about the importance of a global view. But if we scrape you down to your emotions, it's your country. I have a country also, a language, a literature, a culture, a way of life. I don't want to give it up.
Morrison sighed. As you say, Sophia.
Sophia said, But I cannot endure it here in this room any longer, Albert. There's no use waiting. Let us get into the car, and I'll drive you to where the Swedish plane is waiting.
It probably won't be there.
Then we'll wait at the airport rather than here, and we'll at least be certain that as soon as it arrives you can board it. I want to see you safely gone, Albert, and I want to see his face afterward.
She was out of the room and clattering down the stairs. He followed hastily. He was, in truth, not sorry to be going. They strode along a carpeted corridor and through a door that led directly out to the side of the hotel. There, pulled up close to the wall, was a highly polished black limousine. Morrison, a little breathless, said, They're certainly supplying us with deluxe transportation. Can you drive that thing?
Like a dream, said Kalinin, smiling,
and then came to a full and sudden halt, her smile forgotten. Around the corner of the hotel stepped Konyev. He too halted, and for long moments they did not stir, either of them, as though they were a pair of gorgons, each of whom had frozen into stone at a glance of the other. 85. Morrison was the first to speak. He said a little huskily, Have you come to see me off, Yuri? If so, goodbye. I'm leaving. The phrases sounded false in his own ears, and his heart was pounding. Yuri's eyes shifted just enough to glance quickly at Morrison, and then moved back to their original position. Morrison said, Come, Sophia. He might as well have said nothing. When she spoke, finally, it was to Konyev. What do you want? She demanded harshly. The American, said Konyev, in a tone no softer than hers. I'm taking him away. Don't. We need him. He has deceived us. Konyev's voice was becoming quieter. So you say, said Kalinin. I have my orders. I am to take him to a plane and see that he gets in. You cannot have him. It's not I who must have him. It's the nation. Tell me. Go on and tell me. Say that Holy Mother Russia needs him, and I'll laugh in your face. I'll say no such thing. The Soviet Union needs him. You care only for yourself. Step out of my way. Konyev moved between the two others and the limo. No. You don't understand the importance of his staying here. Believe me, my report has already gone to Moscow. I'm sure, and I can guess to whom it's going, too. But old Gruff and Grumble won't be able to do anything. He's a blowhard, and we all know that. He won't dare say a word in the Presidium, and if he does, Albert will be long gone. No, "He's not going," Morrison said. "I'll take care of him, Sophia. You open the limo door." He felt himself trembling slightly. Konyev was not a large man, but he looked wiry, and he was clearly determined. Morrison did not believe himself to be a successful gladiator under any conditions, and he certainly didn't feel like one now. Kalinyin lifted her hand, palm turned toward Morrison.
"Stay where you are, Albert."
She then said to Konyev,
"How do you intend to stop me? Do you have a gun?"
Konyev looked surprised. "No, of course not. Carrying a hand weapon is illegal."
"Indeed. But I have one."
She drew it from her jacket pocket, a small thing, almost enclosed in her fist, its small muzzle gleaming as it edged through the space between her first and second fingers. Konyev backed away, eyes widening. "That's a stunner!"
"Of course. Worse than a gun, isn't it? I thought you might interfere, so I'm prepared."
"That's also illegal."
"Then report me, and I'll plead the need to fulfill my orders against your criminal interference. I will probably get a commendation."
"You won't. Sophia—" He took a step toward her. She took a step back.
"No closer. I'm ready to shoot, and I might do so even if you stand where you are. Just keep in mind what a stunner does. It scrambles your brain. Isn't that what you once told me? You'll be unconscious and you'll wake up with partial amnesia, and it may take you hours to recover, or even days. I've even heard that some people never quite recover. Imagine if your magnificent brain should not quite regain its fine edge."
"Sophia,"
he said again. She said, through almost closed lips, "Why do you use my name? The last time I heard you use it, you said, 'Sophia, we will never speak again, never look at each other again.' You are now speaking to me, looking at me. Go away and keep your promise, you miserable—" She used a Russian word that Morrison didn't understand.
Konyev, white to his lips, said a third time, "Sophia, listen to me. Believe that every word I have ever said is a lie, but listen to me now. That American is a deadly threat to the Soviet Union. If you love your country—"
"I'm tired of loving. What has it gotten me?"
"And what has it gotten me?" whispered Konyev.
"You love yourself," said Kalinyin bitterly.
"No, you kept saying that, but it's not so. If I have some regard for myself now, it is because only I can save our country."
"You believe that?" said Kalinyin, wondering. "You really believe that? You are mad to do so."
"Not at all. I know my own worth. I couldn't let anything deter me, not even you. For the sake of our country and my work, I had to give you up. I had to give up my child. I had to tear myself in two and throw the better half of myself away."
"Your child," Kalinyin said. "Are you claiming responsibility?"
Konyev's head bent. "How else could I drive you away? How else could I be sure I would work unimpeded? I love you. I have always loved you. I have known all along it was my child, and that it could be no one else's."
"Do you want Albert so much?"
Her stunner did not waver.
"Are you willing to say that it is your child? Say you love me. Believe I will, for that, give you Albert, and then deny it all again? How low an opinion you must have of my intelligence."
Konyev shook his head. "How can I convince you?" "Well, if I deliberately threw it all away, I can't expect to get it back again, can I? Will you, in that case, give me the American for the sake of our nation, and then throw me away? Would you let me explain the need for him?"
"I wouldn't believe the explanation."
Kalinyin threw a quick glance in Morrison's direction.
"Do you hear this man, Albert?" she said. "You don't know with what cruelty he cast my daughter and me aside. Now he expects me to believe that he loved me all along."
And Morrison heard himself say, "That much is true, Sophia. He loves you, and he has always loved you, desperately." Kalinyin froze for a moment. Her free left hand gestured at Morrison while her eyes remained fixed on Konyev.
"How do you know that, Albert? Did he lie to you, too?"
But Konyev shouted in excitement, "He knows! He admits it! Don't you see he sensed it with his computer? If you now let me explain, you will believe everything." Kalinyin said,
"Is this true, then, Albert? Do you confirm, Yuri?"
And Morrison, too late, clamped his mouth shut, but his eyes gave him away. Konyev said, "My love has been unwavering, Sophia. As much as you have suffered, so much have I. But give me the American, and there will be no more of it. I will no longer ask that I be spared any chance of hindrance. I will do my work and have you and the child too, whatever the cost may be, and may I be cursed if I don't manage both."
Kalinin stared at Konyev, her eyes suddenly swimming in tears.
"I want to believe you," she whispered.
"Then believe. The American has told you."
As though she were sleepwalking, she moved toward Konyev, holding the stunner out to him.
Morrison shouted, "Your orders! To the plane!" He rushed wildly at them. But as he did so, he collided heavily with another body. Arms were around him, holding him closely, and a voice in his ear said,
"Take it easy, Comrade American. Do not attack two good Soviet citizens."
It was Valery Palaron, who held him in a strong and unbreakable grip. Kalinin clung as closely to Konyev, though with different effect, the stunner still gripped loosely in her right hand. Palaron said, "Academician, doctor, we could become conspicuous here. Let us go back to the American's room. Come, Comrade American, and come quietly, or I will be compelled to hurt you." Konyev, catching Morrison's eye, smiled tightly in absolute triumph. He had it all, his woman, his child, and his American. And Morrison saw his dream of returning to America pop like a soap bubble and vanish. Chapter 19. Turnaround. In the true triumph, however, there are no losers. Dezhnev, Sr. 86. Morrison sat in the hotel room that he had for some 15 minutes thought he would never see again. He was close to despair, closer, it seemed to him, than he had been even when he was alone and lost in the cellular stream of the neuron. What was the use? Over and over again he thought this, as though the phrase were reverberating in an echo chamber. He was a loser. He had always been a loser. For a day or so he had thought that Sofia Kalinin had been attracted to him, but of course she hadn't. He had been nothing more than her weapon against Konyev, and when Konyev had called to her, beckoned to her, she had returned to him, and had then no further use for her weapons, either for Morrison or for her stunner. He looked at them dully. They were standing together in the sunlight, streaming through the window, they in the sunlight, he in the shadow, as it must always be. They were whispering together, so lost in each other that Kalinin seemed unaware that she was still holding the stunner. For a moment her knees bent as though she was going to get rid of its weight by dropping it on the bed, but then Konyev said something, and she was all attention, and again unaware of the stunner's existence. Morrison called out hoarsely, "Your government will not endure this! You have orders to release me!" Konyev looked up, his eyes brightening slightly, as though he were being persuaded with difficulty to pay attention to his captive. It was not, after all, as though he had to watch Morrison in any physical sense. The waitress, Valery Palaron, was doing that most efficiently. She stood a meter from Morrison, and her eyes, somehow amused, as though she enjoyed the job, never left him. Konyev said, "My government need not concern you, Albert. It will change its mind soon enough." Kalinin raised her left hand as though to object, but Konyev enclosed it in his. "Do not be concerned, Sophia," he said. "Information at my disposal has been forwarded to Moscow. It will make them think. They will get back to me on my personal wavelength before long, and when I tell them we have safely secured Morrison, they will take action. I am sure they will have the persuasive power to make the old man see reason. I promise you that." Kalinin said in a troubled voice, "Albert?" Morrison said, "Are you getting ready to tell me that you are sorry, Sophia? That you crossed me out of existence at one word from the man you seemed to have hated?" Kalinin reddened. "You are not crossed out of existence, Albert. You will be well treated. You will work here as you would have worked in your own country, except that here you will be truly appreciated." "Thank you," said Morrison, finding some small reservoir of the sardonic inside himself. "If you feel happy for me, of what importance is my feeling for myself?" Palaron intervened impatiently. "Comrade American, you talk too much. Why do you not sit down?" "Sit down!" She pushed him into a chair. "You may as well wait quietly, since there is nothing else you can do." She then turned to Kalinin, around whose shoulders Konyev's right arm was protectively placed. "And you, little Tsaritsa," she said, "are you still planning to place this fine lover of yours out of action, that you hold this stunner so menacingly in your hand?"
You will be able to embrace him the more tightly if both arms are free."
Palaron reached for the stunner Kalinin was holding, and Kalinin gave it up without a word.
"Actually," said Palaron, looking curiously at the stunner, "I am relieved at having it. In the paroxysm of your newfound love, I feared you might shoot in all directions. It would not be safe in your hands, my little one."
She moved back to the vicinity of Morrison, still studying the stunner and turning it in various ways. Morrison stirred uneasily. "Don't point it in my direction, woman. It may go off."
Palaron looked at him haughtily. "It will not go off if I don't want it to, Comrade American. I know how to use it."
She smiled in the direction of Konyev and Kalinin. Relieved of the weapon, Kalinin now had both arms around Konyev's neck and was kissing him with quick, gentle touches of her lips against his. Palaron said in their direction, but not really to them, for they weren't listening, "I know how to use it. Like this, and like this." At first Konyev, then Kalinin crumpled. Palaron turned toward Morrison. "Now help me, you idiot. We must work quickly." She said it in English. 87. Morrison had difficulty understanding. He simply stared at her. Palaron pushed his shoulder as though she were trying to awaken him from a deep sleep. "Come on, you grab the feet." Morrison obeyed mechanically. First Konyev and then Kalinin were lifted onto the bed, from which Palaron had stripped the thin blanket. She stretched both of them out along the narrow confines of the single mattress, then searched Kalinin in a quick, practised way. "Ah," she said, staring at a sheet of folded paper, whose close-set print marked it indelibly as something written in governmentese. She flipped it into the pocket of her white jacket and continued the search. Other items came to light, a pair of small keys, for instance. Quickly she went over Konyev, plucking a small metallic disc from the inner surface of his lapel. "His personal wavelength," she said, and placed that, too, into her pocket. Finally she retrieved a black rectangular object and said, "This is yours, isn't it?" Morrison grunted. It was his computer program. He had been so far gone he had not been aware that Konyev had taken it from him. He clutched at it frantically now. Palaron turned Kalinin and Konyev toward each other, propping them so that they would not fall apart. She then placed Konyev's arm around Kalinin and covered the two with a blanket, tucking it in under each to keep them in place. "Don't stare at me like that, Morrison," she said when she was done. "Come on." She seized his upper arm in a firm grip. He resisted. "Where are we going? What's happening?" "I'll tell you later. Not a word now. There is no time to lose. Not a minute. Not a second. Come." She ended with soft fierceness, and Morrison followed her. Out of the room they went, down the stairs as softly as she could manage, he following and imitating, along the carpeted corridor, and out to the limousine. Palaron opened the front door of the passenger side with one of the keys she had obtained from Kalinin's pocket and said brusquely, "Get in." "Where are we going?" "Get in." She virtually hurled him into the limo. She settled quickly behind the wheel, and Morrison resisted the impulse to ask her if she knew how to drive. It had finally gotten through to his stunned mind that Palaron wasn't simply a waitress. That she had played the part of one, however, was made plain by the faint odor of onions still clinging to her, and mixing rather infelicitously with the richer and pleasanter odor of the limo's interior. Palaron started the engine, looked around the parking area, which was deserted except for a cat going about some business of its own, and moved out over a sandy patch to the path that led to the nearby road. Slowly the limo picked up speed, and when it finally reached the 95-kilometer-per-hour mark, it was moving along a two-lane highway on which occasionally an automobile, moving in the other direction, passed them. Morrison found himself capable of thinking normally again. He glanced back earnestly through the rear window. A car far behind them was turning off at an intersection they had passed some moments before. No one appeared to be following them. Morrison then turned to watch Palaron's profile. She seemed competent but grim. It was clear to him now that she was not only no waitress by true profession, but was very likely no Soviet citizen. Her English had a strong urban accent that no European would learn in school, or could pick up in a way that would be true enough to fool Morrison's ear. He said, "You were waiting there outside the hotel, reading a book, so that you would see Sophia and myself when we came." "You got it," said Palaron. "You're an American agent, aren't you?" "Shrewder and shrewder." "Where are we going?" "To the designated airport where the Swedish plane will pick you up.
I had to get the details on that from Kalinin.
And you know how to get there?
Yes, indeed. I have been in Malinkingrad for considerably longer a period than your Kalinin has been here. But tell me, why did you tell her this man Konyev was in love with her? She was just waiting to hear that from a third person. She wanted it confirmed, and you did that for her. In that way you handed over the whole game to Konyev. Why did you do it?
For one thing, said Morrison mildly, it was the truth.
The truth?
Palaron, looking bemused, shook her head.
You don't belong in the real world. You sure don't. I'm surprised no one knocked you on the head and buried you long ago, just for your own good. Besides, how do you know it's the truth?
Morrison said, I know. But I was sorry for her. She saved my life yesterday. She saved all our lives yesterday. For that matter, Konyev saved my life, too.
You all saved each other's life, I suppose.
Yes, as a matter of fact.
But that was yesterday. Today you started fresh, and you shouldn't have let yesterday influence you. She would never have taken up with him again if it weren't for your dumb remark. He could have sworn himself purple about loving her and all the rest of that rubbish, and she wouldn't have believed him. She dared not. Be made a fool of again? Never. She would have stunned him to the ground in another minute, and then you told her, "Why, yes, kid, that there guy loves you." And that's all she needed. I tell you, Morrison, you shouldn't be out without your keeper.
Morrison stirred uneasily. How do you know all this?
I was on the floor in the back seat of this car, ready to go with you and Kalinin, and to make sure she took you there. And then you pulled your dumb trick. What was there to do but grab you and keep you from being stunned down, then get you back to the room where we could have some privacy, and after that get hold of the stunner somehow?
Thank you.
It's all right. And I made them look like a loving couple, too. Anyone coming in will be bound to say, "Excuse me," and leave quickly, and that will give us more time.
How long will it be before they're conscious again?
I don't know. It depends on how accurately I placed the radiation and what each state of mind was, and who knows what else. But when they do come back, it will take them some time to remember what happened. I'm hoping that in their position the first thing they'll remember is that they're in love. That would preoccupy them for a while. Then when they do get around to remembering you and what it was that was being done with Moscow, it will be too late.
Are they going to be permanently damaged?
Palaron cast a quick look at Morrison's concerned face. You're worried about them, aren't you? Why? What are they to you?
Well, shipmates.
Palaron made an inelegant sound. I guess they'll recover okay. They might be better off if some of that super-sensitive edge is ground off. They can get together and make a nice family then.
And what's going to happen to you? You'd better get on the plane with me.
Don't be a jackass. The Swedes wouldn't take me. They've got orders to take one guy, and they'll test you to make sure you're the right one. They'll have records of your fingerprints and your retina pattern right out of the files of the population board. If they take the wrong person, or an additional person, that'll be a new incident, and the Swedes are too smart for that.
But then what will happen to you?
Well, for starters, I'll say you got hold of the stunner and raided them both, and held the stunner on me and made me take you to the airport because you didn't know its location. You ordered me to stop outside the gates, then stunned me down and tossed the stunner into the car. Early tomorrow I'll make my way back to Malinkingrad, like I was coming out of a stunning.
But Konyev and Kalinin will deny your story.
They weren't looking at me when they were stunned, and almost no one remembers the actual moment of stunning anyway. Besides, the Soviet government knows that they ordered you returned, and if you are returned, then anything Konyev will tell them about you will do him no good. The government will accept the fait accompli. It's rubles to kopecks, or better, dollars to kopecks, that they'll prefer to forget the whole thing, and I'll just go back to waitressing.
There's bound to be some suspicion clinging to you.
Then we'll see, she said. Nichevo. What will be, she smiled faintly. They continued to travel along the highway, and Morrison finally said with a touch of diffidence,
"Shouldn't we to speed it up a little?"
"Not even by a kilometre per hour," said Palaron firmly. "We're going at just under the speed limit, and the Soviets have every centimetre of the highway radarized. They have no sense of humor about the speed limit, and I don't intend to spend hours trying to get out of a police station because I wanted to save 15 minutes reaching the plane."
It was past noon now, and Morrison was beginning to feel the mild premonitory pinches of hunger. He said, "What was it that Konyev told Moscow about me, do you suppose?" Palaron shook her head. "Don't know. Whatever it was, he got a response on his personal wavelength. It signaled about 20 minutes ago. You didn't hear?" "No. You wouldn't last long in my business." "Naturally, they got no answer, so whoever Konyev was talking to in Moscow will try to find out why. Someone will find them, and then they'll figure you're on the way to the airport, and someone will chase out after us to see if you can be headed off. Like Pharaoh's chariots."
"We don't have Moses to part the Red Sea for us," muttered Morrison.
"If we get to the airport, we'll have the Swedes. They won't give you up to anybody."
"What can they do against the Soviet military?"
"It won't be the Soviet military. It will be some functionary working for an extremist splinter group who will try to bluff the Swedes. But we have official papers giving you up to them, and they won't be bluffed. We just have to get there first."
"And you don't think we should go faster?" Palaron shook her head firmly. Half an hour later, Palaron pointed and said, "There we are, and we have the brakes. The Swedish plane is in early and has landed." She stopped the car, pressed a button, and the door flew open on his side. "You go on alone. I don't want to be seen. But listen." She leaned toward him. "My name is Ashby. When you get to Washington, tell them that if they think it's time for me to get out, I'm ready. Got it?" "I've got it." Morrison got out of the car, blinking in the sunlight. In the distance, a man in uniform, not a Soviet uniform, as nearly as he could tell, waved him forward. Morrison broke into a run. There were no speed limits on running, and though he could see no one in pursuit, he would not have been surprised to see someone rise out of the ground to stop him. He turned, waved a last time in the direction of the car, thought he saw an answering wave, and continued to run. The man who had gestured to him advanced, first at a walk, then at a run, and caught him as he all but fell forward. Morrison could see now that he was wearing a European Federation uniform. "May I please have your name?" said the man in English. His accent, to Morrison's infinite relief, was Swedish. "Albert Jonas Morrison," he said, and together they walked toward the plane and the small group waiting to check his identity. 88. Morrison sat at the plane window, tense and exhausted, staring downward at the land fleeing east. A lunch, consisting largely of herring and boiled potatoes, had soothed the inner man, but scarcely the inner mind. Had the miniaturized trip through the bloodstream and brain yesterday, only yesterday, twisted him forever into a mental attitude of apprehension of imminent disaster? Would he never again be able to accept the universe as friendly? Would he never walk through it in serene consciousness that no one and no thing wished him harm? Or had there merely been insufficient time for him to recover? Of course, common sense told him that there was reason not to feel completely safe yet. That was still Soviet Earth under the plane. Was there still time for Konyev's ally in Moscow, whoever he might be, to send out planes after the Swedes? Was he powerful enough to do so? Would Pharaoh's chariots take to the air and continue the pursuit? For a moment his heart failed him when he actually saw a plane in the distance, then another. He turned to the stewardess, who sat across the aisle from him. He did not have to ask the question. She apparently read his anxious expression accurately. "Federation planes," she said, "as escort. We've left Soviet territory. The planes are Swedish-crewed." Then, when they passed over the English Channel, American planes joined the escort. Morrison was safe from the chariots, at any rate. His mind did not let him rest, however. Missiles? Would someone actually commit an act of war? He tried to calm himself. Surely no man in the Soviet Union, not even the Soviet executive himself, could make such a move without consultation, and no consultation would take less than hours or perhaps days. It couldn't be. Still, it wasn't until the plane had landed on the outskirts of Washington that Morrison could allow himself to feel that it was over, and that he was safely in his own country. 89. It was Saturday morning, and Morrison was recovering. He had attended to his creature needs. He had had breakfast and had washed. He was even partly dressed. Now he lay in bed on his back, arms behind his head. It was cloudy outside, and he had only half clarified the window because he wanted a sense of privacy. In the hours after he had disembarked from the plane and had been rushed to his present place of concealment, there had been enough official crowding around him to make him wonder a bit if he was any better off in the United States than he had been in the Soviet Union. The doctors had finally finished their probing, the initial questions had been asked and answered, even during dinner, and they had finally left him to his sleep in a room that was, in turn, inside something that resembled a fortress for the depth of its security. Well, at least he didn't have to face miniaturization. There was always that thought to comfort him. The door signal flashed, and Morrison reached over his head, feeling the bedboard for the button that would clarify the one-way patch on the door. He recognized the face that appeared and pushed another contact that allowed the door to be opened from the outside. Two men entered. The one whose familiar face had been at the one-way patch said, "You remember me, I hope?" Morrison made no move to get out of bed. He was the center now, around which all revolved, at least temporarily, and he would take advantage of that. He simply raised his arm in casual greeting and said, "You're the agent who wanted me to go to the Soviet Union. Rodano, isn't it?" "Francis Rodano, yes. And this is Professor Robert G. Fryer. I imagine you know him?" Morrison hesitated, and then courtesy swung his feet off the bed and lifted him to his feet. "Hello, Professor. I know you, of course, and have seen you on holovision often enough. I'm pleased to make your personal acquaintance." Fryer, one of the visible scientists, whose photographs and HV appearances had made him familiar to most of the world, smiled tightly. He had a round face, pale blue eyes, an apparently permanent vertical crease between his eyebrows, ruddy cheeks, a sturdy body of average height, and a way of looking around him restlessly. He said, "You, I take it, are Albert Jonas Morrison?" "That's right," said Morrison easily. "Mr. Rodano will vouch for me. Please sit down, both of you, and forgive me if I continue to relax on the bed. I have about a year's relaxation to catch up on." The two visitors sat down on a large couch and leaned toward Morrison. Rodano smiled a bit, tentatively. "I can't promise you much relaxation, Dr. Morrison, at least for a while. Incidentally, we have just received word from Ashby. Do you remember her? The waitress who turned the tables? Yes, indeed. Without her, we know the essentials of the story, Morrison. She wants you to know that your two friends have recovered and are apparently fond of each other still." "And Ashby herself? She told me she was ready to leave if Washington thought it best. I reported that last night." "Yes, we'll get her out one way or another. And now I'm afraid we must bother you again." Morrison frowned. "How long will this keep up?" "I don't know. You must take it as it comes. Professor Fryer, won't you take over?" Fryer nodded. "Dr. Morrison, do you mind if I take notes? No, let me rephrase that. I am going to take notes, Morrison." He plucked a small computer keyboard of advanced design out of his briefcase. Rodano said mildly, "Where will these notes go, Professor?" "To my recording device, Mr. Rodano." "Which is where, Professor?" "In my office at Defense, Mr. Rodano." Then, with some irritation under the other's continuing stare, "Into my safe, in my office at Defense, and both the safe and the recording device are well coded. Does that satisfy you?" "Proceed, Professor." Fryer turned to Morrison and said, "Is it true that you were miniaturized, Morrison? You, personally?" "I was. At my smallest I was the size of an atom, while part of a ship the size of a glucose molecule. I spent better than half a day inside a living human body, first in the bloodstream, then in the brain." "And this is true? No chance of an illusion or trickery?" "Please, Professor Fryer. If I were tricked or hypnotized, my testimony now would be worthless. We can't proceed unless you recognize the fact that I am in my right mind and can be relied on to report events that correspond reasonably well with reality." Fryer's lips pressed together, and then he said, "You are right. We must make assumptions to begin with, and I will assume you are sane and reliable, without prejudice to further reconsideration of such assumptions." "Of course," said Morrison. "In that case," and Fryer turned to Rodano, "we begin with one great and important observation. Miniaturization is possible,
And the Soviets do indeed have it, and make use of it, and can miniaturize even living human beings, without apparent harm to them. He turned back to Morrison. Presumably the Soviets claim to miniaturize by reducing the size of Planck's constant.
Yes, they do.
Of course they do. There's no other conceivable way of doing it. Do they explain the procedure by which that was done?
Certainly not. You might as well make the assumption that the Soviet scientists I dealt with are as sane as we are. They wouldn't carelessly give away anything they don't want us to know.
Very well, then. Assumption made. Now, tell us exactly what happened to you in the Soviet Union. Do not tell it as an adventure story, but only as the observations of a professional physicist. Morrison began to talk. He was not entirely sorry to do so. He wanted to exorcise it, and he didn't want the responsibility of being the only American to know what he knew. He told the story in detail, and it took hours. He did not finish until they were sitting at a lunch delivered by room service. Over dessert, Fryer said, "Let me summarize, then, as best I can from memory. To begin with, miniaturization does not affect time flow, nor the quantum interactions, that is, the electromagnetic weak and strong interactions. The gravitational interaction is affected, however, and decreases in proportion to mass, as it naturally would. Is that so?" Morrison nodded. Fryer went on. "Light and electromagnetic radiation generally can cross into and out of the miniaturization field, but sound cannot. Normal matter is weakly repelled by the miniaturization field, but under pressure normal matter can be made to enter it and be itself miniaturized at the expense of the energy of the field." Morrison nodded again. Fryer said, "The more miniaturized an object becomes, the less energy is required to miniaturize it further. Do you know if the energy requirement decreases in proportion to the mass remaining at any particular stage of miniaturization?"
"That would certainly seem logical," said Morrison, "but I don't recall anyone mentioning the quantitative nature of that phenomenon."
To go on, then. The more miniaturized an object, the greater the chance of its spontaneous deminiaturization. And that refers to the entire mass within the field, rather than to any component part. You, as a separated individual, were more likely to deminiaturize spontaneously than you would as part of the ship. Is that right?
That was my understanding.
And your Soviet companions admitted that it was impossible to maximize and to make things more massive than they are in nature.
Again, that was my understanding. You must realize, Professor Fryer, that I can only repeat what I was told. They might have deliberately misled me, or they may have been wrong because they had insufficient knowledge themselves.
Yes, I understand. Do you have any reason to believe they were deliberately misleading you?
No. It seemed to me they were being honest.
Well, perhaps. Now, the most interesting thing to me is that Brownian motion was in balance with miniaturization oscillation, and that the greater the degree of miniaturization, the greater the shift in balance toward oscillation and away from ordinary Brownian motion.
That is an actual observation of my own, Professor, and doesn't rest merely on what I was told.
And that shift of balance has something to do with the rate of spontaneous deminiaturization.
That is my own thought. I cannot state it as fact.
Fryer sipped thoughtfully at his coffee and said, "The trouble is that all this is superficial. It tells us about the behavior of the miniaturization field, but nothing about how the field is produced. And in decreasing the value of Planck's constant, they leave the speed of light untouched, you say?"
"Yes, but that, as I emphasized, means that maintaining the miniaturization field costs enormously in energy. If they can couple Planck's constant with the speed of light, increasing the latter as they decrease the former—" "But they don't have that yet."
"So they say. It was in Shapirov's mind, supposedly, but you were unable to get it out."
"That's right."
Fryer remained lost in thought for a few minutes, then shook his head. "We'll go over everything you've said and deduce what we can from it, but I fear it won't help."
"Why not?" asked Rodano. because none of it goes to the heart. If someone who had never seen a robot or heard anything about any of its component parts were to report a robot in operation, he could describe how the head and limbs moved, how the voice sounded, how it obeyed orders, and so on. Nothing he could observe would tell him how a positronic brain path works, or what a molecular valve is. He would not even have an inkling that either exists, nor would those scientists who would work from his observations have any. The Soviets have some technique to produce the field, and we know nothing about it. Nor does anything Morrison can tell help us there. They might have published material that led up to it, not aware that something crucial was in the making. That was what happened in the mid-20th century, when early work on nuclear fission was published before it was understood that it ought to be kept secret. The Soviets didn't make that mistake with miniaturization, however. Nor have we succeeded in retrieving information concerning the matter through espionage or by the luck of having some key personnel on the other side defect and come to us. I will consult with my colleagues on the board, but on the whole, Dr. Morrison, I'm afraid that your adventure in the Soviet Union, however daring and praiseworthy, has, except for your confirmation that miniaturization does exist, been useless. I'm sorry, Mr. Rodano, but it might as well not have happened. 90. Morrison's expression did not change as Fryer advanced his conclusion. He poured himself a little more coffee, added cream judiciously, and drank it without haste. Then he said, "You're quite wrong, you know, Fryer." Fryer looked up and said, "Are you trying to say that you know something about the production of the miniaturization field? You had said that—" "What I'm going to say, Fryer, has nothing at all to do with miniaturization. It has everything to do with my own work. The Soviets took me to Malenki Grad and the grotto in order that I might use my computer program to read Shapirov's mind. It failed at that, which is perhaps not surprising, considering that Shapirov was in a coma and near death. On the other hand, Shapirov, who had a remarkably penetrating mind, referred to my program as a relay station, after he had read some of my papers. That's what it turned out to be." "A relay station?" Fryer's face took on a look of puzzled distaste. "What does that mean?" "Instead of tapping Shapirov's thought, my programmed computer, once inside one of Shapirov's neurons, was acting as a relay, passing thought from one of us to another." Fryer's expression became one of indignation. "You mean it was a telepathic device?" "Exactly. I first experienced that when I was aware of an intense emotion of love and sexual desire for a young woman who was on the miniaturized ship with me. Naturally, I assumed it was my own feeling, for she was a very attractive woman. Nevertheless, I was not aware of any conscious feeling of that sort. It was not until several other instances of the sort that I realized I was receiving the thoughts of a young man on board ship. He and the young lady were estranged, but the passion between them existed nevertheless." Fryer smiled tolerantly. "Are you sure you were in condition on board the ship to interpret these thoughts properly? After all, you were under tension. Did you also receive similar thoughts from the young lady?" "No. The young man and I exchanged thoughts, involuntarily, on several occasions. When I thought of my wife and children, he thought of a woman and 2 youngsters. When I was lost in the bloodstream, it was he who picked up my sensations of panic. He assumed he had detected Shapirov's miseries by way of my machine, which remained in my possession when I was adrift. But those were my feelings, not Shapirov's. I did not exchange thoughts with either woman on board, but they exchanged thoughts with each other. When they tried to catch Shapirov's thoughts, they detected similar words and feelings, from each other, of course, which the young man and myself did not." "A sexual difference?" said Fryer skeptically. "Not really. The pilot of the ship, a male, received nothing at all, either from the women or from the other men, though on one occasion he did seem to get a thought. I couldn't say from whom. My own feeling is that there are brain types, as there are blood types, probably only a few, and that telepathic communication can be most easily established among those of the same brain type." Rodano interposed softly.
Even if all this is so, Dr. Morrison, what of it?
Morrison said, "Let me explain that. For years I have worked to identify the regions and patterns of abstract thought within the human brain with some unremarkable success. Occasionally I would catch an image, but I never interpreted that properly. I thought it was coming from the animal on whose brain I was working, but I now suspect that they came when I was fairly close to some human being who was in the grip of strong emotion or deep thought. I never noticed that. My fault. Nevertheless, having been stung by the general indifference and downright disbelief and ridicule of my colleagues, I never published the matter of catching images, but modified my program in an attempt to intensify it. Some of those modifications were never published either. Thus I entered Shapirov's bloodstream with a device that could more nearly serve as a telepathic relay than anything I had ever had before. And now that, at last, my thick head has absorbed exactly what it is that I have, I know what to do to improve the program. I am sure of that."
Fryer said, "Let me get this straight, Morrison. You are telling me that, as a result of your fantastic voyage into Shapirov's body, you are now certain you can so modify your device as to make telepathy practical?"
"Practical to an extent, yes."
"That would be an enormous thing."
"If you could demonstrate it." The skepticism in Fryer's voice did not disappear. "More enormous than you perhaps think," said Morrison with some asperity. "You know, of course, that telescopes, whether optical or radio, can be built in parts over a wide area, and if they are coordinated by computer can achieve the function of a single large telescope, one much larger than can practically be built in a single piece."
"Yes, but what of that?"
"I mention it as an analogy. I am convinced that I can demonstrate something of the same sort in connection with the brain. If we were to have 6 men united telepathically, the 6 brains would, for the time, act as one large brain, and, in fact, be beyond human in intelligence and in the capacity for insight. Think of the advances in science and technology that could be made, advances in other fields of human endeavor as well. We would, without going through the tedium of physical evolution or the danger of genetic engineering, create a mental Superman."
"Interesting, if true," said Fryer, obviously intrigued and as obviously unconvinced.
"There's a catch, though," said Morrison. "I performed all my experiments on animals, placing leads from my computer into the brain. That was, and as I see now, must be, not at all precise. No matter how we refine it, we will have only a crude telepathic system at best. What we need is to invade a brain and place a miniaturized and properly programmed computer in a neuron, where it can act as a relay. The telepathic process will then be sharpened enormously."
"And the poor person on whom you inflict this damage," said Fryer, "will eventually explode when the device deminiaturizes."
"An animal brain is much inferior to the human brain," said Morrison earnestly, "because of the fact that the animal brain has fewer neurons, less intricately ordered. The individual neuron in a rabbit's brain may, however, not be significantly inferior to a human neuron. A robot could be used as a relay."
Rodano said, "American brains working in tandem could then work out the secret of miniaturization and perhaps even beat the Soviets at the task of coupling Planck's constant to the speed of light."
"Yes," said Morrison enthusiastically. "And one Soviet scientist, Yuri Konyev, who was the shipmate who shared thoughts with me, caught on to this as I did. It was for that reason that he tried to hold on to me and to my program in defiance of his own government. Without me and my program, I doubt that he can duplicate my work for a long time, perhaps not for many years. This is not really his field."
"Continue," said Rodano. "I'm beginning to get a feeling for this."
Morrison said, "This is the situation, then. Right now, we've got a kind of crude telepathy. Even without miniaturization, it may help us forge ahead of the Soviets, but it may not. Without miniaturization, and without the establishment of a properly programmed computer in an animal neuron as a relay, we can't be sure of accomplishing anything." The Soviets, on the other hand, have a crude form of miniaturization. They may, in the ordinary course of investigation, find a way of linking quantum theory and relativity theory to make a truly efficient miniaturization device, but that might take a very long time. So, if we have telepathy, but not miniaturization, and if they have miniaturization, but not telepathy, it may be that we may win after a long period of time, or they may win. The nation that wins has, in a sense, an unlimited speed of travel, and the universe will belong to it. That nation that loses will wither, or at least its institutions will wither. It would be good for us if we win the race, but it is they who may win, and the process of racing may force the breakdown of 2 generations of an uneasy peace, and lead to an all-destructive war. On the other hand, if we and the Soviets are willing to work together, and both of us, to use telepathy as refined and strengthened by a miniaturized relay station in a living neuron, we may achieve, in combination and in a very short time, what amounts to anti-gravity and infinite speed. The universe will belong to both the United States and the Soviet Union, indeed to the whole globe, to Earth, to humanity. Why not, gentlemen? No one would lose. Everyone would gain. Friar and Rodano stared at him in wonder. Friar finally said, swallowing hard, "You make it sound good, if, indeed, you have telepathy. Do you have the time to listen to my explanation?" "I have all the time you want," said Friar. It took some hours for Morrison to explain his theory in detail. Then he leaned back and said, "It's almost dinner time. Now, I know that you, and others as well, will be wanting to interview me, and that you will all want me to set up a system which will demonstrate the practicality of telepathy, and that will keep me busy for the rest of my life, for all I know. But I must have one thing now." "What's that?" asked Rodano. "Some time off to begin with? Please. I've gone through enough. Give me 24 hours. From now until dinner-time tomorrow. Let me read, eat, think, rest, and sleep. Just one day, if you don't mind, and thereafter I will be at your service." "Fair enough," said Rodano, rising. "I will arrange that if I can, and I suspect I can. The 24 hours is yours. Make the most of it. I agree that you'll have precious little time to yourself thereafter. And from now on, for quite a while, resign yourself to being the most strictly guarded person in America, not excluding the President." "Good," said Morrison. "I'll call for a dinner for 1. 91. Rodano and Friar had finished their own dinner. It had been an unusually silent meal in an isolated and guarded room. Once it was over, Rodano said, "Tell me, Dr. Friar, do you think Morrison is right in this matter of telepathy?" Friar sighed and said cautiously, "I will have to consult with some of my colleagues who are more knowledgeable concerning the brain than I am, but I feel he is right. He is very convincing. And now I have a question for you." "Yes?" "Do you think Morrison was correct as to the necessity of cooperation between the United States and the Soviet Union in this matter?" There was a lengthy pause, and finally Rodano said, "Yes, I think he's right there, too. Of course there'll be howls from every direction, but we can't risk the Soviets getting there first. Everyone will see that. They'll have to." "And the Soviets? Will they see it, too?" "They'll have to also. They can't risk us getting there first. Besides, the rest of the world will undoubtedly get wind of what is going on, and they will clamor for a piece of the action and demand that no new Cold War be started. It may take some years, but in the end we will cooperate." Rodano then shook his head and said, "But do you know what really strikes me as peculiar, Professor Friar?" Friar said, "What in this whole course of events can possibly strike you as not peculiar?" "Nothing, I suppose. But what strikes me as most peculiar is this. I met Morrison last Sunday afternoon to urge him to go to the Soviet Union. At the time my heart sank. He struck me as a man without guts, as a zero, as a wimp, as someone who wasn't even bright except in an academic sense. I didn't think he could be relied on to accomplish anything. I was simply sending him to his death. So I thought. And so I said to a colleague the next day. And so help me, so I still think. He's nothing. And it's simply a miracle that he survived, and that's only thanks to others, and yet he returned, having made an incredible scientific discovery, and having set in motion a process whereby the United States and the Soviet Union will both be forced, against their separate wills, to cooperate. And to top it off, he has made himself the most important, and once we publicize these events, the most famous scientist in the world, possibly of all time. He has, in a sense, destroyed the political system of the world, and built a new one, or at least initiated the process of building a new one, and he has done it all between the afternoon of last Sunday and the afternoon of today, Saturday. He has done it in 6 days. Somehow that's a frightening thought. Friar leaned back and laughed aloud. It's more frightening than you think. He plans to rest on the 7th day. End of Fantastic Voyage 2, Destination Brain, by Isaac Asimov. Narrated by Roy Avers, in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, May 1988. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Doubleday. New York, New York.
End of book.